warehouse in Mexico, Pampanga, which turned out to be owned by Empire 999, a corporation owned by Chinese nationals who pretended to be Filipinos. When the hearing started, they all disappeared. Records show that the main players have gone back to China using their real passports and identities. To date, Quadcom has initiated forfeiture proceedings of all their assets here in the country through the Office of the Solicitor General. The Quadcom now discovered that it was but the tip of the iceberg. Empire 999 is not alone in this illegal activity. Other corporations may have been formed to cover or mask this activity, as evidenced by their interlocking sets of incorporators, all the way leading to personalities who are long suspected of illegal drug activities, namely Lin Wei-Xiong and Mr. Michael Yang, the former economic advisor of President Rodrigo Roa Duterte. This discovery led us back into the past. Witnesses now claim that powerful people associated with these two Chinese have facilitated the entry of illegal drugs into the country during the past administration. We have invited all these personalities today so we may know whether or not they have any involvement in illegal drugs. And we shall listen to their side later. We shall also resume the hearing on the extrajudicial killings that took the lives of more than 20,000 people during the past administration's war on drugs. In our past hearings, names were mentioned, admissions were made, witnesses and resource persons appeared, questioned, vetted, and tested. Forced admissions in any way was never part of Quadcom. We may not have extracted yet the information fully from them, but we never put words in their mouths. Whatever testimonies and affidavits they presented before the Quadcom were given by them freely and voluntarily. We may be accused of providing entertainment and likened to a God show, but who is laughing? On the contrary, the one who said that must be so full of himself that he didn't notice that the joke was on him. We are not here to pin down nor exonerate anyone. All we wanted was to know the truth. The same truth that the people have been longing for, most especially by the families of murder victims and the victims who survived. We intend to use these truths in crafting legislation, some of which we have already filed, as well as make recommendations to any agency to plug loopholes in their systems, if any is discovered. If along the way, people are found to be liable, it is our duty to make sure that justice is served. There is nothing funny about it. We only mean serious business. We have reached this point because in the course of the investigation, we found very disturbing facts and questions needing answers. We owe it to the people. As public servants, we pledge loyalty to them. They trusted us and voted us in office. We serve them. We will not use the Quadcom to exonerate ourselves and proclaim our innocence in the face of overwhelming evidence. Now, if I may, I invite all of you to look at the screen and see the inconvenient truth. These numbers are from the official PNP reports as published both then and recently, last October 21, and not just made-up stories by the Quadcom. Ikumpara po natin ang unang 2 taon ng Duterte at BBM administration. Tingnan po natin ang total ng krimen o tinatawag na index crime volume. Sa unang 2 taon po ng Duterte administration ay nakapagtala ito ng 217,830 na krimen. Samantalang sa parehong panahon naman sa BBM administration, ang krimen ay bumaba ng napakalaki. 83,059 o nangangalugan na pagbawas ng 61.87% sa index crimes. Any claim to the contrary is but a figment of the imagination and if not, a propaganda. Pangalawa, Tingnan po natin mula July 2016 to December 2017 ay may mga namatay o pinatay na 4,354 sa mga police anti-illegal drug operations, habang 16,000 naman at 355 naman ang pinatay ng mga riding in tandem at mga di pa nakikilalang mga salarin. Noong 2018, inilagay ng PNP sa kategoryang HCUI or Homicide Cases Under Investigation na umabot sa talatang 23,327. Samantala, mula July 2022 hanggang katapusan ng 2023, ang bilang ng mga napatay sa mga legitimate police anti-illegal drugs operations ay 73 lamang po. Pangatlo, may kabuuan na 115,435 na anti-drug operations na nakalikom lamang ng 3,294,44 kilos ng shabu na nagkakahalaga ng 18.43 billion pesos sa unang 2 taon ng dating Pangulong Rodrigo Roa Duterte, habang sa mas kakaunting anti-illegal drug operations lamang sa parehong panahon sa BBM administration ay 84,676, subalit nakalikom na mas maraming shabu na umaabot sa 6,481.16 kilos.
Yan yung sinasabi ko.
The anti-drug campaigns under former President Rodrigo Duterte from July 2016 to July 2018 and the current President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. from July 22 to early 2024 represent contrasting approaches in tackling illegal drugs and the crime in the Philippines. While both administrations aim to reduce drug-related crimes, their methods and resulting outcomes reflect significant strategic and operational differences. Here is a detailed comparison of the first 2 years of the administration's campaign. As has been shown earlier, ang numero po ay hindi po nagsisinungaling. Ito po ay galing sa Philippine National Police. Duterte's anti-drug campaign was characterized by an aggressive, highly visible approach involving frequent operations and a high fatality count. His administration focused on eradicating drug activity at all levels, which led to widespread arrests and significant drops in crime, but also raised concerns over human rights and due process. In contrast, the Marcos administration appears to have adopted a more refined approach, with an emphasis on improved crime-solving rates, efficiency in enforcement. The significantly lower number of fatalities coupled with large drug seizures and high-value arrests suggests a strategic pivot towards disrupting drug networks through focused, intelligence-driven operations. This approach may reflect a more sustainable model aiming to dismantle supply chains rather than focusing on sheer arrest numbers or area saturation tactics. In conclusion, both administrations achieved reductions in crime and drug-related offenses, but the Duterte administration's approach was more intensive and controversial, with high casualties and widespread operations. The Marcos administration has made efforts to continue the campaign with fewer fatalities, a higher concentration on strategic arrests, and increased operational efficiency, suggesting a potential shift towards a more systematic and less violent anti-illegal drugs approach. The numbers mentioned above are real numbers. Sa totoo lang po, hindi namin alam ang mga tunay na pangyayari sa likod ng mga numerong ito hanggang nag-umpisa ang ating investigasyon. Ang sinabi na ating lahat na kwento ay ang karamihan ng mga pinatay ay kagagawan ng mga vigilantes na hindi pa nakikilala, habang ang mga natitira ay biktima naman ng legitimate police operations kung saan ang mga pinatay ay sinabing ng laban. Sa mga testimonyang malayang ipinahayag sa ating mga pandinig, ay naipakita na marahil dito ay bunga ng pamamaslang ng mga operatiba o pulis na inutusang pilitin ang mga nahuhuli na manlaban upang tuluyan na silang mapatay. Sa pahayag ng dating Pangulong Duterte sa Senado, sinabi niya na totoong sinabihan niya ang kapulisan na mag-encourage o himukin ang mga suspects na lumaban upang patayin na sila at nang sa gayon ay matapos na ang problema. Mas nakakagimbal ang mga pahayag na may pabuya o reward ang mga operatiba o operatibang makakapatay ng mga nasa listahan ng drug personalities. Hindi ito may kakaila sapagkat marami na ang nagsabi, kabilang na si dating Special Assistant to the President na ngayon ay Senador Bongo, sa kanya mga interviews noon, kasagsagan ng war on drugs. Ang pangakong pabuya ang malamang na naging dahilan ng paglobo ng dami ng pinatay. Without validation of the so-called narco-lists, names may be added at will, whether or not the person is a drug personality, as in the case of General Wesley Parayuga, whose name was added to the list way after he was killed. May mga nagsasabi na maganda ang mga naganap na patayan sapagkat mga drug lords naman po ang napatay o ang mga adik na kriminal. Subalit sa aming investigasyon, lumalabas na may mga ibang drug lords nga na napatay, subalit iilan lamang, samantalang madaming mga malalaking drug lords ang nagpatuloy sa kanilang gawain at na protektahan pa ng gobyerno at nabigyan pa ng titulo imbes na maimbestigahan. Libo-libo ang mga pinatay na mga tricycle drivers, homeless na nasa kariton, construction workers, at mga ordinaryong tao na halos wala na nga makain at walang laban, mga taong napagtripan na lamang. Ito ba ang mga drug lords? Pangkain nga, wala sila. Pangdroga pa kaya? Mga batang inosente, gaya ni Kian de los Santos, basta na kursunadahan ka, delikado ka na. Lahat ng patay may reward na katumbas. Sino ba ang ayaw maging ligtas ang ating mga lansangan sa mga masasamang elemento? Subalit kung ang mga pinalit sa mga masasamang elementong ito ay mga otoridad na naghahanap buhay, mas nakakatakot maglakad sa lansangan at baka masama ka sa missing persons or unsolved homicide cases. Ipagpalagay na natin na mga adik ang ibang pinatay. Bakit pa tayo naglaan ng daang-daang milyon sa pagtatayo ng mga drug rehab centers kung papatayin din lamang natin sila? Ito ba ang dahilan kung bakit hindi nagamit ng full capacity or in full capacity yung ating mega rehabilitation center na nandoon sa Nueva Ecija? Pag drug addict ka ba, wala ka ng karapatang mabuhay dahil wala ka ng silbi sa buhay? Ang mga pinatay ay mga tatay, nanay, anak, kapatid, apo, mga membro ng pamilya na may mga nagmamahal. Napakinggan natin dito ang kanilang mga naulila. Sila'y kaawa-awa at kalunos-lunos. It is really sad that human lives were lost and wasted just to prove a point that we are against illegal drugs. The right to life is paramount as it is God-given and precedes all other human rights. Without life, there can be no rights. Quadcom will not sit idly by in the face of all these discoveries. We intend to get to the bottom of all these issues fairly, honestly, and truthfully. Hiningi po namin ang inyong buong pagtitiwala. Hindi po kami nag-aakusa lamang dahil sa politika o ano paman. Kayo po ang humusga. Inilalatag lamang namin ang aming mga impormasyon at katotohanan base sa mga salaysay, tunay na pangyayari at mga dokumentong nakalap sa aming mga pag-iimbestiga. Patuloy po naming babantayan at sisiya sa atin ang mga aligasyon, akusasyon at impormasyon para mapangalagaan ang ating bayan. Maraming salamat at magandang umaga po sa ating lahat. The next to deliver his opening remarks is the Chair of the Committee on Human Rights, Congressman Benny Abante. You are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sa ating pong Senior Deputy Speaker, sa ating Deputy Speaker, sa aking mga co-chairs, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, at mga kababayan, magandang umaga po sa inyo lahat. We gather here once more for the 10th time, not merely to sit in one of our typical hearings, in order to file one of our usual committee reports, but for something far greater. We have convened again because we cannot and we must not lose sight of the purpose that drives us. The pursuit of justice for the victims of illegal drugs, for the victims of POGOs, and for the victims of extrajudicial killings. To help remind us of why we dedicate so much of our time to this task, I ask you to remember the name of Kian de los Santos, that young man, that minor, whose life was tragically cut short by a bullet fired in the dark. We are here today for Kian and for the countless innocents like him who died in the name of a misguided, bloody war on drugs. To our people and to everyone here, I say, enough. Enough with the gaslighting. Enough with the destruction. Enough with the squid tactics. We cannot be knocked off course by words meant to confuse or mislead. At this point, there is one voice we must focus on. One that was used under oath in the halls of the Senate. Last week, former President Duterte himself spoke before the Senate and the nation, and in his own words, took responsibility for the blood spilled in his war on drugs. He did not deny. He did not deflect. He admitted that he gave orders. Orders that directed our own police forces to encourage suspected criminals to fight back so they could be killed. Under oath, he told us this without shame and without remorse. This was not hearsay. This was not a speculation. This was a declaration from the man himself. He went further. Under oath, he admitted to the existence of the Davao Death Squad, an entity with a lethal mandate that was replicated around the whole country when PRRD was elected president in 2016. But the former president did not stop there. He pointed his finger at a sitting senator, a member of our very government, and named him a part of the DDS, not a Duterte defending senator, no, but a member of the notorious Davao Death Squad. Ano ang sinabi ni PRRD? And I quote, yung isang senador, yung nakaupo dyan, si Senator De La Rosa, Death Squad rin yan. End of quote. And now comes this familiar refrain. It was all a joke. Biro lamang daw. But I ask you, my friends and my colleagues, I ask you, who makes jokes under oath? Who laughs while mothers bury their sons? Who finds humor in this horror? This is no laughing matter. The lives lost, the grief that lingers, the blood spilled in our streets, these are not punchlines in a cruel joke. These are lives, young innocent lives taken from us. But perhaps we should not be surprised. Perhaps we should not be shocked that this sacred issue, the sanctity of life, is treated so trivially. For we have seen time and time again how human life has been cheapened, how easily these men speak of death, how casually they wash their hands off the blood of the innocent. As Proverbs 31 verse 8 and 9 reminds us, and I quote, Open thy mouth for the dumb in the cause of all, such as are appointed to destruction. Open thy mouth, judge righteously, and plead the cause of the poor and needy. End of quote. We are commanded to raise our voices for those who cannot speak, to seek righteousness for those who have been silenced, and to demand justice for those who have suffered unjustly. This, my friend, this is why we must not falter. This is why we must not rest, why we must not turn away. We have a responsibility, not only to the victims, but to our nation. We must continue this work, unyielding, unrelenting, uncompromising. Mga kasama, we have the statement of the former president. We also have testimony and evidence that corroborates what he said under oath. Now, we must hold to account those who have perpetrated this heinous crime. Now we must ensure that the cries of the oppressed are not drowned out by laughter, that the dignity of human life is restored, and that no one, no matter how powerful, is above the law. And as we press forward, let us remember this. We do not stand here alone. We stand with Kian. We stand with his family. We stand with a 3-year-old killed by a stray bullet in Cebu. We stand with a 9-year-old killed in Caloocan, and the death certificate showed that he died of pneumonia. We stand with a tricycle driver gunned down just because the drug lord rode in his tricycle. Ladies and gentlemen, we stand with every victim of this dark and bloody campaign. The banality of evil must come to an end. We stand for those who cannot speak, for the voices that were silenced too soon, and we stand with the promise, the solemn vow, that we will do everything in our power to ensure this never happens in our country again. So with hearts full of resolve and eyes fixated on justice, let us continue this work. For if we are to be remembered, if the 19th Congress is to be remembered, let it be not for the jokes or the gaslighting, but for our dedication to the truth, our commitment to justice, and our compassion for those who suffered. Mga kaibigan, maraming salamat po sa inyo lahat.
Thank you, Congressman Abante. The next to deliver his opening remarks is Congressman, the Chair of the Committee on Public Order and Safety, Congressman Dan Fernandez.
Mr. Chairman, I have no opening remarks for today's hearing. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. The next to deliver his opening remarks is the Chair of the Committee on Public Accounts, Congressman Caraps Paduano. You are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, everyone. The Joint Committee has conducted 10 public hearings, and over the course of these proceedings, numerous witnesses have come forward reinforcing suspicions of widespread abuses during the Duterte administration's war on drugs. Thus, a significant question has arisen regarding the safety of these witnesses and what they stand to gain from their cooperation. First and foremost, I want to put on record that telling the truth is its own reward. There is inherent value in honesty because it upholds personal integrity, contributes to justice, and fosters trust. By coming forward, these witnesses contribute to uncovering the realities of past actions and ensuring accountability. Their testimonies play a crucial role in strengthening the integrity of our institutions and promoting justice and transparency. Having said that, it is the obligation of the House of Representatives to ensure the protection and security of these witnesses. As a legislative body dedicated to uncovering the truth, the safeguarding justice, the House has a duty to support and protect those who come forward in good faith to share their testimony. The House recognizes the witnesses in sensitive inquiries may face threats, intimidation, or retaliation. As such, it is incumbent upon us to take all necessary measures to shield them from harm. Current laws does not grant the House of Representatives the authority to directly confer immunity from suit. However, we can recommend our witnesses for the Department of Justice Witness Protection Program, which offers both legal protection and additional support. By making this recommendation, we can ensure that witnesses who provide vital information are shielded from prosecution related to their testimonies, in line with the provisions of Republic Act number 6981. This action requires the consent of the witnesses and approval of our speaker. In addition, we may consider the option of granting protected custody to ensure the physical safety of resource persons who may be at risk due to their involvement in this investigation. While protective custody does not provide immunity from legal actions, it is an established measure that can provide immediate security during the course of our proceedings. Both actions will require a collective decision from the members of the Joint Committee. This ensures that we act transparently and uphold the principles of democracy. Mr. Chairman, before we proceed with the continuation of our inquiry, this representation would like to put on record and address certain critical concerns relative to the conduct of the parallel inquiry of the Senate Blue Ribbon Subcommittee on the drug war implemented during the previous administration on October 28, 2024. To set things into clear perspective, this representation fully recognizes the authority of the Senate to investigate the details of the implementation of the drug war, as both chambers of Congress are constitutionally permitted to conduct inquiries in the aid of legislation in accordance with our duly published rules. However, while the authority of the Senate will never be put into question, what is particularly concerning is the seeming disregard for proper courtesy and lack of impartiality by a member of the subcommittee. In particular, I am referring to the actions of Senator Ronaldo Bato de la Rosa. Allow me to discuss this detail, Mr. Chairman. Senator Bato de la Rosa action of participating as a member in a proceeding where he is named as one of the individuals involved in the implementation of drug war did not produce meaningful results, but rather cast doubts on the integrity of the whole process. In fact, prior to the hearing of the Blue Ribbon Committee, Senator De La Rosa even insisted that the investigation should be heard by his own committee. This action of a sitting member of Congress not only demonstrates disregard to existing rules and processes, but also undermines the integrity of the institution that he is bound to respect. Kung sa simula pa lamang ay gumamit na siya ng impluensya, ano pa ang aasahan natin sa kanya sa mga gaganapin nilang pagdinig? He was the PNP chief when the previous implementation introduced the war on drugs. He also admitted that there were killings attributed to the war because of alleged cases of nanlaban. In short, he was not only involved but was in fact one of the figureheads of the campaign during its inception. Hence, he should have been mindful that his presence in the hearing as a member of the panel would compromise, if not invalidate, the whole proceeding. Hindi naman pwedeng ikaw ang mag-imbestiga sa iyong sarili. Clearly, this is conflict of interest on his part. At the very least, he should have inhibited from the proceedings and instead offered himself as a resource person so as not to influence and intimidate the other guests. Unfortunately, the Honorable Senator failed to observe this. Even after the hearing, Senator Bato continued to conduct himself in a manner contrary to what is expected from a member of Congress. Asked about his comment on whether he was part of the Davao hit squad, whose existence was confirmed under oath by former President Duterte during the subcommittee hearing. Senator De La Rosa downplayed the same, claiming that the former president was just joking and there was no death squad to speak of. Now begs the question, why would a committee member defend and even interpret a clear statement made by a resource person in a congressional hearing? The confirmation by the former president needed no interpretation, much less from a member of the panel who investigated the same. If you would ask me, it is as if the Honorable Senator came to the defense of the former president while seeking to exonerate himself from any liability. This is further highlighted by his recent statement that he will be objecting any action of the Senate regarding the submission of records to the ICC. The Honorable Senator's recent actions are truly disappointing, Mr. Chairman. We are conducting these inquiries in order to fill the legislative gaps and address problems that necessitate immediate solution. In doing so, we also want to ascertain the truth about the abuses and other acts related to illegal drugs, POGOs, and EJKs. Mahirap man ang hamon sa atin na palabasin ang katotohanan. Sa palagay ko ay napagtatagumpayan natin ito. In closing, this representation wishes to remind our Honorable Senator to observe courtesy and fairness in conducting his official responsibility as a member of the Senate instead of resorting to other means so as to discredit the efforts of this body. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Madamong salamat.
Thank you, Congressman Paduano. Before we proceed with the admin matters, may we request that the guests, the honorable members who are present, as well as our resource persons, be acknowledged. And the COMSEC is directed to acknowledge the presence of the members as well as our resource persons for today. But before that, let me inform everybody that for today's committee hearing, dalawa po yung ating topic, no? Ang ating topic sa umaga ay yung usapin tungkol po sa illegal drugs. And then later in the afternoon, we will shift to the issue of the extrajudicial killings as a result of the implementation of the war on drugs. So, Comsec, please acknowledge our guests and our members.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and honorable members, honorable chairs. For today's hearing, we have with us Honorable Robert A. Barbers, Honorable Dan S. Fernandez, Honorable Joseph Stephen Caraps Paduano, Honorable Bienvenido Abante Jr., Honorable Romeo Acop, Honorable Raul Daniel Manuel, Honorable Jonathan Keith Flores, Honorable Gabriel Bordado, Honorable Johnny Pimentel, Senior Deputy Speaker Aurelio Dong Gonzales, Honorable Arlene Brosas, Honorable Francisco Paulo Ortega V, Honorable Edward Vera Perez Maceda, Honorable Zia Alonto Adjong, Honorable Jervil Jinky Beatrix Luistro, Deputy Speaker J.J. Suarez, and Honorable Seriaco Gato Jr. For our resource persons, we have with us from the Anti-Money Laundering Council, Attorney Iranio A. Dumale, the Deputy Director, Attorney Luis Anthony K. Warren, Attorney Darius M. Canulas. From the Bureau of Internal Revenue, we have Attorney Scranton Orculio. From the Commission on Human Rights, we have its Executive Director, Attorney Jacqueline De Guia, Ms. Irene Paradero, and Ms. Rachel Pelayo. From the Department of Justice, we have Attorney Wesley Young. From the Land Registration Authority, we have Attorney Paolo Tamayo and Attorney John Paul Hidalgo. From the National Police Commission, we have Commissioner Alberto A. Bernardo, the Vice Chairperson and the Chief Executive Officer of NAPOLCOM. From the National Bureau of Investigation, we have Assistant Director Glenn Ricarte, Assistant Regional Director Ferdinand Lavin, Attorney Ross Jonathan Galicia, Attorney John Mark Santiago, Special Agent Florendo Gamunak, Attorney Florendo Gamunak, Ms. Agrafina de la Cruz, Attorney Chris Godinez, and Attorney Yentel Malikad. From the National Intelligence Coordinating Agency, we have Director Ferlo J. Silvo and Director Alden Juan Masagka and Mr. Nick Faildon. From the Philippine Drug Enforcement Agency, we have its Director General Lazo, ASEC Renato Gumban, Director Emeterio M. Bitong, Director Emerson Margate, and Director Emerson Margate. From the Philippine National Police, we have Attorney Brigadier De Jesus Dulay, Police Brigadier General Nicholas Story III, the Director of the CIDG, Police Brigadier General Elias Mata, the Director of the PIDEG, and from the non-government agencies, the Center for International Law sent their excuse letter. And we have with us from the National Union of People's Lawyers, we have the former Bayan Muna Congressman Attorney Nery Colmenares, Attorney Cristina Conti. We have also representatives of Rise Up for Life and for Rights and victims of families of victims, Ms. Dalia Cuartero, Leore Pasco, Cristina Pascual, Marian Erorita, Salvacion Ramos, Shira Escudero, Rowena Morales, Norma Lopez, Marilu Modesto, and Teresita Adrias. And of course, we have with us the Advocates for Human Rights, led by the missionary Rebecca Lawson and Deaconess Robilin Litao. Also from Program Paghilom, we have its Executive Director, Father Flavi L. Villanueva, SVD, Mr. Randy De Los Santos, a witness, Ms. Arsenia Chico, also a witness, Tesam Castillo, and Elizabeth Campo. From the Bureau of Corrections, we have with us Mr. Ian Jake S. Harabe and Senior Superintendent Gerardo F. Padilla. Again, from the Philippine National Police, we have with us Police Colonel Rolando Villela, Police Colonel Serafin Petalio, Police Colonel Marvin Marcos, Police Colonel Redentor Olsano, Police Captain Delfinito Anuba, Police Lieutenant Colonel Santi F. Mendoza, Police Lieutenant Colonel Jason Bombasi, Senior Inspector Emil Garcia, Police Major General Felipe Natividad, Police Police Colonel Loie D. Jonglay, and those from the CITG, Police Colonel Serafin, Serafin Petalio, Police Lieutenant Colonel Chetadel Carandong Gayran, Police Lieutenant Colonel Marcelino Basconilio Pipo Jr., Police Lieutenant Colonel Raycon Lalaan Garduque, PSMS Deborah Cruz Cordova. Another set of PNP officials, now the Cavite acting mayor and former police Brigadier General Edwin Carranza, Police Colonel Edwin Quilates, the former Batangas provincial director. Also from the CITG Halili, Police Senior Superintendent Edward Carranza, Senior Superintendent Edwin Quelantes, Senior Superintendent Gayran, and Police Superintendent Joseph Reyes Arguelles, and Police Superintendent Judy Lopez. And from former government officials, we have Mr. Wilkins M. Villanueva, the former Police PDEA Director, is here. And former Senator Laila S. De Lima, and Police Colonel Edelberto Leonardo, and Police Colonel Jovi Espinido. We also have with us Mr. Carlos Conde, the Philippine researcher of the International Human Rights Watch. We also have with us Miss Rose Nonolin. Rose Nonolin.
Mr. Chair,
Miss Rose
Mr. Chair,
Nonolin.
can those,
May I ask first, Congressman Abante, to let us allow do you still have a lot of names to acknowledge, Comsec?
No more, Mr.
No more?
Chair.
Okay, sige. Okay, thank you. Congressman
can they
Abante.
just sit right there in the witness chair, those that have been called?
Do you have a person in particular who you would like to sit in front? Because of the number of resource persons we invited today, it seems that the whole room is too small for our guests. So, do you have anyone in particular, Congressman Abante, that you would like to see face to face?
For example, Miss Roslyn is here, and I don't see her.
Miss
Roslyn.
Roslyn, are you here? Are you present?
Nonolin, yeah.
Can you take the seat in front of Congressman Abante? Yes, Comsec.
Sir, we also have with us Attorney Dexter Lopez from Tagum, also a human rights advocate, and Mr. Sunny Buenaventura.
Okay. So, thank you, Comsec. So, we will now proceed to all our guests. Good morning at welcome po dito sa ating 10th Joint Public Hearing ng Quadcom. Medyo pagpasensyahan niyo na po na medyo baka matagal-tagalan po tayo ngayon sa dami po ng ating naimbitahan. And we will try our best to really be able to ask you questions in the hearing for today. So, Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chairman.
Okay, Congressman Fernandez and then Congressman Abante.
I was trying to look at the names that are being mentioned by the Comsec, and I think he is in the last two pages. Actually, monitor ko po yung mga binabanggit niya. And tong sila other key personalities and yung mga minention din ni Colonel Garmo are not yet mentioned yet. So, will you kindly finish your, your mentioning of all those persons who are present today?
Yes, sir. Those I read are the ones present, but we invited a lot of personalities. I guess it's in the
So, in other words,
admin one.
you are done with the those who have
Yes, those who are present.
present today.
Those who did not appear today, I think will be tackled by adjourned.
Thank you. All right.
Okay, Mr. Chair,
Yes, Congressman Abante.
kaya ko po bilanggit si Ms. Roslyn, tinatanong po sa akin ni Congressman Fernandez kung nasan siya.
Okay.
Nandun, nasa harapan na po siya. Nakikita mo po.
Okay, thank you, Congressman Abante. Now, we will proceed with the admin matters, and with that, may we call on Congressman Paduano. You are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before we proceed with the admin matters on all invitees, Mr. Chairman, with regards to documents being requested and ordered by this honorable committee, particularly number one, the DOJ, for the DOJ, that can submit to the Joint Committee on Investigation against PNP personnel who were involved in the killing of the late Mayor Rolando Espinosa, and the remarks as of now is ongoing. Can we get some updates on this from the NBI and DOJ, Mr. Chairman, with regards to Mayor Rolando Espinosa killing, the investigation that was directed to you by this committee, reopening of the investigation? Just a brief lang po.
Your Honor, yesterday I met with the representatives of the DOJ, and I was informed that the Secretary of Justice, Attorney Boying Remulla, has just created a special task force that would assist the Quadcom in the investigation and the filing of the necessary cases against anyone that would be found liable in the course of our investigation for all extrajudicial killings that happened. And they will submit to us an update, a progress report as to how far the Department of Justice has gone in the investigation.
Thank you for that, Mr. Chairman, for the clarification. Now let's go to PIDEA. Provide names of provinces and or areas with AGK-related drugs. Anyway, I've talked with DGP Lasso. Ang problema po, nahirapan silang kumuha ng record. So ongoing to, but I instructed the Lola that the DIDM should provide us all the documents available with regards to all the drug-related killings from 2016 to 2022, and directed them to submit the documents within the day. Within the day po. So let us see if that documents will suffice with regards to the investigation of all EGK cases from 2016 to 2022. Now, to the DFA, they have already submitted the records of Edita Yang, and to the AMLAC with regards to asset preservation order to the properties of Edita Yang in this process, Pangilinan. Still ongoing, no? Still ongoing. Now, and all other documents that was requested last hearing, that was October 22, was already submitted to the COMSEC, Mr. Chairman. As of, I have just received a document coming from the Legal Affairs Department of the House of Representatives with regards to possible application of granting of legislative immunity to the members, to the witnesses of this investigation, Mr. Chairman. And I move, Mr. Chairman, that discussion on this letter coming from the Legal Affairs will be deferred on the later part of this hearing, Mr. Chairman. So move, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Now, let's go with the invitations. Now, I have with the committee has received a copy of letter coming from the Law Office of Castaños and Teves, representing Ms. Muking Espino, and attached herewith our medical records, with regards to the medical status of Ms. Muking Espino. And this is This is an answer to the show cause order that was issued last October 22, 2024, Mr. Chairman. And with this, Mr. Chairman, I move that we issue a subpoena ad testificandum for Ms. Muking Espino on the next hearing, Mr. Chairman. So move, Mr. Chairman.
There is a motion to issue a subpoena ad testificandum for Ms. Muking Espino.
Yeah, Muking Espino, Mr. Chairman.
Muking Espino and duly seconded. Are there any objections? Hearing none, the motion is approved.
And I would like to inform the Comsec, Mr. Chairman, to the Chairman, that the address supposedly to send invitation for Ms. Muking Espino should be in the city government of Davao, because Muking Espino is employed in the said local government unit, Mr. Chairman.
Comsec, please take note of the address of Ms. Ermina Espino.
We have also received a copy of a letter coming from the lawyer of Senator Bongo. His explanation why he cannot attend today's hearing, Mr. Chairman. Just for the record, Mr. Chairman, we have received a copy from the Chief of Staff of Senator Bongo in the person of Gregorio Angelo Villar, Mr. Chairman.
That's noted.
Mr. Chairman, we have also received a letter that was signed by Cesar P. Manalaysay, Managing Partner of Mr. Len Wishong, and informing this committee that Mr. Len Wishong is currently out of the country and will not be able to attend the hearing today, while Ms. Rose Nunulin, the spouse of Mr. Len Wishong, is also present today. Thank you for coming, ma'am. Next is the letter coming from Attorney Carpio. Attorney Mans Carpio. And in this letter, Mr. Chairman, he is requesting, to be excused in today's hearing because of no ample time to prepare and study the nature, purpose, and scope, and is requesting 4 copies of the following documents at least 3 days before the next schedule: affidavits of witnesses, minutes of the previous meetings, inquiries, other similar and related documents or statements. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, I move that we defer discussion on this letter sent to us by Mr. Mans Castro to be discussed, Carpio, to be discussed on the later part of this hearing, Mr. Chairman. With regards to the documents being requested by Mr. Carpio, Mr. Chairman. So move, Mr. Chairman.
There is a motion as stated. Any second? Duly seconded. Are there any objections? Hearing none, the motion is approved.
And we have received a copy of a letter coming from the former Commissioner Faldon. And since he's present, I think I've seen Faldon.
Yes, former Commissioner Faldon is present.
Mr. Chairman, since he's present in today's hearing, we'll just ask him about the content of his letter in the later part when the time of former Commissioner Faldon will be up to. Again, Mr. Chairman, we have received a copy of a statement from the Science Sci Batch 80 with regards to the Barriuga case, and calling for justice. Just for the record, Mr. Chairman, we have received a copy of this letter coming from Science High School Batch 80. And we have also a copy of a letter coming from the Department of Foreign Affairs with regards to the whereabouts of Bismillah Roque, whereabouts of Eddie Yang, Aka Yang Jing, and the basis for cancellation of US visa of Ms. Ruina Garma, etc. Just for the record, Mr. Chairman. And if the committee would want to discuss about it, we will discuss this in the later part of this hearing, Mr. Chairman. And lastly, turn to the last one, Mr. Chairman, we have received a copy, a letter coming from the former retired Police Senior Superintendent Eduardo Raceto. As for my knowledge, he is with our meeting today through Zoom, Mr. Chairman.
We have extended an invitation to the former Colonel Acerto, who is now in Zoom. and will be called later later in the day when we resume our discussions after the admin matters, Your Honor.
Mr. Chairman, second to the last na lang po to. We have also received a letter coming from Mercado and Associates Law Office representing Police Colonel Hector Gialdo, and attached with is a contract between Police Colonel Gialdo and the services of Mercado and Associates Law Office, and the letter was signed by Attorney J.P. Mercado. Is Attorney Mercado present? Comsec? Attorney Mercado? Okay. Mr. Chairman, we defer discussion on the letter of Hector Police Colonel Gialdo since the lawyer of the good Colonel Gialdo is present. We will just ask the lawyer later, Mr. Chairman. And his official entry of appearance in today's hearing. Now, lastly, Mr. Chairman, just a while ago, we have received now.
Mr. Chair,
No?
with the indulgence of the Honorable Paduano,
With the indulgence of Congressman Paduano, Congressman Acop, you're recognized.
may I know if Colonel Grijaldo has an excuse letter insofar as his absence in today's hearing is concerned?
None. Attached with is the letter, no cover letter of coming from the lawyer himself, and at the same time only attached medical certificates without a letter excuse coming from Colonel Grijaldo, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chair, may I move that we issue a show cause order to Colonel Grijaldo to explain his absence in today's hearing in spite of the invitation made. So move, Mr. Chair.
There is a motion to issue a show cause order to Colonel Grijaldo for being absent today. Any second?
Second.
Duly seconded. Any objections? Hearing none, the motion is approved.
And lastly, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
just on the topic of Colonel Hector Grijaldo, I was going through the pages that were sent regarding his absence. Nakikita ko po dito sa kanyang patients first. Apparently, this is a medical explanation kung why he is not here because he's suffering from shoulder pain. Unfortunately, Mr. Chair, there is no date indicated in the prescription letter. Other than that, on another page of his medical certificate, again, there is no date mentioned in his letter that he has forwarded to the committee. So, I would just like to find out, Mr. Chair, is this verified and true?
Maybe we can ask his lawyer, Your Honor. We will defer the discussion on the matter of Colonel Grijaldo.
Okay,
When
I will
we-
defer to the better judgment of the chair. It's just something that I noticed when I was going through the documents. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr.
Chairman.
DSJJ.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Congressman Fernandez.
Well, dapat hindi na po ako magsasalita about this because he mentioned our name in the affidavit that he testified in the Senate. And accordingly, when I saw the yung motion po ni Chairman Acop, ngayon ko lang po nga nakita na wala siyang excuse letter and justified po yung pag-move for the show cause order. And at the same time, nung binanggit naman ni DS also yung pong medical certificate, I think this is a prescription. And accordingly, nakalagay po dito yung kanyang problema, yung chronic left shoulder dislocation, and there are like procedure for MRI. Maybe we can ask the PIHAW, no? Kasi I believe that andito ba yung PIHAW natin sa PNP?
Because, Mr. Chairman,
Yes,
Mr. Chairman, with the indulgence of Congressman Co-Chair Dan Fernandez, we'll just discuss it later, no? And will, in fact, if you want to speak something about what really transpired during your conversation with Geraldo, may I ask you to vacate your position as co-chair and be one of the spokesperson
As a
or
matter
the
of-
resource person.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. As a matter of fact, that's what I intend to do, to inhibit myself in the discussion about this issue. And together, maybe with Chairman Bante, we will be trying to relieve temporarily our chairmanship in order to discuss this in transparent and impartial and honest investigation on this matter, because this pertains to the integrity of this Quadcom, and we don't want that this Quadcom be deluged with so many bad comments about what Chairman Abante and this representation have done in order to penetrate the truth about the conformity of Colonel Grijaldo. Unfortunately, he's not here right now, and he is sick, and that saddened us as well, because we wanted really the members to ask him about what really happened, if there was really indeed a coercion and harassment that was done by Chairman Abante and myself. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and with that, if we will be discussing our issue with Colonel Grijaldo already, this representation on I will be yielding my position as a chairman of this committee.
Mr. Chair, thank you, Congressman
And
Fernandez.
also be subjected to the procedure of a resource person. If indeed we need to be subjected to the procedure being undertaken by this committee.
Okay, that's noted, Congressman
Mr. Chair.
Fernandez. Before that, Congressman Adjong, let me ask if Congressman Paduano is already done with your
Not yet, Mr. Chairman. This will be the last invitees.
Just a matter of with the indulgence of Congressman Paduano. Okay, so
May I proceed, Mr.
please
Chairman?
proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And last, but not the least, at last, we received a letter coming from the former President, Rodrigo Roa Duterte, the authority given to Attorney Delgra, no, as his counsel in this investigation, Mr. Chairman, just a while ago, no, and I think all the members has a copy of the letter coming from Attorney Delgra, no, with regards to the reply of the former president on the invitation of this committee, Mr. Chairman. So I give the floor to
Mr. Chair.
the chairman and to the wisdom of the members of this committee how we will go about with regards to the letter of Attorney Delgra representing the former president. And Comsec, may I ask, is Attorney Delgra present?
Not today, sir.
Before we discuss with that, Mr. Chairman, I move, since, of course, he has a letter sent to us, no, the former president, giving authority to Attorney Delgra. I move, Mr. Chairman, that we issue a show cause order for Attorney Delgra to be present on the next hearing on the basis of his letter, no, and the authenticity of such authority given to him by the former president. So move, Mr. Chairman.
Again,
There is before we rule on the motion,
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I just have to
let
be...
me allow the members who wish to manifest, while we are at this subject matter on the letter sent to us by Attorney Delgra as the counsel to the former president, may we ask what is the pleasure of
Yes,
Congressman Adyong?
Mr. Chair, before I touch on the issue raised just now by Chairman Carlos Paduano. Mr. Chair, while our invitees' names were mentioning by our ComSec, I noticed, Mr. Chair, that one of our invited guests is present in today's hall. I noticed that former Commissioner Nicanor Faildon stood up when his name was mentioned. And just to be fair to our guests who are present today, may I humbly request, Mr. Chair, that our ComSec assist our guest to his seat, because I believe I saw his nameplate on the table, so he will be seated properly at the table, Mr. Chair. So may I request former Commissioner Nicanor Faildon to proceed to the table to his assigned seat, and direct our Secretary to please assist him.
Okay, thank you. Paige, can you please assist former Commissioner Faildon to his seat?
Mr. Chair, may I proceed, Mr. Chair? On the matters of the letter of Delga, Mr. Chair.
Yes, please. Please proceed.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I believe, Mr. Chair, that the letter that was sent to this committee is about the reasons why the former president opted not to attend this committee hearing. As you know, Mr. Chair, previous days ago, he attended the Senate inquiry on the same subject matter, Mr. Chair. I would just like to be enlightened as to how do we go about with the standing invitation to our resource persons. I understand, Mr. Chair, that the committee, this Quad committee, has been so lenient to the former president and to some individuals. And I agree with the leniency we have extended to the former president, according to him, being a former president and being a former head of state, Mr. Chair. Unfortunately, some of the guests here who were not present, sent us a letter, an excuse letter, specifying medical reasons. And for some, they have also sent their lawyers to represent them. I believe the lawyer of the former president, Attorney Delga, is being given authority by his client, this being the former president, to appear on his behalf. Because as I was glancing over the letter of Attorney Delga, specifying the reasons why the former president decided not to attend this committee hearing. And some of them are, to me, some of the reasons, at least on my part, the way I understood it, is not only on the basis of him avoiding or refusing to attend the Quadcom, but he even went to assail the integrity of the Quad committee, and even questioning the impartiality of some of the members of the Quad committee. Now, I believe some of the members in the Senate, our counterpart, have also been extended the same invitation. But due to interparliamentary courtesy, we understand we never forced for these individuals to appear before this committee. I just want to be clarified as to the questions of attacking the credibility of the Quad committee, and to some extent even questioning the impartiality of some of the members here, and in totality questioning the integrity of this Quad committee. I really would want to ask Attorney Delgra to expound on this letter, because the former president attended the Senate committee investigation and so generously shared his thoughts on his policy on the war against illegal drugs. And as I was glancing over the letter, I also noticed that there are even some allegations of subordination, that some of the members here coerced a certain individual to say something which basically inducing perjury. So that is something to me that is cannot be just simply ignored, because it borders criminal acts, Mr. Chair. And the third one, Mr. Chair, is that the reason why the former president is not present today, it's because, according to his lawyer, he has sufficiently and generously shared his inputs and insights and comments to the Senate subcommittee chaired by Senator Coco Pimentel. But unfortunately, my confusion, Mr. Chair, is that when his allies, his spokesperson was asked about the truthfulness of his responses to the interpellation of one of the members of the Senate, he told the public that it was merely a joke, that the truthfulness of the statements of the former president seems to be in question. Because how can we take something which is a joke? So it makes it's difficult for me, Mr. Chair, to just simply take as it is at face value the transcript from the Senate, when we do not even know which part of his statements is a joke and which part of his statement is real and true. These questions I would really want to ask to his lawyer. Now again, we don't require the former president to be present because we accorded to him the leniency and the respect that he deserves as a former head of state, as a former president. But then again, these allegations of impartiality, questioning the impartiality of the Squad Committee, assailing the integrity of the Squad Committee, at the very least, Mr. Chair, I was really expecting that Attorney Delgra would be present, and rather than just send to us a simple 3 pages letter. At the very least, he could at least enter his presence here, his attendance, Mr. Chair. So I just want to be clarified on how do we go about with this. Kasi una-una, Mr. Chair, parang, look at all our invitees here, Mr. Chair. Some of the most important personalities that would give us insights and inputs for this committee to be guided properly and correctly in arriving to a sound judgment once we file before the plenary and report before the plenary, the committee hearing, are not here, are not present. Some of them, bigla na lang sumasakit ang mga bali. Bigla na lang may sumasakit sa mga katawan nila. Some of them are still, meron mga search warrant, yung iba. So I just do not want to impress upon the public that these individuals who have served the government, who at some point in time took the oath of allegiance to the Constitution, at alam po natin ito lahat, upholding the Constitution without mental reservation or acts of evasion. The very Constitution that we swore to uphold and pledge the allegiance to gives us the mandate to constitutionally exercise our oversight function. What they're doing right now, Mr. Chair, is a clear act of evasion. Mr. Chair, I just want to be clarified. How do we go about with this kind of situation, Mr. Chair?
Thank you for the manifestation, Congressman Young. We will address that concern later when the committee deliberates on the contents of the letter sent to us by Attorney Delgra. Yes, Congressman Flores, you're recognized.
Mr. Chair, Attorney Delgra is just being the lawyer, Mr. Chair. He's just, I think, stating the reasons given to him by his client, the former president. So if we insist that he be present, Mr. Chair, I don't think he will be the best person to answer the questions that we may have. It should be the former president himself. So I do not agree with the reasons he stated in his letter, Mr. Chair, but I don't think he's the proper person to ask, Mr. Chair. He's just the representative of the former president.
As you know,
Mr. Chair,
we have a situation here now. Congressman Adyong asking for clarifications as to how can he address the former president intelligent questions that needs answers directly from the former president, while Congressman Keith Flores is stating just stating that Attorney Delgra cannot answer these queries that will be propounded by the members. So,
Mr. Chair, may I respond to that? Mr. Chair, very short, Mr. Chair. Short, very brief, Mr. Chair.
Congressman Adnan first, and then Congressman Alfred.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Just make it short.
Yeah, very brief, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I understand, Mr. Chair, my good friend here, Congressman Keith Flores. But number one, Attorney Delgar was chosen by President, so he confidently have trust on Attorney Delgra to at least respond on his behalf. Questions. Number two, the position of this representation simply is on the matters of the content of the letter. I will not be asking Attorney Delgra on how the previous administration implemented the war on drugs. I understand that he is not capable and he is not competent to answer these questions. I would simply wanted to ask, since his signature is affixed in his letter, I would simply want to ask how, I'm pretty sure they have discussed this over with his client. So I just want to elucidate to us, how did his client, the former president, arrive into this kind of conclusion? Because what appears to me, Mr. Chair, and what I do not simply cannot afford to understand, is that the House of Representatives, being part of a two bicameral chamber of the Congress, the Senate on one hand and then the House on the other hand, that a certain individual can simply select which institutional office he would like to go to. Now, to me, the former president had displayed a very active participation during the Senate investigation. And how come he cannot afford that? The respect that we have accorded to him because he was a former president. And I do not at least expect him to give us praises, to even, at the very least, compliment the works of the Quad Committee. But I did not expect that he would assail the integrity of the Quad Committee and even attack the integrity and the impartiality of some of the members here, Mr. Chair. So those are the questions I would like to ask to Mr. Attorney Delgra. And some of the members here, Mr. Chair, entered their appearances here. So do we also extend the same courtesy to Attorney Delgra?
I absolutely agree with you, Congressman Adjong, that we will have to require the counsel of the former president to enter his appearance before this committee. Unfortunately, when we received that letter the other day, we tried to reach him and ask for his presence for today so that maybe he can point out some or maybe answer some clarifications we may ask
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
the lawyer.
Mr. Chairman.
So, if I may, okay,
Point of order.
what is the point of order, Congressman Akop?
There was a motion a while ago for Attorney Delgra to be issued a show cause order. But pursuant to our records, we haven't invited him. In accordance with our protocol, an invitation is supposed to be made first. And if he does not appear, a show cause order will be issued by the committees. So I think we should issue first an invitation to Attorney Delgra for him to appear and show to us yung service engagement agreement that Attorney Delgra has with the president, former president, simply because it would be consistent with our protocols. In the case of Michael Young, Attorney Raymond Fortun was asked to produce yung agreement po nila ni Mr. Michael Young at saka si Attorney Fortun. So, Mr. Chair, to be consistent with our protocols, I move that we issue an invitation to Attorney Delgra rather than issuing a show cause order. So move, Mr. Chair.
There is a motion to invite Attorney Delgra.
Sige, man.
Yeah,
Before we roll with
with the
the...
indulgence of Congressman Akop, because there was a motion that the chair and the committee was about to rule. Now, because of that, there are interjections. And because there are interjections from the co-chairs, we would like to entertain first before we rule. Now, in this case, Congressman Paduano, and then Congressman Dan Fernandez, and then Congressman Ace Barbers. Okay, is that yes, Congressman Paduano.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ganito lang po, Mr. Chairman, why I moved to issue the show cause, but I don't have any debate with regards to the possible amendments to my motion with regards to show cause order for Attorney Delga. But remember, Mr. Chairman, that we have already sent 2 invitations. This is the second hearing that we invited the former president. And the first invitation was answered by Attorney Delga, no, on behalf of the president, in the absence of that authority being requested by this committee to this representation during the last hearing. Now, Mr. Chairman, looking at the answer, looking at the reply of Attorney Delga on the first hearing, well, in fact, Mr. Chairman, naglulukuhan tayo dito. Why? Why? Because the first reply made by Attorney Delga representing the former president is that the excuse is that the former president needs much rest, and assured this committee that he will be present in the next hearing. At the same time, he has a specific date, Mr. Chairman, given to this committee through this letter after November 1. And let me read, Mr. Chairman, allow me to read in toto the portion of such reply coming from Attorney Delga. Hence, my client respectfully requests to defer his appearance before the Honorable Committee scheduled tomorrow. Rest assured of my client's willingness to appear before the House of Representatives on some other available date, preferably after November 1, 2024. And for the record, Mr. Chairman, the invitation that was sent to the former president and was answered by Attorney Delga was before the presence of the former president in the Senate. And he has promised us, this committee, through his letter, that after November 1, he will be present in today's hearing. Ano to? Naglulukuhan tayo dito? Well, in fact, I will not discuss and argue with our colleague, Congressman Kit Flores, with regards to the content of this second letter. But, malinaw po, Mr. Chairman, na naglulukuhan tayo dito. Naglulukuhan tayo dito because the first letter promised us that he will be present after November. Kung hindi tayo naglulukuhan dito, eh ano? Natatakot siya? Napupunta dito? That's why, Mr. Chairman, that's why my first motion was to issue a so-called order for Attorney Delga to answer both letters. And, Mr. Chairman, and I would like to reiterate once again that we should invite again the former president to be present in the next hearing.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Congressman
Mr. Chair.
Paduano.
Mr. Chair.
As I promised, Congressman Fernandez, and then we will rule on the motion.
Mr. Chairman,
Congressman Akop.
Mr. Chairman, there are 3 reasons mentioned by Attorney Delgra in consultation with the former president para hindi po siya umattend ng ating pong hearing. First, binanggit po niya yung pangalan ko at binanggit niya yung pangalan ni Chairman Abante. Nag-prejudge na po kami doon sa mga binanggit niya po doon sa Senado and citing some provision of Republic Act 9851, particularly Section 6 on the willful killing. And with this, Mr. Chairman, we are being accused that nabahidan ng prejudgment yung mga issue that he mentioned. With that, Mr. Chairman, para lang po mawala na tong isyong to. Again, Mr. Chairman, I'm willing, this representation is willing to inhibit myself in asking questions with regards to this willful killing. And I hope that my co-chair here, Chairman Abante, will do the same in relation to the first issue that the former president, with consultation of his lawyer, cited in this letter. Secondly, that's the reason why we asked the presence of Colonel Grijaldo to be here, because he accused us of coercion and harassment and threats. And that's the reason why we are questioning, no, yung mga medical certificate that he submitted to this Congress. We wanted that the integrity of this Quadcom will be cleared eventually. And with that, Mr. Chairman, eradicating the coercion and harassment and the threats that he accused us, then the reason for the President not to attend on this Quadcom will be eliminated. Thirdly, Mr. Chairman, the only last reason that he mentioned in this letter is all questions were already answered in the Senate. And that is not true, because we have a lot of 20,000 questions that we wanted to ask him. And with this, Mr. Chairman, yung pong reason niya for not to be here is not acceptable. So, Mr. Chairman, I believe that my position, no, in trying to inhibit ourselves, in this investigation pertaining to the number one issue that he mentioned, and also with the issue of Colonel Grijaldo, we will comply with the mandate of this Quadcom to inhibit ourselves and be a part of the resource persons that will be questioned by the members of this Quadcom. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Congressman Dan Fernandez. Now, Congressman Ace Barbers. There was a motion earlier that the committee invite Attorney Chairman.
You are recognized.
Thank you. That Attorney Delgra, being the counsel of the former president, be invited in the next hearing. And we direct the committee secretariat to take note of that and send the invite in the next Quadcom hearing to Attorney Delgra. Any second? Duly seconded. Any objections?
I object, Mr. Chair.
May I know what is the objection of
We
Congressman?
will get nothing from him, Mr. Chair. He always just gonna say is that is what my client said. So that's the end of it, Mr. Chair.
1 minute suspension.
Sino nag-object?
Yung attorney. Sabi niya yung client ko eh. Lumapit siya. Allah, tay-tay. Nakatayo din pa eh.
Natakot si Digong.
Hearing is resumed.
Mr. Chair,
Let me just
parliamentary inquiry.
Let me just state the parliamentary status before we went on recess. The parliamentary status is that we are approving and voting on the motion by Congressman Acop to invite Attorney Delgra, being the lawyer and counsel of the former president. And when the chair asked for a second, there was a second to this motion. But when the chair asked for an objection, there was an objection stated by Congressman Keith Flores. Am I made to understand, Congressman Flores, that you are withdrawing your objection? With the heavy heart.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'll withdraw my objection if Attorney Delgado will enter his appearance. But as far as the questions that we want to ask of him, Mr. Chair, I will reiterate my position, Mr. Chair.
Okay, that is noted. Thank you. Since the objections of the objection of Congressman Flores has been withdrawn, then the chair will rule that the motion is approved. Yes, Congressman
Okay.
Adyon, for
Yeah,
your
before, I
manifestation.
guess we have already ruled on the motion to invite.
That's correct.
Just to put context, Mr. Chair, of the manifestation of this humble representation. Mr. Chair, the reason why I wanted Attorney Delga to be present, in fact today, and not pass dun sa next meeting is, I agree with Congressman Keith Flores that he is not competent to answer questions pertaining to the implementation of illegal war or drugs. But just to be honest, Mr. Chair, I don't think the former president will ever attend the Quad Committee hearing. I'm sorry to say that.
Okay.
I really have a strong feeling that he will never attend the Quad Committee. And since Attorney Delgra is his lawyer, I would wanted to ask him about the content of his letter. I'm sure he's a capable lawyer and competent enough to elucidate to this representation, being a non-lawyer, what does he mean by subornation? Because
Yes,
that's one of the allegations. Number two, Mr. Chair, I also wanted to ask Attorney Delgra, which part of the testimony of his client in the Senate during the committee hearing, which portion of it is joke and which portion of it is true? Because he's trying to provide us, from advising us to just simply request the transcript from the Senate. Mr. Chair, I have no problem if individuals want to, make other people's laugh all the time. I have no trouble with that. If you want to turn yourselves as clowns, that's your business, that's your concern. But not at the expense of serious issues. Not at the expense of the collateral damages, the innocents who have died during the course of the illegal war on drugs.
Okay, thank you,
That's
Congressman
my only
Adyon.
point, Mr. Chair, that I'd like to manifest.
Yeah,
Thank you very
your
much.
observation is noted, and we will consider discussion on that particular observation when we come to that at the proper time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for your manifestation. Now, marami po kasi tayong naimbita at dalawa po yung ating topic ngayon, no? Yung EJK at saka yung ating drugs. No? And we will proceed first with the topic on the illegal drugs. So, may we ask the COMSEC first to please administer the oath of the resource persons we invited for the first time in this committee hearing. And then we will proceed with the hearing proper. COMSEC?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Those who are attending for the first time, please stand. And please raise your right hand for the oath. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this congressional inquiry? So help you God. Yes. Thank you. They all said yes, sir. The oath has been administered. Thank you.
Okay, maraming salamat sa ating mga resource persons. Thank you, COMSEC. I have here a list of those people, of the members who wish to interpolate. But before that, there is a manifestation by Congressman Bordado. You are recognized. You're given 5 minutes.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I rise today to express my commendation for the exemplary work being conducted over the past few months by what is now popularly known as the Quadcom, a veritable super body composed of 4 standing House committees tasked to investigate the issues surrounding the Philippine offshore gaming operators, or the POGOs, and the extrajudicial killings. First and foremost, Mr. Chairman, I would like to recognize the tireless efforts of the chairman of the following committees: Representative Robert Ace Barbers of the Committee on Dangerous Drugs, who acts as the chairman of the Quadcom; Representative Dan S. Fernandez of the Committee on Public Order and Safety; Representative Bienvenido M. Abandi Jr. of the Committee on Human Rights; and Representative Joseph Caraps Paduano of the Committee on Public Accounts. Their leadership, transparency, and unwavering commitment to truth-seeking have been truly commendable. Through their painstaking efforts, the Quadcom has not only brought critical issues to light, but also raised the bar for how we should approach investigations in this chamber with integrity, impartiality, and a clear sense of purpose. I also wish to extend my deepest gratitude to Senior Deputy Speaker Dong Gonzales, Deputy Speaker J.J. Suarez, and Representative Romy Acop, the Chair of the Committee on Transportation and Vice Chair of the Committee on Dangerous Drugs. Additionally, Mr. Chairman, I must commend our esteemed interpellators, young and very intelligent, who have fearlessly asked the difficult questions and examined. The perpetrators of these heinous acts must face the full consequences of the law, and we owe it to the families of the victims to seek justice with unyielding resolve. Mr. Chairman, likewise, the inquiry into the POGOs has revealed very disturbing truths about their impacts on our society. The revelations surrounding criminal activities tied to these operators demand our swift and decisive action to ensure that such harmful elements are rooted out and prevented from further damaging our social and economic fabric. Mr. Chairman, let us remain united in our pursuit of truth, justice, and accountability. We must not allow this investigation to falter, nor the voices of those who seek justice to go unheard. As public servants, it is our duty to ensure that the truth is uncovered, that justice is served, and that we work together to prevent such abuses from ever occurring again. With that, I once again thank and commend the chairman, the interpellators, and all those who have worked tirelessly to champion the cause of truth and justice. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, Congressman Bordado. Maraming salamat sa inyong pagpupuri sa Quadcom, and this would not have been possible, of course, as we all know, without the support of the Secretariat, the members of the 19th Congress, as well as the leadership of the House, headed by the Speaker himself, Speaker Martin Romualdez. So before we proceed with the... Yes, Congressman Suarez?
Yeah, just because the good congressman mentioned my name, can I just have 2 minutes?
You have 2 minutes.
Yeah, I would like to thank Congressman Bordado for your kind words. But the success of the Quadcom is not solely because of the efforts of the representatives of the 19th Congress, but also of the resource persons who come, who make time, who patiently wait for their time to be heard and to be given the opportunity to explain. That's why I would like to manifest, Mr. Chair, my disappointment that our former president is absent today. In fact, dito po talaga natin malalaman yung katotohanan pag nabibigyan natin ng pagkakataon ang mga tao magsalita at magpaliwanag. At kung hindi po natin bubuksan ang mga usapin na mabibigat at mahihirap, paano po natin mabibigyan ng hustisya at katarungan at sagot sa maraming tanong na bumabalot sa ating bansa? Napakita na po ng ating community na nagbibigay at nakakapaglabas tayo ng mga legislation, proposed legislation. I would like to commend the chairman of this committee for again earlier today going to the records department and submitting another proposed measure
which I think will benefit the country with regards to the forfeiture of illegally sourced properties na pwede pong maibigay at magamit ng ating mga mamamayang Pilipino. So muli, Congressman Bernardo, nagpapasalamat po ako sa mga magagandang salita mo at sana magsilbing inspirasyon to para sa ating lahat na patuloy po natin ipaglaban ang katotohanan at hanapin po natin ang mga tamang solusyon sa mga totoong problema na hinaharap ng ating bansa. Maraming salamat, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker Suarez. Before we proceed with the hearing proper, ito muna, i-acknowledge natin yung ating mga members who just came in. Congressman Ernesto Ernix Junicio Jr., Congressman Lordan Suwan, Congressman Patrick Michael Vargas, Congressman Jefferson Konghun, Congressman Salvador Plato, Congressman Joboy Aquino. Welcome and good morning po sa inyo. Now, we have on Zoom a former member of the Philippine National Police who was if I'm not mistaken, the deputy of the Drug Enforcement Group, no, that operated on several illegal clandestine shabu laboratories and anti-illegal drug operations in the past. No? And I think he is now on Zoom. May we ask Colonel Asherto if you are present? Kayo po ba'y nandiyan dyan sa... Can you hear us?
Opo, narinig ko po kayo.
Okay.
Magandang umaga po.
Magandang umaga sa iyo, Colonel. Colonel, maaaring alam niyo na po no, na ang ating topic ngayong umaga ay tungkol po sa illegal drugs. And bilang isang operatiba ng anti-illegal drugs noong kayo'y nasa Philippine National Police pa, maaari po bang bigyan nyo kami ng idea kung ano ba ang inyong mga operation noon na may kinalaman dito sa pagpapahinto nitong illegal drugs dito sa ating bansa?
Marami po kami ginawa operation. Ang example po is yung sa Antipolo, ang una pong laboratory na nahuli na merong na actual na nagluluto at more than 1 ton o 1,000 kilos ang nakuha po doon. Meron din po kami nakuha ng laboratory sa Mandawi, Cebu.
Excuse me lang po, wala ho kasi kayong video eh. Pwede bang, can we ask the technical, pwede bang may video? Ayan. And kayo, nakikita niyo po ba ang komite? Colonel Asherto?
Hindi po. Hindi ko po nakikita.
So, can you please...
Pero naka-on po ang video ko.
Ayan. Can you please, technical? And before that, habang inaayos pa ho ng technical, may we ask you to take your oath, Colonel Asherto. Comsec, please administer the oath.
Umuwi po ako kanina.
Nag-oath ka na kanina.
Sumubay po ako para save time po.
O, hindi po namin nakita kasi, Colonel, so pwede po ba nating ulitin? Nang sa ganun, may record po kami na kayo po ay sumumpa at nag-oath. Comsec, please take note.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Sir, can you please raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this congressional inquiry, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Asherto.
Okay, thank you, Colonel Asherto. Pwede po bang ulitin ninyo inyong report kanina?
Banggitin ko lang po yung mga ibang mga naalala ko mga operation namin. Una po yung sa Antipolo na unang pagkakataon na mayroong nahuling actual na nagluluto sa loob ng Shabu Laboratory at sobra 1,000 kilos ng Shabu ang nakuha doon. Sumunod isang Mandawi, Cebu na mga more than
shipments na nandun na mix. Meron Indonesia, Malaysia. Then yung famous na shabu na tangge sa Pasig. At ang isa pa ay ang sa Davao, sa Davao, Davao City, na nabas namin ang shabu laboratory doon noong 2004, December 31 po. Yun lang po yung marami pa ako, kaya hindi ko na po maalala. Pero yun po yung mga significant na trabaho namin.
Sige, maraming salamat po, Colonel Asierto. Ang aming pong mga kasamahan dito ay gusto rin po magtanong sa inyo. The first to interpellate is Congressman Benny Abante. You are recognized, Congressman Abante.
Magandang umaga sa iyo at Colonel Asierto.
Magandang umaga po.
Kayo po pala ay na-assign na sa iba't ibang PNP stations, ano po?
Sa totoo po, ako po ay lagi naka-assign sa mga task forces. Hindi po ako na-assign sa station o sa probinsya. Lagi pong special unit yung aking pong assignment.
At kayo po ay
Illegal drugs sa POGOs.
At kayo po ay nasa ilalim ng sino pong opisyal, usually? Sa isa lang po ba kayo nasa ilalim ng opisyal o ilang opisyal lang kayo po ay nasa ilalim nila?
Ang mga boss ko po ay yung mga director namin, director ng INCHOT o Task Force Commander, na sila General Alipay hanggang umabot kay General Bacalso, General Nick De Leon, General Kaknak. Then nung bandang huli na, ang pinakahuling boss ko po ay si Colonel Pero, si General ang kinausap niya. Then nagbigay din po ako ng report kay Director General Aquino ng PIDEA. Sa kanya naman po, in fairness po sa kanya, pinatawag niya ako, kinausap niya ako, in-explain ko sa kanya yung report ko kung paano ko nakuha, at ang sabi niya ipapaabot niya sa Malacanang. Pero nung pumutok na po ito, medyo nag-deny po siya na ang sabi niya is hindi niya maalala kung palino niya binigay sa Malacanang. Nakakapagtaka naman po noon eh. Napaka-importante yung report, di alam kung kanino iniwan yung report, kanino ibigay. Then nagbigay din po ako ng report kay General Albayalde, Chief PNP Albayalde. At nung una, dininay niya, ganun din, dininay niya nung una, pero mo sinabi niya mayroong litrato, medyo naalala niya. So inamin din niya, pero wala siyang ginawa. Katulad nila General Bato de la Rosa, Aaron Aquino, at Oscar Albayalde, wala silang ginawa doon sa report mo. Talagang ginabayaan nila yung report. Then, hanggang sa umabot na yung hindi nila ma-dispute yung aking report, ang ginawa nila is ako yung siniraan. Siniraan ako at yung team ko. At dahil nga doon, yung isang kasamahan ko na gumawa ng report, binukot, si Captain Lito Perote, hanggang ngayon nawawala. At ang isa ay binaril, namatay, si retired Master Sergeant Jerry Liwanag. Wala pong umaksyon sa report ko.
Ano po ang posisyon ni Senator Bato de la Rosa nung kinausap niyo siya tungkol sa bagay na ito?
Siya po ang chief painting noon, pero hindi po kami nag-usap ni minsan tungkol sa report ko. Hindi niya ako kinausap. Ang kinausap niya ay si Alan Lim o si Lim Wenxiong. Yun ang kinausap niya.
Kung hindi po kayong kinausap ni Senator Bato, paano po niya nalaman ang inyong operasyon?
Nalaman nalaman niya po na meron akong report dahil meron po nagsabi sa kanya na meron akong report tungkol kay Lin Winchong o Alan Lim. Nalaman niya yung report na kay Director Tascolan. Tinawagan niya po si Director Tascolan at pinakuha niya yung report ko. Nalaman ko po ito kasi tinawagan ako ni General Tascolan. Tinatanong ako kung nag-usap kami ni Chief PNP Bato that time. Kasi bakit daw pinapakuha yung report ko. Ang sabi ko kay General Tascolan, sir, hindi po ako pinakausap, hindi ko po alam kung paano niya nalaman na meron akong report na ipinigay sa inyo.
Noong pong 2017, sino po ang Director General ng Philippine National Police? Si Bato rin po ba?
During that time po, siya pa po ang director.
At kayo po'y gumawa ng isang
Director
report.
General.
Kayo po'y gumawa ng isang report noong 2017 na kung saan lumabas ang pangalan ng mga high profile na mga tao tulad ni Michael Yang at Alan Lim na kilalang parehong malapit kay dating Pangulong Duterte. Tama mo ba ito?
Opo, actually meron pa isang pangalan po doon si Johnson Chua.
Johnson Chua. Opo, ito pong report na ito ay naibigay po kay Senator Bato noong panahon niya.
Opo, naibigay po sa kanya.
Pero wala po siyang ginawa.
Wala. Ang ginawa niya po ay ang kinausap niya si Alan Lim. Then kinausap siya ni Michael Yang.
Okay. Bakit po niya kinausap si Alan Lim? Palagay niyo.
Ang alam ko po is kinonfront niya si Alan Lim at umamin si Alan Lim sa kanya na siya yung nahuli sa Cavite laboratory na ang pangalan na ginagamit niya doon ay Wen Li Chen.
So nga pala, kaano-ano mo si Miss Roslyn, kaano-ano mo si Alan Lim?
Your Honor, hindi ko po kilala si Alan Lim.
Hindi mo kilala?
Hindi po.
Okay. So, Colonel Asierto, yung pong Dumul raid, kailan po nangyari ito? Dumul raid?
December 31 po, 2004.
2004. Sino po ang Director General ng Philippine National Police noon at that time?
Si General Aglipay po.
General Aglipay. Okay. Pero nga po kung isang tanong doon, no? Sino po ba ang mga taong binantayan ninyo sa inyong surveillance? Tungkol dito.
Ang prominent po doon na pangalan ay si Alan C.
Alan C.
Opo.
Nasaan na po siya ngayon?
Wala na po. Nasa testimony po ni Arturo Las Cañas kung ano yung nangyari kay Alan C.
Okay, Colonel Asierto, pakibanggit nyo nga po sa amin sa Quadcom kung ano ang koneksyon ni Michael Yang sa drugs at ang koneksyon ni Michael Yang sa dating Pangulo.
Si Michael Yang po ay nung inibisigaan po namin yung sa Domoy noong 2004, si Michael Yang po ay hindi namin nakikita. Kasi po ang participation niya ay nagsimula o yung aming surveillance is nagsimula noong October 2004. Pero ang participation ni Michael Yang, base dun sa informasyon na nakuha namin, is nagsimula siya noong August. Ang participation niya is siya yung tumanggap ng dalawang 40-footer container van na naglalaman ng mga saring-saring gamit ng mga chemicals at equipment at mga ibang produkto na ginamit sa pagtatayo ng laboratory sa Domoy at yung doon sa nahuli sa Cagayan de Oro. Yun ang participation ni Michael Yang sa Domoy. So, August siya nag-participate pero during our surveillance ng Michael Yang po ay una kong natanggap ang information sa kanya noong April 2016, campaign period. Ito po ay ipinakita sa akin ng litrato na magkatabi si Michael Yang, si then presidential candidate Rodrigo Roa Duterte, at si Bongo na nasa loob ng isang pribadong eroplano. Yan po ay 2016. Ang sabi sa akin ng asset is magkaibigan si Michael Yang at si then Mayor o Presidential Candidate Duterte. So, nung matanggap ko po yung informasyon dahil 2016 campaign, hindi ko po muna ginalaw kasi parang hindi pa ako hinog yung informasyon. Nung manalo na si Pangulong Duterte at nasimulan na yung war on drug na maraming namamatay, sinimulan ko na po yung aking betting doon sa informasyon na natanggap ko tungkol kay Michael Yang. So, base doon sa betting na ginawa namin, meron kaming nakakausap na isang tao na meron ding involvement doon sa pagtatayo ng laboratory sa Davao noong 2004. Nagkataon na natagpuan siya ni then Captain Lito Perote. So kinausap namin siya sa Davao noong August 2017. Nag-meet kami doon.
So,
kinausap namin siya.
Ano na siya ito? Hindi pa kayo nakita ni Michael Yang kahit minsan?
Ay, hindi pa po.
Si Alan
Hindi
Lim,
pa po, hindi pa po.
nakita na pa kayo ni Alan Lim?
Ay, hindi pa rin po. Hindi pa rin po.
Meron kaming picture dito na kasama ang dating Pangulo. Can we get the picture there? Na kinakausap niya si Michael Yang at si Alan Lim. So, ibig niyong sabihin, Colonel Asherto, sa inyong investigasyon na talagang nasisiguro nyo na may koneksyon ang dating Pangulo sa mga illegal na gawain ni Michael Yang at ni Alan Lim. Meron po ba?
Sigurado po ako. Dahil po doon sa nangyari sa akin at nangyari doon sa mga kasamahan ko, very obvious po na siya yung nag-protect. Pinotektahan niya si Michael Yang at si Alan Lee.
Ano pong nangyari sa inyo? Yung po ba ay ginawa sa inyo? O dinecide ninyo? O ginawa po sa inyo sapagkat nakita nyo ang involvement ng dating Pangulo dito kay Michael Yang, kay Alan Lim? Nakita nyo na hindi pinansin ang report ninyo ni Senator Bato, karoon din po si ang iba pang mga Director General.
Yung parang lumabas po kasi nung hindi nila mag-dispute yung aking report kasi supported naman po ng mga dokumento. May mga warrant of arrest si Johnson Chua, merong court decision si Wen Lichen o si Alan Lee sa Cavite. So, hindi nila mag-dispute yung report eh. Ang ginawa nila, sinira nila kami. Naglabas sila ng white paper against us, ginawan kami ng matrix.
Sino pong gumawa nun? Sino pong gumawa ng mga yan? Alam niyo po ba? Kilala niyo po ba kung sinong gumawa sa inyo ng mga white paper na yan? Sila po ba ay nasa loob ng Philippine National Police? Sila po ba ay mataas na opisyal ng Philippine National Police?
Meron po akong suspekta kung sinong gumawa. Pero hindi pa po kumpleto yung aking ebidensya. Pero alam ko namin na siya yung gumawa. Kaya hindi pa po kumpleto. At yung pong white paper ay ginamit ni Pangulong Duterte nung nagsalita siya sa General Santos. Yung papel na winawagayway niya na matandaan exact nung kailan yung sa yung kanyang public sa engagement sa General Santos. Pasensya na po ka, talaga pong medyo mahina po yung aking pag-alala sa date. Pero lahat naman po yan is nasa media. Lumabas na po sa media yan. So, lahat po itong sinasabi ko ay nangyari, mabe-verify po sa media.
Mayroon po ba kayong sariling dokumento na nagsasaad na si Michael Yang po at Alan Lim at ang ibang mga PNP chief ay may connection dito sa inyong iniimbestigahan?
Ang ginawa ko pong report ay nasa kanila, ibinibigay ko sa kanila yung report ko.
Oo.
Kung wala ko kayong kopya ang komite, kung wala ko kayong kopya, ay pwede po ako magbigay sa inyo ng electronic copy.
Mr. Chairman, do you have a copy of that?
Comsec, do we have a copy of the document from Colonel Acerto?
There were submissions in the past, sir. We have to check if...
Just in case lang na nawa na yung kopya, can we ask another copy from you, Colonel Acerto?
Opo, ipadala ko na lang po. Lahat po ng dokumento na meron ako, pati mga notes, mga pictures, mga passport picture ni Alan Lim o ni Lim Winsiong, ipadala ko po sa inyo.
So, Colonel Acerto, of course, alam niyo na under oath po kayo. So, lahat po ng inyong mga sinabi at mga binanggit ngayong araw na ito sa aming Quadcom ay puros katotohanan po lamang. Wala pong halong katotohanan po ba ito? Ang pangalawang tanong, wala bang halong politiko ito? Ang pangatlong tanong, masama ba ang look nyo sa dating Pangulo o sa mga Director General, kaya kayo nagsasabi ng ganito ngayon? Pakisagot po.
Sobrang anim na po kung lumakalaban sa katotohanan. Kung ang aking report ay hindi totoo, ay madali po na lang itong i-discredit. Pwede nila kagad i-present si Alan Lim o si Michael Yang. Si Michael Yang meron siyang tattoo sa likod. Ang alias niya is Dragon. Kasi meron siyang tattoo sa Dragon. Lahat po yan nasa report ko.
Mayroon pong tattoo si Michael Yang.
Opo, sa likod. Oo. Alias Dragon po ang tawag sa kanya.
Akala ko ba hindi pa kayo nagkita ng Michael Yang? Paano nyo nalaman na meron siyang tattoo sa likod? Sa likod.
Yun po yung binanggit nung confidential informant na nung ipinakita ko po yung mga pictures, yung iba-ibang pictures ng mga Chinese o iba-ibang photos. Tinuro niya po yung picture ni Michael Yang. Pero ang tawag niya, yan po si Dragon. Sabi niya, bakit Dragon? Sabi ko sa kanya, bakit Dragon? Kasi meron po siyang tattoo sa likod ng Dragon.
Pwede niyo ba sabihin sa akin kung sino po yung informant na yon?
Nandun po yan sa report ko.
Nasa report ninyo?
Opo, nasa report ko po yun.
Kung pwede po, pakibigay po sa amin lahat ng mga dokumento para makita po namin ito. Yan. Pati po ba yung mga personalidad na nakalagay din po doon?
Opo, meron po yung meron parang siyang summary information ni Johnson Chua, ni Michael Yang, at saka ni Alan Lim.
Okay. Andito po ngayon si Pidea Wilkins Villanueva na nagsasabi na walang kinalaman si Michael Yang sa drugs. Anong mga sabi ninyo?
Tama, si Wilkins Villanueva, hindi naman po siya talagang naging, masasabi ko na involved dun sa surveillance casing build-up doon sa Davao. At base po naman dun sa information na natanggap namin, si Michael Yang ay lumutang, ang participation na ho ni Michael Lang is noong August 2004. Magsimula kayong mag-surveillance o magkaroon ng case build-up is October na po October 2004. So talagang hindi namin nakita si Michael Yang during the intelligence build-up.
O paano yung...
Tapos yung sinasabi rin ni Wilkie, dun sa press-call nila sa Malacanang dati, na yun daw pong picture ni Alan Lim, nung mugshot niya, saka yung present picture ni Alan Lim ay malayo. Ang tanong ko po sa kanya is, siya ba eksperto sa photograph analysis? Napakadali lang naman pong malaman kung totoong iisang tao yan Fingerprint lang po. Fingerprint.
Colonel Asierto. Colonel Asierto, andito po si Pidea Wilkins Sinueva. Pidea Wilkins, can you say something about this? Pagkat iyong sinabi na walang kinalaman si Michael Yang. So, will you please answer this?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Yung Dumoy Clandestine Laboratory actually started October of 2004. The information came from the Drug Enforcement Administration ng United States of America. Yun ang start po nun. Tapos the information was passed on me ng PDEA Intelligence and Investigation Service. I was the regional director of PDEA Regional Office 11 during that time. So, ang information, before kami, gusto ko lang, Mr. Chair, na i-kwento.
Yes. Do you know Colonel Asierto personally?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Kasi sometime first week of October actually, nag-meeting po kami nito sa EDSOT ni Colonel Asierto. Kaibigan ko po ito, sir.
Yes.
Mista ko po ito, sir, si Colonel Asierto.
Okay.
So during that time,
Classmate kayo?
na-turn back lang siya, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
So graduate ako ahead of him. During that time, Mr. Chair, nagkakainitan ang PDEA at ang EDSOT. Kasi ganunan That was the first, yun yung unang, ng PDEA at EDSOT.
So, yun ang problema nyo nagpapagalingan kayo.
Yes, during that time. Kaya nga, since mista ko, sir,
Sana wala nang pagalingan ngayon.
ay, nung time ko, Mr. Chair, wala nang ganun
Oo.
Yung 2020, wala nang
Hindi ko makakalimutan yung nangyari doon sa Quezon City.
Yes, sir.
O, can you imagine? Pare-pareho kayo law enforcers. Kayo nagbabarilan.
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh.
So what happened, case conference kami ni Colonel Asierto. Nasabi niya, may nahagip siyang personality na papuntang Davao. But naputol doon, Mr. Chair. Until noong October 26, nabigyan ako ng information na may padating na dalawang Chinese national na manufacturer sa Davao. So from the airport, talaga sinundan namin hanggang sa kung saan sila lumapag. PDEA pa lang po ang nandun. Wala pa pong EDSOT yun.
Surveillance ninyo.
So, talaga sinundan na namin sila hanggang sa dulo. Ang kagandahan doon, Mr. Chair, is pagdating doon sa pinuntahan nila, that same, yung bahay na pinuntahan nila, that was an apartment. Subject po yun ng previous case operation plan ng PDEA.
Sino po yung dalawang Chinese?
Mr. Chair, Chinese name hindi
You would know because ikaw ang
yes, Mr. Chair, ng 2004, wala na po akong i-find out ko, Mr. Chair, and
may report kayo niya sa video, am I right?
yes, we have
Siya may asset Wala na ba o ano? Andiyan po ba?
Pipilitin ko na corrupted. So, pipilitin ko maghanap. Baka na-save ko somewhere along sa mga...
So naniniwala kayo walang kinalaman si Michael Yang sa drugs?
During that time, Mr. Chair, walang Michael yan eh. Ang alam ko lang na sinabi ni Colonel Asierto is Johnson Chua, which is both. Talagang subject natin dalawa yon. But there was no Michael Yang during that time.
Colonel Asierto, what can you say about that? Sa sinabi ngayon ni General Wilson. Ano po? Ano masasabi?
Totoo po yung kay Michael Yang na talagang hindi na namin nakita nung mag-start kayo mag-surveillance noong October. Kasi nga po, ang sabi nung may confidential informant Panther na August nung tinanggap ni Michael Yang yung dalawang 40-footer container pan. Yung sinasabi niya na tungkol sa information na galing USDA, tama po yun, galing USDA. Sa akin po ibigay. Ang information na binigay sa akin ng USDA is nagbigay siya ng isang number, nag-load number, na ang last 4 digit is 1988. Kaya medyo natatandaan ko po. So very
Totoo po yun, General. Totoo.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Binigyan nga ako ng log doon ni Colonel Asierto about that.
Okay.
Na yung information niya na yung log na yon tumumbok na sa Davao. So doon kami nagkatugma. So doon kami nag-collaborate, Mr. Chair.
Anong ibig sabihin yung nasa Davao, General Villanueva?
Yung user ng number na binigay niya is naandun sa Davao.
Therefore, yung pong drugs nasa Davao.
I don't know, Mr. Chair, but yung personality na gumagamit ng telepono na yon is na-trace sa Davao, Mr. Chair. Kaya pumayag ako makapag-collaborate kay Colonel Asierto because, Davao to. So, sa akin, lahat ng pertaining sa Region 11 is under my area. So, ito daw, Mr. Chair, yung sinabi namin, pwede itong first time na to mag-collaborate ang PDEA at police. And it happened, Mr. Chair.
Hanggang ilang taong kayo ron?
Until 2008, Mr. Chair.
2008.
Yes, yes.
So, where were you when the former president became president?
Nasa regional office 10 po ako, Mr. Chair.
You were
Nasa
still
regional
active at
director.
that time.
Yes, yes.
And you are the...
Regional Director of Regional Office 10.
Are you also involved? Sa PDEA pa rin, di ba? PDEA?
Yes, yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay. So, Colonel Asierto. Colonel Asierto. Colonel Asierto.
Ano po yun?
General Villanueva attested and agreed with you on the on what you said. So, can you continue on? Ano sa mga sabi mo?
Tungkol naman po dun sa mga binigyan ko ng report, siguro po natural na sumama ang loob ko kasi sila po yung aking mga immediate upper class sa PNA, maging si General Aquino, class 85, siya ang nag-receive sa amin, nag-plebo kami, sila yung class na nag-receive sa amin. Tapos ang mga squad leader namin, 86. Class nila General Bato.
Colonel Asierto, merong nabanggit si General Villanueva na dalawang Chinese na hinabon nila sa Davao. Ay, hindi niya maalala yung mga pangalan. Kayo po ba naalala niyo yung pangalan, Colonel Asierto? Yung dalawang Chinese na yan?
Hindi ko po alam yung sinasabi ng Chinese, pero ang target po namin dyan, yung nagpunta kami sa Davao, is si Alan Sina yung gumagamit ng number ng 1988.
Sino pong Alan? Alan Lim?
Alan C po.
Alan C. Okay. So, ilang taon na po silang involved sa drugs sa pagkakaalam ninyo?
Hindi ko po magbigay yung exact na taon kasi nung ma-receive namin yung information na ito, middle of 2004 yung binigay sa akin yung number na 1988 na USDA.
Until?
Ano po? yung number na binigay sa akin po ng USDA na mayroong last 4 digit na 1988 is parang ibinigay ko sa akin ng mga middle of 2004 eh. So, pina-verify niya sa akin yun, pinag-istikahan. Then, after a couple of months, yung isang asset ko po na dito sa Pilipinas, binigay din po yung same number na involved din daw sa production ng shabu.
At ang base
So,
nila sa
na-
Davao. Ang kanilang base sa Davao.
Opo, ang i-trace ko nga namin, nasa Davao.
At ang dating Pangulo ay mayor pa ng Davao nung araw.
Opo, siya po yung mayor. Siya po yung mayor that time. Kasi bago po kami magsimulang mag-surveilla, pinuntahan po namin siya ni Ben Wilkins Villanueva, ang director ng PDEA doon sa 11. Parang respeto po na courtesy call na nandun po ako sa Davao na tiga Manila, Manila Base Unit na mag-operate sa Davao. Kasi po nga, mayor, at alam kong very supportive siya sa mga anti-illegal drugs operation.
So, during
So,
that time,
minututi po namin.
wala kayong hinagap, Colonel Shelto at General Villanueva, wala kayong hinagap na involved ang dating mayor po ng Davao sa drugs.
Mr. Chair,
General Villanueva, sige po.
Mr. Chair, talagang supportive.
Wala kayong hinagap na involved ang dating mayor sa
Wala
drugs.
po, Mr. Chair.
Hindi nyo alam.
Actually, during the operation, yung actual operation, Mr. Chair, nagtayo po sila ng command post just 50 meters away from the clandestine laboratory.
Sino po nagtayo?
Sila Mayor Duterte, si General Simeon Dizon, Regional Director po siya ng PNP ng Region 11, na andun po yung ibang mga konsehal ng Davao City at na andun po ang media while we were operating on the clandestine laboratory. So, talagang ang iniisip namin, talagang walang involvement ang ating mayor during that time.
Okay, Colonel Shelto, what can you say about that?
Ako po, meron pa ako naririnig na chismis, pero wala pa akong nakitang ebidensya. At in fairness po talaga, talagang during our surveillance, hindi po nahagip yung pangalan ng mga Duterte. Hindi po namin nahagip, in fairness.
Naglalaro lang po ang isip ko dito, no, sapagkat may mga napatay na mga mayor na involved sa drugs, may mga napatay na mga high profile na involved sa drugs. Ano po ba ito? Ito po ba ay to annihilate the competition para isa na lang ang manguna dyan? O ano po bang palagay nyo? Colonel Shelto.
Sa aking pong assessment, with yung kanyang pag-protection kay Michael Yang, saka kay Anandi, ang aking po is parang cover up po yung pagpatay niya sa mga maliliit na personality na involved sa droga.
Parang cover up.
Kumbaga,
Ang assessment nyo.
Parang cover up po eh. Oo, cover up. Dahil,
Bakit po nyo nasabing parang cover up?
kasi po ang namamatay is yung mga nasa baba, yung mga user. Kumbaga is mga end user. Tapos yung medyo yung distribution, yung mababang distribution. Pero yung source po, hindi po ginagalaw.
General Villanueva, anong palagay nyo? Anong palagay nyo?
Mr. Chair, iba yung analysis ko doon, Mr. Chair.
Mhm.
Kung bakit nagtayo ng Davao Laboratory. Kasi Mr. Chair, talagang during that time, talagang mataas ang level ng aming vigilance against crime, illegal drugs.
Ano na ngayon ang assessment nyo during the time?
During that time,
that the
Mr. Chair.
former president became president and he had war on drugs and killed so many people. Ano po yung assessment nyo dyan? For example, like Mayor Espinosa, pinatay po, Paruhinog, pinatay, si Jed Mabilog ay kinakailang umalis ng Pilipinas sapagkat pinagbintangan. Ano po ang assessment nyo?
Mr. Chair, hindi ko I cannot give any assessment on it because doon lang po ako sa anti-illegal
drug campaign.
Well, that's anti-illegal drugs.
Yes, Mr. Chair,
Pero
pero yung
anti-illegal drugs campaign.
pero wala pong actual na ebidensya
Ebidensya.
na pwede kong ituro ang ating presidente.
Oh.
So, I cannot speculate on the things na wala po akong personal knowledge.
Of course, that's true. Yes. Anyway, Mr. Chairman, tutulugan na lang mamaya para yung ibang naman ay makapagtanong din. Thank you very much.
Salamat, Congressman Abante. The next to interpolate is Congressman Ernest Junicio. You're recognized. You have 5 minutes. 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to have a clear perspective and background, I'd like to ask some few questions to Colonel Asierto. Colonel Asierto, magandang hapon po sa inyo. Just to make clear of things, dati po kayong pulis, tama po ba?
Magandang hapon po, opo.
Ano po ba kayo? Nag-PNPA, PMA, at anong batch po kayo nagtapos?
I belong po sa PMA class of 1989.
Philippine Military Academy po, PMA?
Opo, PMA po.
1989.
1989.
Opo. Noong taong 2003, kayo po ay kasama sa founding team ng PNP's first separate drug unit, yung Anti-Illegal Drug Special Operations Task Force, kung tawagin. Tama po ba?
Opo, doon po ako nakasan during that time.
Ano po yung naging katungkulan nyo dun sa task force na yun?
Isa po ako sa mga unit chief. Ang hawak ko po yung Special Operation Unit 3.
Specifically for drug eradication po, tama po?
Opo, ang ano po namin, ang focus po namin is yung high value targets, yung mga foreign nationals.
Na-involve sa illegal na droga.
Opo.
Noong taong 2015 naman po, ang task force nag-expand siya eh. Naging illegal drugs group, AIDG. Tama po?
Opo, transition po siya.
At kayo naging bahagi rin nun. Parte rin po kayo nun.
Naging parte rin po ako.
Eventually, naging PNP Drug Enforcement Group o DEG. Kayo naging bahagi rin po nun. Tama po?
Opo, naging deputy po ako nung i-organize po yung drug enforcement group. Ako po yung in-appoint na ni Chief PNP Bato de la Rosa at that time na maging deputy for administration.
I can see, Colonel Asierto, that you have a wide experience in the anti-illegal drug campaign, being part of multiple groups that is specifically tasked to eradicate illegal drugs. Kung susumahin po ang inyong karanasan, bilang isang anti-drug operative, gaano po kahaba ang naging karanasan ninyo?
Siguro po mga almost 2 decades po.
Sa haba po nung karanasan ninyo, naging matagumpay naman po sa pananaw ninyo ang mga operasyon na nagawa nyo laban sa illegal na droga?
Opo, masasabi ko pong naging epektibo yung aming SOU 3 at marami po kami nakuha awards. Almost yearly kami ang nakakuha ng awards yung mga tauhan ko. At very close po ako sa mga foreign counterparts.
Sa maiksing pananalita po, very briefly, choosing a few of your major accomplishments, partly that has been mentioned earlier or not, pakibahagi nga po sa committee ito yung pinaka malaking accomplishment nyo sa paglaban sa illegal na droga.
Siguro po yung pinakamalaking accomplishment po is yung na-discovery namin yung protection na ibinigay ni Pangulong Duterte sa dalawang drug personalities, ito si Michael Yang at si Alan Lee. Sa tingin ko, yan yung pinakamalaking accomplishment ko. Kaya lang nga po is nalagaasan ako ng dalawang kasama ko.
Pakipaliwanag po, ano pong ito na nalagasan?
captain Perote po na dinukot sa Bacolod noong April 19, 2019 at si Master Sergeant Liwanag, retired Master Sergeant Jerry Liwanag pinapay-post noong February 24, 2021.
Sila po ba ang mga kasama niyo rin sa PNA?
Hindi po, mga tauhan ko po sila sa sa SOU 3. Mga from the ranch po sila.
Sa anti-drug operation unit niyo rin po?
Opo.
First time ko pong narinig yung nangyari na yan. Ano po ba ang sa tingin nyo, bakit po ba o sino po ba ang may kagagawan ng pagkamatay ng inyong mga kasamahan sa anti-illegal drug campaign?
Wala pong iba kundi yung dating Pangulong Duterte. Dahil gusto nila kaming patayamigin dahil sa na-discovery namin na involvement ni Michael Yang sa ni Alan Lee.
Ito rin po ba yung dahilan kung bakit wala mo na yung... sige po, pakituloy po. Pasensya na po.
Ano po yung tanong?
Ito rin po ba yung dahilan kung bakit wala kayo rito ngayon at kayo po ay natatakot para sa inyong kaligtasan at buhay?
Actually, kinasawan po nila ako eh. Meron po akong warrant of arrest kaya nagtatago ako at meron po nakapatong sa akin na 10 o 15 million para po mapatay nila ako.
Noong taong 2017 bilang isang illegal anti-drug operative, kayo po ay nagsabit ng isang confidential report that was earlier touched by Congressman Benny Abante. A confidential report linking a high-profile personality sa illegal na drugs. Gaya na nabanggit kanina, ito ay si Michael Yang, Alan Lim, tama po ba yun?
Opo, at si Johnson Chua po.
Kasama po siya, okay. Ano po yung posisyon ninyo nung ginawa ninyo yung particular na report na ito involving the personalities of Michael Yang, Alan Lim?
At the time po, ako po ang Deputy Director for Administration ng Drug Enforcement Group.
Base po sa report na ito na isinumiti ninyo at nagawa ninyo na inihanda ninyo sa sarili ninyo, paano nyo masasabi na involved si Michael Yang sa illegal na drug trade?
Una, dahil dun sa report na ibinigay sa akin ng aking asset na-validate namin, then yung connection niya kay Johnson Chua at kay Alan Lee. Si Alan Lee, meron siyang kaso ng kinasuhan siya sa Cavite Laboratory, pero na-dismiss yung kaso niya, pero doon sa mismo nahuuli sa loob ng laboratory. Si Johnson Chua, meron siyang standing warrant of arrest sa na-inisyo ng Cagayan de Oro RTC at sa Paranaque RTC. So dalawang personality na involved sa droga, tapos si Michael Yang, hindi man po mahirap magkaroon ng assessment doon sa kanyang involvement.
So it is safe to say na gaya ng nabanggit po ninyo na without a doubt they are involved sa personal assessment nyo as a professional and well-experienced operative of anti-illegal drugs.
Opo, ako po ay 100% na yan si Alan Lim at si Lim Wenxiong ay isang tao lang po yan.
At verified nyo po lahat ito sa inyong karanasan.
Kindly wrap up, Congressman.
Yes, Mr. Chair, just a few more questions.
Kasama po yan doon sa meron pong yung report ko po ay may mga attachment.
Opo, bilang huling tanong na lang po, gusto ko lang ibigyan ng emphasis dahil nalito ako sa tanong. Kanino niyo po sinabit yung confidential report na ginawa niyo noong 2017?
Ang mukhang binigyan ko po ng report ay si Director Cascolan na ipinakuha ni then Chief PNP Bato de la Rosa at nagbigay po ako ng report kay Director General Aquino ng PIDEA at nung maupo si Chief PNP Oscar Albayalde, binigyan ko rin po siya ng report.
Ano po nangyari sa report?
Wala po nangyari. Ako po ang binaligtad kung ano pong ibinintang sa akin at
Thank you, Your Honor. Just one manifestation. Considering the profile of the personalities involved na nire-report po sa atin ni Colonel, this humble representation hopes that a thorough investigation be conducted. Hindi biro po yung mga nalalaman nating impormasyon ngayon eh. These allegations, if these allegations are true, then we should be alarmed and drastic measures be implemented. We need laws to protect people like ang ating colonel ngayon na nagbibigay ng impormasyon na to. In the end, we wouldn't want drug syndicates to be able to penetrate the higher echelon of our government. Ang mga tao na kumita o nagpayaman kapalit ang buhay at na malulong sa masasamang bisyo ng illegal na droga at sugal ang lipunan natin has no place in government. And at the same time, it should be really eradicated. That's why I thank the Quadcom. We will make laws and find ways to prevent these people who are involved in illegal drugs and illegal gambling to put a stop to them and not enter the government. Maraming salamat, Your Honor.
Thank you, Congressman Junicio. The next to interpolate is Congressman Lord Dansuan. You have 10 minutes.
Colonel Asierto, you mentioned earlier yung Cagayan de Oro na may laboratory.
Opo, meron po.
Anong year po yun?
2005 na po. Yung warrant po inisyo noong August 31, 2005.
Sino pong pagkakalam yung may-ari ng laboratory na yun?
Actually, ano po siya, warehouse po siya. Ang nag-rent po ng warehouse, ang nakapangalan po ng nag-rent ay si Johnson Chua. Kaya po siya merong warrant.
Si Johnson Chua po ba ay related or meron silang relation with Michael Yang?
I believe po, meron silang relation kasi si Johnson Chua po ang nag-finance o may-ari ng Domoy Clandestine Laboratory.
Tapos may connection din po yung Dumoy Lab tsaka si Michael Yang. Would it be possible na may connection din yung Cagayan de Oro Lab with the brother of Michael Yang, Mr. Tony Yang?
Hindi ko malayo.
So it's possible.
Highly possible po.
Highly
Kasi
possible.
po ang report po sa akin noon, yan si Antonio Maisa Dumi, ang kanya pong linya is smuggling ng sibuyas, bigas at mga bawang, agri-products.
So matagal na siya sa smuggling and it's also possible na kasama siya doon sa laboratory in Cagayan de Oro City.
Highly possible po.
Okay, on to another point. Colonel Asierto, medyo katakataka po na hindi nabigyan ng pansin yung report nyo. Dahil dun sa panahon ni former President Pangulong Duterte, supposedly may active tayo na hinahanap ng mga taong involved sa drugs. Tama po ba?
Opo, nakakalungkot po talaga.
Tapos, in relation po dito, can you confirm kung may talagang listahan yung mga taong suspected na pushers at drug lords? May listahan?
Kung sinasabi niyo po yung Duterte drug list, meron po talaga.
Alam niyo po ba kung itong listahan na ito, may mga drug lords ba talaga or mga users lang or mga small time?
Karamihan po doon, yung mga small time lang po na at na doon sa mga distribution nila sa naman po yung kumbaga is parang nag-retail tapos yung maliliit na yung amount na ang nandun at yung listahan po kasi yun, unvalidated. Kung ilabas yun, na nandun pa eh.
Okay. Kanino pala nanggaling tong listahan na to?
Ay, galing po yan sa Davao.
Davao? Ano ibig sabihin
Opo,
po na galing sa Davao?
Galing po sa grupo ni Pangulong Duterte.
Okay. May alam rin po ba kayo kung paano na-verify yung nasa lista? Is there any verification?
Alam niyo po, yung validation, mangyari na lang po nung huli na eh. Nung una pong ilabas yan, marami pong mga taong gusto magpa-clear. Magpupunta sa opisina para i-clear yung pangalan nila. Kaya lang po, yung mga PNP units, at that time, magdadalang isip pa paano na i-clear yung pangalan ng tao na nasa listahan. Eh, yung listahan galing ng Malacanang.
Okay. Ano pong nangyayari sa mga taong napupunta sa listahan na ito? Ano po ba yung order ng kapulisan regarding those on the list?
Ang iba po namatay. Pero meron po rin yung doon, marami po doon mga namatay na po, na neutralize. Yun po yung word nila.
Neutralize means kill.
Opo.
Marami din pong nag-testimony dito po sa Quad Committee na may sinasabing may reward system po sa war on drugs na ito. Do you have any personal knowledge regarding this reward system?
Open secret naman po yan, na i-reward niya yan. As to kung personal knowledge po, meron pong mga ilan-ilan siguro.
Ilan-ilang ano po?
Meron po, actually hindi mo pwedeng masabi personal knowledge pero alam kung meron nangyaring reward na nangyari pag merong namamatay.
Okay. Sino pong kilala mong may personal knowledge? Sino kayang kilala mo na may personal knowledge regarding this reward system?
Oo, usually po doon sa AIBD during that time, ang kumukuha ng reward, ang alam ko, director mismo. At that time, ang director ay si Senior Superintendent Pero.
Okay. Do you know anything else about this reward system?
Ang alam ko po is nanggagaling sa Davao at ang common knowledge po yan na si Leonardo po ang paymaster. Siya po nag-release daw ng pera.
Okay, si Colonel Leonardo. Do you know anything about how this reward system works?
Hindi ko po alam yung specific eh. Ang lumalabas na lang po is pag nandiyan na yung reward. So, paano nakukuha, hindi ko po alam.
Okay, so yung alam mo lang na pag may napatay na drug user or pusher, makakatanggap sila ng reward.
Open secret naman po yan eh, sa PNP.
When you say open secret,
Yung iba po, ayaw kami eh, siyempre dahil.
when you say open secret, what does it mean? Parang lahat ng tao nakakaalam pero hindi lang mako-confirm.
Opo, mga public knowledge lang po yan eh, na talagang meron eh. Kaya naman, siyempre, hindi lang po aminin ng iba yan dahil ayaw din nilang palagay sa lahat.
Kanino po nanggagaling yung reward?
Ang alam ko talaga is galing ng Davao.
Davao. Yeah, okay. Balikan po natin yung report nyo, Colonel. Nabanggit nyo na kasama nyo po si Captain Perote, yung paggawa ng report. Tama po ba?
Opo.
Ano po yung extent ng involvement ni Captain Perote sa report?
Siya po ang naka-allocate kay alias Panther. At siya po ang kasama ko nung kinausap namin si alias Panther.
Okay. Tapos nasabi niyo, you also said na sinampahan kayo ng kaso?
Kayo ni
Opo.
Captain Perote?
Opo, pero yung kaso po ni Captain Perote, naano po siya, na-dismiss yung kaso kanya, hindi umakyat sa dismiss ng POJ yung kanyang yung complaint sa kanya. Kasi napatunayan niya na yung mga allegations sa kanyang na investigador ay kasinungalingan.
Sino po si Director Fajardo?
Siya po ang nabi kong deputy sa SOU3, sa EDSOT at sa AIDG. Tapos siya po ang naging PIDEA din po siya, naging director siya ng PIDEA.
Kasama rin
Kasama
po
ko po
siya
siya.
sa paggawa ng report.
Kasama ko rin po siya. Alam din po niya yung report.
Okay. So si Captain Perote ay nawawala simula 2019. Yan ba yung sinabi mong dinukot?
Opo, hindi na po nawawala. Binukod ko sa lobby ng 3 Hotel Bacolod.
Dinukot siya at he was never seen again.
Opo, hindi na po nawawala.
Si Director Fajardo po, ano nangyari sa kanya?
Si Director Pahanto po ay sumabi ng buhay po sa ibang bansa na yung siya lang na nag-iisa.
Okay, so buhay pa po siya.
Wala na po, namatay na po siya.
Okay. Were you able to talk to them before Captain Perote was kidnapped or before Director Fajardo died?
Si Captain Perote po, I think a day before, nag-usap kami at sinabi na ng yung kaso na i-dismiss na at nagpapaalam siyang ihahatid niya yung mga anak niya sa Amerika. Pero napalo ng day po, yun, binukot na siya.
Si Director Fajardo po,
Si Paddy, hindi ko na po matandaan eh. Parang hindi na ho yata ako kami makapag-usap eh.
meron pa bang ibang taong tumulong sa iyo sa paggawa ng report?
Wala na po. Kami lang po ni talaga pong kami ni Captain Perote, Director Fajardo.
Okay.
Baka pag binanggit ko pa ko, baka targetin pa ko nila eh.
Sige po. We understand. Do you know Arturo Las Cañas?
Ay, hindi ko po kilala si Mascan.
Pero siya po ay isang former police officer na lumabas din at umamin na meron na personal daw siyang pumatay on behalf sa former President Duterte bilang miyembro ng Davao Death Squad. Ano po ang nalalaman nyo regarding sa Davao Death Squad?
Sa tingin ko po, totoo naman po yung Davao Death Squad. At si Las Canas po is talagang member siya ng EBS.
How do you know that?
Hindi mo po pwede kitanggi yan eh.
Bakit po? Common knowledge po ba yun?
Kasi nga po si Pangulong Duterte, inamin niya sa Senado
Okay.
na meron eh.
Kasi nabanggit ni Las Cañas na sa kanyang report doon sa International Criminal Court regarding sa mga alleged illegal activities of the former president. Were you able to read this report? Or may alam po ba kayo regarding sa report ni Las Cañas?
Ang nabasa ko po, one time, ang nakukonfirm ko ng po doon sa mga sinabi niya is yung kay Alan C.
Ano po yun?
Yung kasi doon sa kanyang testimony doon sa ICC, binanggit niya yung si Alan C.
Paano niya nabanggit?
Na pinatay nga daw nila sa utos ni Pangulong Duterte.
Pinatay nila. Okay. Regarding sa, he also said sa report niya regarding sa Dumoy raid, kung may namatay doon na almost 20 Chinese nationals. And he also said na mayroong 6 na namatay na nationals at 11 Chinese nationals na nahuli. Alam niyo po ba ito?
Opo, tama po yan.
Ano pong nangyari sa mga 11 Chinese nationals na hinuli?
Ang nag-picture dyan, si Villanueva, at balitaan ko na lang po na kinabukasan ay ibinigay niya po dun sa mga DDS.
Ano pong nangyari sa kanila pagkatapos may bigay sa DDS?
Kindly wrap up, Congressman.
Ayon po kay Sergeant Las Cañas, pinatay po nila sa utos si Pangulong Duterte.
Okay. No more questions, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Congressman Suwan. The next to interpellate is Congressman Keith Flores, and then Congressman PM Vargas, and then Congressman Johnny Pimentel, and then Congresswoman Jinky Luistro. And then we will shift to the next topic for today. Congressman Flores, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I only have a few questions, Mr. Chair, since most have already been asked by Congressman Suwan. Colonel Asierto, you testified earlier na medyo late nyo na discover ang involvement ni Michael Yang sa Dumoy raid. Tama po ba?
Opo, April 2016 na po na validate namin ng August 2017.
So, the raid in Dumoy was in 2004, and yung connection ni Michael Yang was only established by you through your investigation in 2016. Is that correct?
Opo, tama po yun.
Okay, same with Alan Lim, tama po ba?
Kaya alam din po, 2003 pa ako, alam ko na po yung nahuli siya doon sa Cavite, 2003.
So 2003 pa, matunog na yung pangalan ni Alan Lim as someone who is involved in drugs. Is that correct?
Yung nahuli po sila nung sa loob ng laboratory.
Okay, just to make sure na we're talking about the same Michael Yang and Alan Lim. Are these the same Michael Yang and Alan Lim who were prominently figured also in the trips of the former President Duterte? Sila po ba?
Opo, baka po yung mag-ibang picture galing po sa akin, yung mga nakikita nyo picture, ay galing po sa ating case build-up.
Does the concept have pictures of this, Mr. Chair? Meron ba tayong pictures ito? Of the picture showing Alan Lim and Michael Yang together with the President, the former President?
I think, is this the one that you're...
Is this the one that you're referring to, Colonel Asierto?
Wala po akong makikita.
Wala.
Sorry po.
How about that?
Ayan po, galing po sa akin yan. Meron po akong kote niya.
So these are the same persons that you're referring to in your report?
Yes po, yes po.
And it is
Walang
this
duda.
report na sinabi mo na sinabmit mo kay former PNP Chief Bato de la Rosa.
Opo.
And you also testified na walang nangyari doon sa report na binigay mo.
Wala po, pero namatay po yung dalawang kasama ko at may kaso na po ako ngayon. Para ulo, 15 million o 10 million.
Yeah, but publicly kasi sinasabi ni President na ayaw na yung drugs, diba? That he doesn't want to be associated with anyone who is involved with drugs, diba? And you're saying that he was together with these two persons na which you included in your report. Would it be possible na the PNP also conducted its own investigation and cleared these two? Si Michael Yang at saka si Alan Lim?
I don't think meron pong proper investigation na ginawa. The two. Ang ginawa po is talagang tingirin na po nila kagad without proper investigation. Because if they had conducted a proper investigation, they could vetted my report na may mga attachment na warrant, court record, yung tattoo ni Michael Yang na dragon. So, I don't think they even invited Michael Yang and
you share your report with Wilkins Villanueva? Who was also with
Ay,
PDEA?
hindi po.
Hindi. So he wasn't aware that
Hindi
you
po.
made such a report?
Hindi po, kasi during that time, I believe compromised na siya.
Compromise? What do you mean, Colonel Sierto?
He could not be trusted. Hindi ko na po siya pwede pagkatiwalaan ng mga ganang information.
You cannot trust General Villanueva who was working with PDEA at that time?
Opo.
And bakit naman mo naman nasabi yan, Colonel Sierto? Just to be fair, General Villanueva is here eh. But why would you say that he cannot be trusted?
Ay, alam niyo po, classmate, kasi sabi nga niya, classmate niya, mag-classmate kami. Pero meron po siyang mga, may mga declaration siya na mali. Before pa. May mga kinukwento siyang mali na nakakaabot sa amin. So, hindi ko na siya mapagkakatiwalaan katulad nung nangyari sa 2004 yung sarili namin sa Domay.
Alright, now, there were also reports that parang nabaliktad na ikaw na yung involved in drugs na lumabas from the PNP. Is that correct?
Opo, kasi nga po, hindi nila kayang i-discredit yung report. Ang discredit nila, yung nagkumuha ng report.
In fact, former President Duterte made public pronouncements as to establishing a reward for your capture ba yun or your death ba? Was that, if I remember it correctly, tama po ba? Na he made public pronouncements
Binanggit niya
na
po yan sa
may ilang milyon na reward for you?
10 million po.
10 million.
DOJ, magsabi ang DOJ, 10 million.
Yeah, and in fact, he also mentioned something like, he was asking, bakit buhay ka pa?
Yes. Opo.
And that was a public pronouncement, is that correct?
Opo. Parang March 26 yata yan o something.
Okay, now, you keep insisting kasi na walang ginawa dun sa report mo. And that Michael Yang and Alan Lim, as far as your investigation is concerned, are involved in drugs. Now, how solid is your investigation? And is it backed by any, siguro, substantial proof din to show na there's actual links between these two persons and the proliferation of illegal drugs?
Based po sa ginawa kong report, solid na po yung aking information. Ngayon, kung inaksyonan po sana nila Chief PNP ba to yan sa kanila Aquino at Albayalde, nag-conduct ng further investigation validation. Pero hindi na nga po nangyari yun kasi pinotektahan na kagad ng Malacanang, ni Presidente Duterte at ni Bongo. So, hindi ko na po natuloy yung investigation. Kasi po, ang laman ko ng report ko sana is parang nagre-request ako ng mag-conduct pa ng further case build-up.
But is it the fact that
nangyari.
General Abayalde got in touch with you and talked to you about your report? Di ba ba? Did you mention something like that before?
Ang tumausap po sa akin tungkol sa report ko ay si Director General Aquino ng PIDEA. Si General Bayalde po, hindi nga po ako po ang lumapit sa kanya, nagbigay ng report sa kanya. Pinag-usapan namin yung report, pero wala po nangyari.
So, Abayalde knew of the report? Kasi binigyan mo siya ng copy?
Alam niya po.
Aquino knew of the report because he was given a copy by somebody else. Tama ba?
Yes, tama po. Ang nagbigay po ng kopya kay General Aquino ay si Director Pardo ng PIDEA.
So, meaning the proper agencies already had a copy of your report, PIDEA and the PNP. Yet nothing came out of these reports.
Maganda pong tanong sa kanila kung meron pa silang official copy ng aking report. Yung PNP ngayon po. Talagin niyo po ang PNP at ang PIDEA kung meron silang official copy na binigay ko kay General Bato sa akin General Albayalde. Ibinigay pa nila General Bato Albayalde yung report ko sa proper unit ng PNP para i-validate or i-file? O si Director General Aquino, binigay ba niyan sa intelligence service ng PIDEA para i-validate or what? Baka wala akong file sa PIDEA sa PNP.
Just to be fair po, then para klaro din tayo, is there any possibility that they conducted their own investigation, meaning PDEA and the PNP, and in their investigation, they found nothing to connect Michael Yang and Alan Lim to the... Is that also possible?
At possible naman po yan.
So it's also possible.
Opo.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Nakakalate ng possibility po.
Thank you, Congressman Flores. Next,
Salamat po.
Mr. Chairman.
yes, Senior Deputy Speaker Gonzales.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Comsec, pwede pa ibalik yung picture lang? Mr. Chairman, I'd like to address my question to Ma'am Rose Donolin. Kilala niyo ba yung isang nakapicture?
Ang isa po na sa picture ay asawa ko po.
So yan po si Alan Lim.
No po, yan po ay si Lin Wishong.
Meron din pangalan na Wen Li Chen at saka Lin Wichong. Yan
Ang
po.
pangalan niya po ay Lin Wishong.
Kaya nga, Lin Wichong, meron din siyang pangalan. Alan Lim, also known as Jeffrey Lim, also known as Lin Wichong. Hindi ho yan ang husband nyo, ma'am?
Lin Wishong po ang pangalan ng husband ko, Your Honor.
Pero yan po yung husband nyo.
Yes po, siya po yung isa sa picture.
Asa po siya ngayon?
And nasa out of the country po siya ngayon.
Kailan pa po siya uwi sa inyo, sa bahay nyo?
Ay hindi ko pa po alam kung kailan.
Bakit nasa abroad po ba siya, ma'am?
Yes po, nasa abroad po siya ngayon.
Anong citizenship niya? Filipino siya o Chinese?
Hindi po siya Pilipino, Hong Kong citizen po siya.
So, nasa Hong Kong po siya ngayon.
Yes, Your Honor.
Kailan po kayo huling nakita ng husband nyo?
Nagkita po kami last November 1.
Noong All Saints Day.
Yes po.
Dito po sa Pilipinas.
Hindi po.
Saan po?
Sa Hong Kong po.
May All Saints Day po sa Hong Kong?
Wala po. Pero holiday po yun ng mga bata.
Okay. So kasi po, naitanong ko kasi, pag napunta na po tayo dito, marami pa po akong katanungan sa inyo, ma'am. Maraming salamat, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senior Deputy Speaker Gonzales. Susugan ko lang yung tanong ni Congressman Gonzales. So, si Alan Lim ay hindi si Lin Weishong na iyong husband.
Never ko po na narinig na tinawag po siyang Alan Lim. Ang pangalan niya po ay Lin Wishong.
Lin Weishong.
Yes
How
po, Your
old is
Honor.
how old is your husband?
48 years old.
48.
Yes po.
I hope you don't mind me asking, saan mo kayo nagkakilala ni Lin Weishong?
Nagkakilala po kami sa trabaho ko po dati.
May we know kung saan kayo
Sa isang hotel po.
sa abroad?
Hindi po, here sa Philippines.
Dito sa Pilipinas. And what year was this?
2009 po. Early of 2009.
So si Lin Weishong ay pumunta ng Pilipinas, isang Hong Kong national, correct?
Yes po.
Siya ay napunta ng Pilipinas ng mga ganong time, 2009?
Nakilala ko lang po siya nung time na po yun.
But prior, would you know kung nandito siya between year 2001 to 2007? Ganyan?
Ang alam ko po, 2005 nandito na po siya sa Pilipinas.
2005 nandito
Yes
siya sa
po.
Pilipinas. And anong ginagawa niya rito sa Pilipinas? Anong kanyang negosyo?
That time po, nagnenegosyo na po siya. May mga kamag-anak na po siya dito sa Pilipinas, Mr. Chair.
May mga kamag-anak siya dito. Hanggang ngayon, meron pa rin siyang kamag-anak dito.
Mayroon pa rin po.
At sila ay mga negosyante rito.
Yes po.
And they are Hong Kong nationals too.
Hindi po. Chinese national sila.
Filipino-Chinese.
Yes po.
Filipino-Chinese na may negosyo dito.
Yes po.
O sige. So, kailan umalis si Lin Weishong?
Umalis po siya ng Pilipinas, May po, this year.
May of this year?
Yes po.
Okay. So, wala ba siyang sinabi sa'yo kung kailan siya babalik?
Wala pa po siyang sinabi.
And may I know anong business, anong nature ng business niya?
Dito po ba sa Pilipinas? Dito po sa Pilipinas,
dito.
yes po. May mga real estate po kami dito.
Okay. What about abroad? Anong kanyang negosyo?
Abroad po, may mga real estate rin po.
Sige. Thank you for the
Salamat,
reply
Mr.
of
Chair.
we will pursue the questioning later on kay Ms. Rose Donolim after we ask and recognize Congressman P.M. Vargas. But with your indulgence, Congressman Vargas, let's give the floor first to the Senior Deputy Speaker. Yes,
Hindi, baka mawala lang sa thought ng questioning po. Ma'am Rose Donolin, kilala niyo po si Mr. Willie Ong?
Hindi po.
Pero you are one of the incorporators of Golden Sun 99.
Golden Sun 99, yes po.
Kilala niyo ba si IDT Yang?
Yes po, isa po siya sa incorporator.
Ano po sila, IDT Yang, Willie Ong?
Hindi
May
ko po-
Willie Ong po ba talagang tao o ginawa lang yung pangalan na yan?
Mr. Chair, hindi ko po alam.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
thank you, SDS. The next to interpolate is Congressman P.M. Vargas. You have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. Ms. Rose Nonolin, ano pong kabuhayan o trabaho ninyo ngayon?
Ngayon po, sa line pa rin po ako ng pagninegosyo. At the same
Businesswoman
time
po.
po, kumakandidato po ako sa Distrito 5 ng Quezon City.
Okay. Apo. What would some consider as a businesswoman? Kasi ang pagkakaalam ko, marami kang na-establish na korporasyon. At kahit nagkukwento ka sa distrito na isa kang businesswoman, di ba? Na naging successful. Gaano karami yung mga nagawa mong korporasyon at ano yung nature ng mga negosyo po ninyo?
Mr. Chair, kung mga company lang po nila-establish, mayroon po. Marami. Sabi nyo nga po, marami. Pero Mr. Chair, ang iba po doon ay hindi naman productive, hindi nagpo-prosper. Alam po natin yan bilang negosyante na hindi lahat po na tinatayo nating negosyo ay magpo-prosper. Mayroon po kaming real estate po.
Real estate. Meron pa po bang iba maliban sa real estate?
Sa ngayon po, nakafocus po kami sa real estate.
Okay. So ano po yung mga klase ng korporasyon ninyo maliban? Meron bang maliban sa real estate o purely real estate po ba?
May mga for rent and sale po kami na warehouses.
Okay. Warehouses na for sale. As a businesswoman, ma'am, could you share with us what would you consider a best practice sa paggawa ng isang negosyo kaya kayo nagtagumpay?
Maging totoo ka lang. Gawin mo yung tama.
Gawin mo yung tama. Tapos kahit sino namang anuhin mo sa negosyo, kailangan may due diligence kang ginagawa, di ba?
Yes po.
Kailangan bago ka makipagkasal, kahit kanino sa negosyo, aaralin mo kung sino sila, di ba? Para magawa yon. So dito po, yung ibig ko sabihin dito, kasama yung mga tao na nakakasama mo sa negosyo. Kunyari, are you an incorporator of Pharmaly Biological, sister company ng Pharmaly Pharmaceutical?
Mr. Chair, gusto ko lang po i-clarify ang Pharmaly Biological at Pharmaly Pharmaceutical ay hindi po yan sister company.
Ano po siya?
Hindi po. Magkaibang identity po ng dalawang company na yan. Hindi po yan sister company. Kung sasabihin niyo po may interlocking director po siya, ang biological kung saan po ako incorporator, ay nauna po yan na na-incorporate. During lang nga po ng 2022 na Blue Ribbon Committee sa Senate po, saka ko lang nga nalaman na may Pharmaly Pharmaceutical.
Na naging part, dun sa biological, naging part kayo. Sa pharmaceutical, hindi.
Hindi
Okay.
po. Wala po kong kinalaman po sa pharmaceutical. Hindi rin po ako director at wala rin po akong shares po doon.
Okay. Then let's go to the other companies na nakalagay dito sa amin na part ka. So, una lang, itatanong ko,
Yeah. Yung Farmally Philippine Holdings ay subsidiary ng Farmally International Holdings Company. Tama po ba yun?
Hindi po. Wala naman pong Farmally Holdings po eh. Ang mayroon lang po, Farmally Biological, at yung isa po ay ang Farmally Pharmaceutical.
Pero kayo po yung treasurer ng Farmally Biological, kung saan pinirmahan nyo yung treasurer's affidavit na nag-certify na at least 25% of the authorized capital stock of the above-mentioned corporation has been subscribed, and at least 25% of the subscription in the amount of 10,300,000 pesos has been paid. Tama po ba?
Mr. Chair, hindi ko po ngayon dala yung documents ko, company documents namin sa Farmally Biological. I'll check po kung ang amount po ba ay 10 million. Kasi ang alam ko po, maliit lang po ang capital niyan kasi magsa-start up pa lang. At failed investment po yan.
Field investment?
Yes, Mr.
Okay.
Chair.
Okay. Pero alam po ninyo na ang chairman dito ay si Tony Wang,
Hindi po.
na wanted sa Taiwan for securities fraud, embezzlement, ganyan.
Hindi
po
po.
niya alam yun.
Hindi po. At wala po sa biological na Tony Yang. Wala
Tony
po.
Wang.
Wang?
Ah.
Wala po.
Okay. Mr. Chair, I would like to manifest that the story here is a certain Wang Mingliang and Tony Wang falsified accounts and financial statements to get Farmally listed on the Taiwan Stock Exchange. Notably, and using Farmallys listing in Taiwan, Tony Wang set up 3 overseas subsidiaries in 2016, namely Farmback Biological PTE and Farmtech Biological PTE in Singapore. Coincidence yun in terms of the company names. At syempre, maraming nakakilala kay Wang Zuyen at Tony Wang, at makikita naman natin sa balita, tulad ng kanyang ama, wanted din siya sa Taiwan for stock manipulation. Ngayon, i-reiterate ko, at any given time, hindi niyo po siya na-meet or nakilala tungkol dito sa Farmally. Tama po? Si
Ay, Mr. Chair.
Tony Wang.
Hindi po.
Hindi. Okay. Sige. So, Mr. Chair, ipapano ko lang na i-check. Pwede niyong ibigay sa amin yung record after nito.
Sa biological, Mr.
Check.
Chair?
Sa
Yes
biological.
po. I will po.
Thank you. So, we will hold you accountable to that. Thank you, Ms. Rose Lin. In 2021, a known business associate, si Wang Zuyen, kilala po ninyo?
Isa po sa mga incorporator ng Farmally Biological.
Farmally. I would like to manifest, Mr. Chair, that in 2021, Wang Zuyen, a known business associate of Ms. Lin, and she just acknowledged it right now, was already wanted in Taiwan for stock manipulation. Nonetheless, in 2022, appointed pa rin siya as President of Farmally Pharmaceutical, evidenced by the 2022 GIS of Farmally Pharmaceutical. Ang inaano dito, you were also involved. Were you involved with that, or will you deny it again?
Hindi po ako involved. At saka, Mr. Chair, gusto ko lang i-clarify yung sinasabi niyo po, as Presidente pa rin siya until now ng Farmally Pharmaceutical.
Not biological.
Not biological. Again po, i-clear ko lang na hindi po ako part, hindi po ako director, wala po akong any shares sa Farmally Pharmaceutical. Salamat.
Okay. My next question naman is related already to your business associates. Do you know or have you met si Mr. Michael Yang?
Yes po. Business partner po.
At parehas na Michael Yang na naging economic advisor ni President Duterte. Tama po?
Tama, Mr. Chair.
Siya rin yung chair ng Philippine Full Wind Group of Companies. Tama po?
Dati po, yes po.
Kung saan ikaw, si Gerald Cruz, si Hong Jiang Yang, na kapatid ni Michael Yang ang nag-incorporate. Tama po ba?
Yes po.
Kasama niyo din dito si Jason Uson at Yukin Zheng na nakabase po sa Davao. Tama?
Tama, Mr. Chair.
Alam po ba ninyo kung ano yung DCLA Plaza? Miss Lynn?
Ang alam ko po, DCLA Plaza is mall po yan eh.
Mall po.
Yes po,
Mall po
Mr.
siya.
Chair.
Nakapunta na po ba kayo doon?
Nakapunta po ko once.
Once. Okay. Ayon po kasi kay Arturo Las Canas, madami daw reports na maraming shabu dealer na nag-operate sa lugar na yon at kung saan nakakakita daw ng mga courier na papasok-pasok at lalabas sa DLCA Plaza. Ngayon, kung ganitong mga business, kung kayo po yon bilang isang businesswoman, mag-invest ba kayo doon? Kung may alam kayong mga gano'n na reports.
Mr. Chair, kung alam ko lang po na may mga reports na ganyan, of course, being businesswoman, hindi mag-invest.
Okay. Pero malaki yung involvement ng mga kanegosyo dito, Miss Witness. And in fact, itong si Michael Yang at si Hong Jiang Yang ay incorporators ng DCLA Plaza. So andito yon niya, kasama yung amended articles of incorporation ng DC Plaza. At itong mga kasosyo mo din na sila Jason Uson, Yuking Zheng, Hong Ming Yang ay na-involved din sa DCLA Plaza sa pamamagitan ng pag-subscribe sa increase ng capital stock nito. Kumbaga dumagdag pa sila ng puhunan nila dito. Aware po ba kayo dito, Miss Lynn?
Mr. Chair, hindi po ako part ng DCLA. So kung ano man po yung gawain nila sa DCLA, ay hindi ko po alam.
No, kaya ako pinapapaliwanag sa inyo kung ano yung best practices ninyo, kung bakit kayo naging successful na negosyante, di ba, is kung paano yung due diligence process ninyo. Di ba?
Yes.
And ang akin kasi, sa amin dito, karamihan na nagnenegosyo dito, kung hindi maganda yung reputasyon, kadalasan hindi mo talaga itutuloy yung mga katransaction mo. Ngayon, ang next question ko po, shareholder po din ba kayo ng Paili Estate? Or Paili ba o Paili?
Mr. Chair, Paili po.
Ano po?
Paili.
Paili. Okay, so Paili Estate. Tama po ba shareholder po kayo?
Yes po, Mr. Chair, tama po.
At kilala po ito dati bilang Paili Holdings Corporation. Kung saan incorporator kayo, in short, may-ari kayo. Owner?
Tama po, may shares po kami.
At si Michael Yang din po ay konektado dito dahil incorporator siya ng Paili. Tama po? Pati ang kapatid niya na si Hong Ming Yang.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, kung mapapansin din po ninyo, and Ms. Witness, na ang shareholders ng Paili Holdings ay kaparehas din ng iba pang mga individual at kumpanya na pinag-uusapan po natin kanina. Pwede ko ba itanong, sino po, Mr. Chair, Madam Witness, sino si Ami Nono Clokingan?
Si Ami Nono Klukingan ay isa po sa kamag-anak ko.
At Nono po ang common na pangalan ninyo.
Tama
Siya po
po.
ba ay kapatid ninyo? Pinsan? Pamangkin?
Kamag-anak ko po siya, pamangkin ko po.
Pamangkin. Okay, so anak po ng kapatid ninyo. Okay, I would like, at this point, Mr. Chair, I would like to manifest that the Filipino stockholders of Paili Holdings subscribed only to 100 pesos each for their share. Meanwhile, the Chinese nationals, namely Wei Sonlin, Hong Ming Yang, along with DCLA Plaza, Yangtze Group, and XR Holdings Corporations, where Michael Yang is also involved, are virtually in control of the said corporation, which seems to be a trend among these corporations. Ma'am Witness, itatanong ko kayo ngayon, incorporator din po ba kayo ng XRL Holdings Corporation?
Yes po, Mr. Chair.
At ano po yung negosyong ito? Ano yung background niya in one sentence? Ano yung ginagawa niya?
Holdings po.
Holdings lang siya ng anong klase mga kumpanya?
Magiging holdings po siya ng mga company po dapat namin.
Okay.
Personal companies po.
Okay. So investment and purchase of real and personal property base sa AOI niya. Ngayon, kailangan nito mag-comply sa nationality requirements na nakasaad sa Constitution natin. Dahil siya ay nasa ilalim ng Republika ng Pilipinas. Tama po?
Tama po. At Mr. Chair, 60-40 po yan.
Yes.
Na-comply po yan.
Comply. Pero Ms. Witness, ayon sa Articles of Incorporation, ang ibang incorporators nito ay mga kamag-anak po ninyo. Tama po?
Yes po, kasi family corporation po yan, Mr. Chair.
Si Rovic Nono Alcon po ay kaano-ano po ninyo?
Pamangkin po.
Pamangkin din. Ilang taon na po siya?
Siya po ay nasa 29 years old.
29. Okay. Si Ami Nono Clokian ay pamangkin nyo din. Ilang taon na po si Ami?
28 years old, Mr. Chair.
Napakaswerte. Napakaswerte naman nila na magkaroon sila ng korporasyon na ganito. Sino naman po si Phoebe o Febe Nono Alcon?
Pamangkin ko, Mr. Chair.
Ilang taon naman po si Phoebe?
25 years old kung hindi ako nagkakamali.
25 years old. Okay. Tapos po, nakita ko po dito na si Ami Nono Clokingan ay nakatira sa Avocado Street, Dasmariñas, City of Makati. Tama po ba?
Dati po yon nang wala pa po siyang tirahan dito.
Na nakikitira po siya sa inyo?
Nakikitira
Tama
po.
Ito po ba yung bahay na nirerentahan ninyo o pagmamag-ari po ninyo?
Ay, hindi po namin pagmamayari. At hindi rin po kami ang nagre-renta po dyan.
Kanino pong bahay kaya ito?
I'm not sure po kung kanino nakapangalan, pero ang alam ko po sa company po yan.
Okay. Pero paano nyo po napagdesisyonan bilang isang pamilya na kayong mag-asawa, puro pamangkin, di ba, ng kapatid po ninyo, ay mag-establish ng korporasyon?
Mr. Chair, company corporation, so mas nararapat po na, na mga incorporators po ay pamilya.
Yes. Pero hindi nyo po naisama yung mga kapatid ninyo. Inuna nyo yung mga mas bata. Tama po?
Mr. Chair, mas gusto kasi ng mga nanay nila o ng mga kapatid ko na yung mga anak nila ang isali po namin, hindi po sila.
Okay. Pero gayon pa man, hindi ganun kalaki ang role ng ibang miyembro ng pamilya kung ikumpara sa role ninyo ni Wei Sean Lin. Tama po?
Tama, Mr. Chair.
In fact, si Rovic, si Ami at si Phoebe ay nominal shares lang ng XRL Holdings. Tama po? Pangkumpleto ng korporasyon, di ba?
Tama po.
At kayong mag-asawa po talaga ang majority shareholders ng XRL kung saan ikaw ang 60%, samantalang remaining 40 ay nakapangalan na sa asawa po ninyo. Tama?
Tama, Mr. Chair, because it's a company corporation.
So effectively po ang XRL Holdings ay kontrolado ninyong mag-asawa.
Tama po.
Pero hindi ba sinabi mo nung nag-appear ka sa Senado noong 2022 na wala ka rin masyadong alam sa negosyo at ang asawa mo talaga ang nagpapatakbo ng operasyon? Tama po?
Mr. Chair, ang XRL po ay ngayon lang po yan. Hindi po, nang humarap po ko sa Senate, wala pa pong XRL company.
Paano po yung setup na nagtayo po yung asawa kayo ng maraming negosyo? Kasi ano po yung bago kayo naging negosyante, ano po yung trabaho ninyo?
Ako po, bago po ako ako nagpakasal sa asawa ko at naging negosyante, nagtatrabaho po ako sa hotel, gaya nga po ng sinabi ko kanina.
At sa hotel niyo po ba, sa pagtatrabaho ninyo, nakuha yung unang puhunan ninyo para maging negosyante?
Actually po, bago po ako magtrabaho sa hotel, may mga trabaho pa po ako na iba. So yes po, part po yon ng naging puhunan po.
Masasabi niyo po ba na nung kailan po kayo ulit kinasal? Yung sinabi niyo kay Mr. Chair, kailan kayo kinasal? Nagkakilala pala, nag-meet ni Mr.
2009 po ng first quarter, 2008, 2009 po kami nagpakasal.
2009.
Yes po.
Masasabi niyo po ba na karamihan ba ng puhunan, maliit o bahagya, ay nanggaling sa kanya? Mayaman na ba siya nung nagkasal kayo o pareho po kayong ano?
Nung nakilala ko po ang asawa ko, mayroon na po siyang pera. Kung ang tanong po ay kung karamihan ng capital po namin ay nanggaling sa kanya, yes po.
Okay. Miss Lynn, to recall, karamihan sa close business associates ninyo na mag-asawa ay may kaugnayan kanina ulit sa DCLA Plaza. Tama po? We can say that? Yes, ma'am?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
And to recall again, Miss Lynn, ayon kay Arturo Lascanas, itong DCLA Plaza kung saan manager si Hong Jiang Yang ay hotspot para sa drug dealers. Tama? Aware kayo dito?
I know po, Mr. Chair.
Hindi ka aware na merong drugs
Hindi po.
na dito?
At saka ngayon lang naman po lumabas ng mga ganyang issue regarding po sa drugs.
Okay. Ang Piley Estate naman po ang nagmamay-ari ng Clark Majestic World na matatagpuan sa Prince Balagtas Avenue sa Clark Freeport Zone. Tama po ba?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Ito po ba ang Clark Majestic World, Miss Lynn?
Tama po, Mr. Chair.
Kanino po nabili yung lupa dito sa Clark? Sino
Mr.
po
Chair,
nag-facilitate? Would you know?
sorry Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, ang mga lupa sa Clark ay hindi po pwedeng bilhin.
Yung lease. Sino
Lease
po
lang
nag-ano
po.
ng lease?
I'm not sure po kung sino yung naging broker po doon, pero ang alam ko po ay dumadaan po yon sa DCDE kung hindi po ako nagkakamali. Yung agency po na in charge po doon sa mga paupa sa lupa sa Clark, Mr. Chair.
Involved po ba kayo sa operations ng Clark Majestic Way?
Mr. Chair, sa operation po, hindi po.
Saan po kayo involved dito?
Involved po ako sa back office po. Ibig sabihin, mga nag-aayos po ng mga documents at nagsisituate na mga permits po, ang mga taxes po ay kompleto at nababayaran.
Ilang percent po nito ang pagmamayari ninyo?
Congressman Vargas, kindly wrap up. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Chair. I have 3 more questions lang, Mr. Chair.
Okay, yes. If you wish to ask more questions later on, you can do so because we will have another round. We
Yes.
just have to follow the list that we have as far as interpreters are concerned.
Okay, Mr.
We
Chair.
still have a few minutes.
Yeah, just a few more minutes po. Maraming salamat. Sige, dahil nag-wrap up tayo para dun sa second round po natin. Ito na lang yung tanong ko, Ms. Lynn. Meron po ba kayong negosyo na POGO?
Mr. Chair, dati po.
Dati po.
Yes po.
Bakit po dati? Dahil pinasara na ni Presidente BBM?
Mr. Chair, iko-correct ko lang po na bago pa po ipasara, close na po kami ng 2023.
Ng 2023.
Yes po,
Bakit niyo
Mr.
po
Chair.
close?
Hindi po namin gustong i-close. Pero hindi po kami binigyan ng license to operate. So, we cannot operate po pag wala po kaming license kasi magiging illegal po kami, Mr. Chair.
Bakit po ayaw niyong i-close? Maganda ba yung negosyo?
Sorry, ayaw namin i-close.
Sabi niyo hindi niyo sana gusto i-close.
Yes po, kasi negosyo po yun. Ang negosyo ay kumikita. So, bakit po natin isasara?
Okay. Kung masama po yung nagiging epekto or may mga nangyayaring masama, tutuloy niyo po ba yun o hindi?
Mr. Chair, ang POGO naman po ay legalized. Kung mayroon pong masama na involvement ang POGO, marami po tayong government agencies na in charge po doon na dapat po yun po yung nag-check. Sila po yung dapat na nakakaalam.
So, ilan po yung magagandang POGO niyo noon?
Ang POGO po namin ay we only have one master license po, Mr. Chair.
Pero ang location ay isa lang.
Isa lang po ang location sa master license.
Okay. With that, Mr. Chair, I concede until the next round and thank you for the opportunity to ask the questions.
Thank you, Congressman Vargas. The next to interpolate.
Mr. Chair, may I be recognized?
Yes, Senator Laila de Lima.
Can I ask permission to leave temporarily? I'm going to UP for an engagement, speaking engagement. I'm scheduled to speak there at 2:45. And then I told the organizers that as soon as I get there, they allow me to speak. And right after I speak, I come back.
Okay, thank you. Yes, you are excused and we hope to see you again.
Yes,
after
I'll
your
be leaving
engagement.
my things here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The next to interpolate is Congressman Johnny Pimentel. You have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to direct my questions to Colonel Asierto. If he's still online.
Yes, Colonel Asierto, nandiyan pa kayo, di ba?
Present po.
Magandang hapon po, Colonel Asierto.
Magandang hapon po.
Kanina, nag-interpolate yung isang kuliga ko rito. May binanggit ka na may patong sa ulo mo na 50 million pesos. Hindi po ba?
Opo.
Sa tingin mo, Colonel Asierto, bakit naisipan mong nasabi mong meron kang patong sa ulo mo na 50 million pesos?
During po nung hearing sa Blue Report, lumabas na po yung information na yan na meron na pong patong yung ulo namin. Kami po ni Director Pardo. At tanaw nung lumabas yung matrix na yung matrix laban sa amin, na ako yung nasa taas, na nasa baba sila Director Pardo at Lito Perot at Jerry Liwanag, mga iba pang kasamahan namin. So, noon pa po, yung hearing pa lang po ng Senate sa Blue Ribbon, meron na po patong yan.
Sa tingin mo, Colonel Acerto, sinong may pakana na patungan yung ulo mo ng 50 million pesos?
Si Presidente Duterte po, saka si Bongo.
Sa anong rason po na plano kang ipaligpit?
Dahil po doon sa ginawa kong report, na na-discover ko yung kanilang koneksyon kay Michael Yang saka kay Alan Lim, kay Lin Wencio.
Okay, Colonel Acerto, gaano ka nakatagal sa serbisyo? Nung nandun ka pa?
Nagsimula po ako as cadet, 1984. Graduate po ako 1989. So, ganun po kahaba ang aking pagsiservisyo po.
Kailan kayo na-introduce? Hanggang kailan anong taon kayo hanggang nagserbisyo?
Hanggang 2018 po.
According to the reports, kayo po ay na-dismiss sa serbisyo?
Opo, dahil po doon sa AK-47, naibigit na sa akin na ako nag-smuggle at ako nagbigay sa NP.
And marami din ang nag-akusa sa inyo, may mga nag-file ng kaso po sa inyo. Totoo po ba yun?
Ang nag-file lang po ng kaso sa amin yung tungkol yan sa magnetic lifter na inimbestigahan namin.
Kilala niyo po ba si Jimmy Guban?
Opo, siya po yung aking kinakausap o counterpart sa Bureau of Customs.
Isa ba si Mr. Jimmy Guban na nag-akusa sa inyo?
Siya po yung testimony po niya ang naging basis.
Actually, Colonel Acerto, nung first hearing ng Quadcom, isa si Mr. Jimmy Guban na nag-testify doon sa Quadcom sa Pampanga. Nagbigay po siya ng sinumpang salaysay. Base doon sa sinumpang salaysay niya, sa paragraph 9, binanggit po ang pangalan ninyo. And I'd like to read it in toto para maintindihan ninyo. Between the months of May and June 2018, Colonel Eduardo Acerto shared to me additional intelligence report about shipment of illegal drugs at the Bureau of Customs, and that through profiling, backtracking, and tracing of documents, we were able to find out overstaying cargoes, one of which was the Bicaba trading shipment. Upon discovery thereof, I instructed my staff to verify an improper consignment, etc., etc. So, kayo po ang nagbigay ng intel report kay Jimmy Guban regarding this container na overstaying ng Bicaba Trading?
Po, at binigay ko rin po yan the same information kay Director Pardo ng PIDEA.
Tapos ito po bang container ng Bicaba Trading, dito nakalagay yung dalawang magnetic lifter?
Opo, yun po yung nakuha.
Saan nyo nakuha yung intelligence report?
Binigay po ng confidential informant.
And then nag-usap kayo ni Jimmy Guban, ano pong sinabi mo sa niya?
Binigay ko po yung information. Sabi ko, hanapin kung nandyan.
Pwede mo bang i-detalye dito yung intelligence report na binigay mo kay Jimmy Guban para naman malaman natin ano talaga eksakto ang sinabi mo sa kanya? Dahil ito po ay para malaman natin, kasi doon sa sinumpang salaysay ni Jimmy Guban, nakakonekta po dito po yung mga pangalan nila Michael Yang, yung Davao Group, at kung sino-sino pong iba. So gusto ko rin po namin malaman sa bibig ninyo, ano ba talagang nalalaman ninyo parte dito sa yung illegal drugs na shipment na worth 6.2 billion pesos? Ano ba talaga yung eksaktong sinabi ninyo kay Jimmy Guban?
Bago ko po na-discover yung Bicaba, ay nagbibigay na po ako ng information sa kanya. Pag meron ako natatanggap ng information na meron dumarating, ibinabato ko sa kanya. Nung dyan naman po sa Bicaba, ang binigay kong information sa kanya is merong dumating na allegedly abandon na. Ang nakalagay doon sa bill of lading as door frame po yata yun eh. So ang ano ko sa kanya is hanapin yung abandon na container van. Parang ibinigay ko yata sa kanya ang number nung bill of lading yata eh. Hindi ko na po matandaan yung exact mga detalye.
Yung Colonel Siato, may-ari ba ng shipment, yung Mr. Ponichen?
Actually, hindi po siya yung sa intelligence report ko po, ang may-ari po ay ang lumalabas po sa akin is Taiwanese. Pero kasi po yung based dun sa backtracking na nung mahuli, kung sino yung nag-rent, kung sino yung nag-utos sa Bicaba, doon na po lumabas yung pangalan na yung sinasabi niyong pangalan.
So hindi ho ninyo ma-ascertain na itong si Ponichen nga may-ari ng container?
Hindi po. Ano na po yan, yung backtracking investigation na po yung lumabas yung pangalan niya.
So anyway, na-establish na po natin, Mr. Chair, na ang nagbigay ng information kay Jimmy Guban regarding the shipment of illegal drugs came from Colonel Siato. Ngayon, doon sa sinumpaang salaysay ni Jimmy Guban, may binabanggit siyang mga personalidad. Una, si Benny Antiporda. Kilala niyo po ba itong si Benny Antiporda?
Nag-meet po kami ni Benny Antiporda nung nagsisimula na po yung Blue Ribbon hearing sa Senado.
Ngayon, ano naman ang participation nitong Benny Antiporda dito sa illegal drug na shipment?
Ano po ulit? Pakiulit po.
Colonel Acerto, sinabi mo po kanina, tinanong kita kung kilala mo itong si Benny Antiporda. Kasi itong si Benny Antiporda, isa po itong personahe na binabanggit ni Jimmy Guban sa sinumpang salaysay niya. Ngayon, ang tanong ko, sa information mo, sa intelligence report mo, ano ang partisipasyon nitong si Mr. Benny Antiporda dito sa shipment ng illegal drugs?
Wala po. Kinausap po ako ni Benny Antiporda. Parang ang context niya po nung aming pag-uusap is parang kausapin ko si Jimmy Guban na wag banggitin yung pangalan ni Charlie Tan.
So kinausap ka rin ni Benny Antiporda na pagsabihan si Jimmy Guban na wag banggitin yung mga personahe. Ganun po ba? Ganun pagkakaintindi ko?
Si Charlie Tan lang po.
Ano naman itong si Charlie Tan? Anong connection ni Charlie Tan doon sa illegal shipment?
Hindi ko rin po alam. Ang sabi lang po ni Benny Antiporda is hindi daw po involved yan si Charlie Tan. Hindi ko naman po, wala po akong information tungkol kay Charlie Tan.
Okay,
gusto
but
lang
anyway,
sabihin sa akin is sabihan si Jimmy Guban na
according to your testimony,
siya.
yes, Colonel Asiento, okay na yun. Basta it is on record, according to your testimony just a few minutes ago, that indeed, nagkausap kayo ni Benny Antiporda, and Benny Antiporda told you not to mention na Charlie Tan. Okay, now, kilala mo ba itong Paul Gutierrez?
Ay, hindi po.
Hindi mo kilala to. Itong si Councilor Nilo Small Abiliera, kilala niyo po ba ito?
Hindi po. Hindi ko kilala.
Then, wala kang alam na mga impormasyon tungkol sa mga individual na ito.
Wala po.
Alam mo ba na itong si Small Abiliera ay according to the testimony of Jimmy Guban,
trusted man daw ni Michael Yang. Alam mo ba ito?
Posible po kasi tiga Davao po yan eh.
Meron po bang sinabi sa'yo si Benny Anteporda? Aside from doon na huwag banggitin si Charlie Tan, meron pa ba siyang sinabi na ibang personahe na huwag banggitin?
Wala na po. Yung lang pong si Charlie Tan lang po nabanggit niya.
Sigurado kayo na wala namang yung papangalan kasi sa sinumpaang salaysay ni Jimmy Guban, merong mga personahe from Davao na pinagbantaan si Jimmy Guban na huwag banggitin to anyone or during the Senate Blue Ribbon Committee hearings na huwag banggitin para hindi may konekta yung mga pangalan nitong mga tao doon sa illegal drug shipment. Hindi ba sinabi si Jimmy Porda sa iyo?
Wala po. Si ano lang po ang nabanggit ka. Si Charlie Tan lang po.
So in short, talagang yung information lang na binigay mo kay Jimmy Guban was regarding the container that has been overstayed in that area. Then doon na nagsimula ang mga ikangang paghuli ni Jimmy Guban doon sa illegal drug shipment. Di po ba?
Opo.
Okay.
Opo.
Andito
Tama po yan.
andito si Jimmy Guban ngayon. Jimmy, pinapatunayan mo ba yung sinasabi ni Colonel Acierto na siya ang nagbigay ng intelligence report sa iyo na mayroong overstaying containers doon na naglalaman ng mga illegal drugs?
Yes, Your Honor. Marami kaming tatlo po, nila Colonel Pardo ng PDEA. Nanggaling po sa kanilang informasyon, sa custom sites ako po ang nagtrabaho.
Okay, after nung natanggap mo yung impormasyon kay Colonel Acierto, ano na ang ginawa mo, anong hakbang ang ginawa mo para mahuli yung illegal drug shipment?
Your Honor, we started profiling. Nag-backtrack na po kami lahat ng mga records, ng files namin. By the way, Your Honor, pwede ko pang batiin si Colonel Acierto?
Sige,
For 6 years, sir.
O sige, ipagpatuloy mo na, Mr. Jimmy Guban. Mukhang hindi ka nadinig ni Colonel Acierto. Colonel Acierto, binabati ka ni Jimmy Guban. But anyway, mas importante
Sir, let's go to work.
Salamat, Jimmy. Salamat. Ingat ka.
Okay, balikan ko yung tanong, Jimmy Guban. Pagkatapos mo natanggap, nag-operate na ka na, paano nyo na-determine na merong ang droga doon sa loob ng container? Na-miss lang Mr. Chair ni Jimmy Guban si Colonel Acierto dahil 6 years na sila hindi nag-uusap. This is the first time that Mr. Jimmy Guban and Colonel Acierto has talked to each other. Pagpatuloy mo, Jimmy.
Thank you for your honors. Nakikita ko po kasi ang salarin, Your Honor, nasa tapat ko. Si Mr. Paul Gutierrez.
Pagpatuloy mo na yung kinikwento mo kanina. Ano
Your Honors,
mo nalaman na merong droga doon sa
Mr. Chairman?
tulong container?
Mr. Chairman, with the indulgence of Congressman Johnny Pimentel, ano lang, kasi nagtataka lang ako bakit siya umiiyak. Anong reason ba to umiiyak, Jimmy Guman? Dahil ba sa panahon na ipinagkanulo mo si
No, Your Honor, galit po at tuwa. Dahil kaming dalawa pareho pang buhay. Hindi ho dahil sa pagkanulo, kundi dahil sa sindikato, sa mafia ng Davao, Davao Mafia, na kami ang biktima. Pasalamat po kami sa Diyos dahil pareho kaming buhay. Si Colonel Pardo po namatay. Si Captain Perote.
Si Agent Hernan Navarro, kasama ko sa customs, patay. Dalawa rin ang namatay sa akin. Sa kanya, ilan ang namatay? Dahil po dyan, sa Davao Mafia, in their purpose to save the Queen in order to become the next president. That is how, ganun nila ginawa. Lahat, patayan. Your Honors, gusto ko po sana tuloy-tuloy ang pagsagot. Pero sometimes nagiging emotional ako for so long na kahit papano, via internet, kahit papano pareho kaming buhay ng aking kaibigan si Rela Sierto. We did our best, Your Honors, para ho kami ay makagawa ng tulong sa bayan. Pero ang sinapit namin, siya may patong sa ulo. Ako buti na lang may Diyos. Hanggang ngayon, nasa National Bilibid Prison. Anong hustisya ang meron during the time ni Duterte? Anong merong laban sa droga kung ang pinoprotektahan? Sorry po, Your Honor. Ilabas ko lang po muna konti. Kagalang-galang pong Senator at the Chairman.
Jimmy, paalala lang, kasi hindi ito yung venue para maglabas ka kung anumang sama ng loob meron ka, no? Itong venue na ito ay venue kung saan ang mga katanungan ng ating mga kasamahan ay maaaring mong masagot. We will give you the time kung ikay matanong tungkol dito sa iyong damdamin tungkol sa issue ito at the appropriate time.
Thank you, Your Honor. Medyo natuwa lang po ako dahil kahit paano nakita kong buhay na buhay si Canada Sierto.
Okay, sige, salamat.
Thank you for Your Honor.
Congressman Pimentel, please
Mr.
proceed.
Chair, balikan natin yung tanong ko, Mr. Guban. Kanina binanggit ni Colonel Asierto na siyang nagbigay sa iyo ng intelligence report regarding doon sa shipment ng Bicapa Trading. Pagkatapos ng intelligence report, ano ang ginawa ninyo?
Your Honor, ang nag-implement po niyan ay joint ng PDEA at saka ng Customs. In fact, witness din po doon si Colonel Asierto. Si Colonel Pajardo, then Director ng National Capital Region ng PDEA, nag-exchange po kami ng mga information together with Colonel Asierto. Then I do my homework also on my part as CIS Intelligence Operative ng Bureau of Customs. So lahat po ng files, naghanap kami, nag-backtrack, kung ano po ang trabaho namin as Intelligence Operative sa Bureau of Customs. Hanggang po sa bandang huli na totally na pinpoint namin at nalaman namin na talagang yun na yung binibigay na information from Colonel Asierto's asset. Yan na po hanggang sa in-identify. If I will be given a chance po, Your Honor, may mga supporting documents po ako dito to prove na talagang yan po ay nahuli namin. Trinabaho po namin at nagsakripisyo po dyan ng buhay ang halos mga kasamaan namin para po mahuli yan.
Ngayon, itong sunod na tanong ko sa iyo, importante itong tanong ko sa iyo. Itong dalawang container van na sinasabi na hinuli ninyo na may laman na drug shipment,
Ayan mo lang, dyan lang. Long net. O yung ano, yung tubig mo. Ganun.
Ito ba kagaminto na pinapakiusap siya? So, isa po yan na
na sinasabi na hinuli ninyo na may laman na drug shipment, ito ba
kagaminto na pinapakiusap siya. So, isa po yan na sa mga pinapakiusap niya na kargamento, pati po yung mga missing containers at saka pati po yung ibang mga nahuli sa warehouse. Missing containers at saka pati po yung ibang mga nahuli sa warehouse.
Sabi mo, Mr. Chair Guban, na maraming hinihiling sa iyo ni Small Abrera na may papasok ng mga kargamento. kasama na itong ilang container van ba ito? Isang container van lang?
Isa lang po, Your Honor.
Recording in progress.
Isang container van lang. So, pero ito na nga yung binabanggit niya.
Isa po yan, Your Honor.
Okay, so nung na-identify na ninyo yung container van, ano na nangyari? Did you report it to PDEA para gumawa ng control delivery? Siyempre, binigyan ka ng information ni Colonel Asierto, binerify ninyo yung container van. Anong sunod na akbang na ginawa ninyo?
Gumawa po kami ng report, Your Honor, together with PDEA. In fact, nandun po lagi sa office ko si Intelligence Officer Bagawi. Your Honor, if I bibigay minute time, may dala po ako dito na pirmado po namin ni Bagawi yung ibang mga reports tungkol po dyan sa tinatrabaho namin before, hindi pa magnetic letter. Basta yun yung subject po namin.
Siguro on another occasion because we will have a next hearing next week, Mr. Chair. Sa pagka ngayon, marami pang mag-interpolate. But anyway, after nung identify mong container van nyo, coordinated with PDEA, ano nang sunod na nangyari?
Hanggang sa, Your Honor, inaprobahan na po yung aming request through the Intelligence Deputy Commissioner for Intelligence ng Bureau of Customs. Inaprobahan na po ni Commissioner na ibaba, buksan ang container number na yon na nirequest po namin. Then natapos na po namin ma-develop doon po sa Manila International Container Port. And that was also the time, Your Honors, na ilobiran si Collector Bakiran para isaayos yung container na yun na may lamang magnetic letter.
So, kailan nyo binuksan yung container van?
Kung di po ako nagkakamali, Your Honor, that was August 7, 2018.
Pero sa pagkakalam po, hindi ba dinalan nyo sa warehouse yung container van?
No, Your Honor, sa loob po mismo ng custom po yan, hindi po yan nakalabas.
Okay, so hindi na nakalabas.
Opo, Your
And
Honor.
then after that, you did your investigation and then you filed cases.
Your Honor, turn over na po namin sa PDEA during that time. Sila na po nun, kasi wala na po sa amin ang trabaho nun. Trabaho na po ng PDEA. After po ng interception, after ng apprehension, nasa PDEA na po ang kamay, pati po yung pag-inventaryo ng illegal na drogang shabu.
Pero hanggang ngayon, Mr. Diguman, Mr. Chair, sino ba talaga ang nagpasok nitong illegal drug shipment na ito under Bicaba Trading?
Your Honor, based on the reports, even in my affidavit, Your Honor, in my last testimony, Hernan died or nilaso nila, sabi nila mismo, nung sikwa at kasama ni Bidasto Cabral Barakel, ni Loquiga, ni Katipan, na ang nagparating yan ay si Michael Yan, si Mans, at saka si Pulong Duterte. It's from their mouth, not from us. Which, if I may continue, Your Honor, na yun din ang sinasabi ni Mr. Paul Gutierrez sa advice sa kanya ni Benny Antiporda na wag kong babanggitin during the hearing. Na hindi ko magawa-gawa, Your Honors, kaya si Colonel Asierto ang naisip kong isakripisyo ang buhay para po kami lahat ligtas. Akala ko po lahat kami maliligtas. I am under duress, threatened ako so much, kaya yan po ang ginawa kong paraan. Nagsakripisyo kami. During the Senate hearing, Your Honor, the consignee, Bidasto Cabral Barakel, inadmit niya at inadmit ni General Aquino during the time he was the DG ng PDEA na dinala niya ang tatlo sa Senate Blue Ribbon Committee investigation. Then after that, nawala na yung tatlong umaming may-ari. At ang alam ko, ang NCR director din was already Director Plaza. Hanggang ngayon po yung tatlong may-ari na umamin na sila ang may-ari ng kargamento, ginamit sila ni Casey Chan, ay nawawala po hanggang ngayon. At ako po ay nag-request na, I think twice, sa National Bureau of Investigation ng whereabouts ng tatlo para po yung hustisya ng aking kaso ay mailabas ang tunay at totoo kung sino talaga ang mafia ng droga.
Mr. Chair, the name of Benny Antiporda and Paul Gutierrez has already come up several times in these hearings. May I know if Mr. Benny Antiporda and Mr. Paul Gutierrez is present at this point?
Yes, Your Honor, I think Mr. Benny Antipor is here and Mr. Paul Gutierrez is here behind you, Your Honor.
Can we ask them, or I can ask a question
Okay,
regarding to the affidavit of Mr. Guban?
Paige, can you please assist Mr. Antiporta and Mr. Paul Gutierrez? So may I ask if Mr. Antiporta and Mr. Gutierrez has taken their oath? Have you taken your oath? Thank you. How about Mr. Paul Gutierrez? Have you taken your oath? Okay, so Comsec, please administer the oath of Mr. Paul Gutierrez.
Sir, please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this congressional inquiry, so help you God? Thank you, sir.
Okay, please
Mr.
proceed,
Chair,
Congressman Yunde.
thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Paul Gutierrez. Saan ba dyan si Paul Gutierrez? Yun.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Saan po kayo naka-assign ngayon? Nasa gobyerno po ba kayo? Kasi I understand, a month ago, you were assigned sa kung saan government agency yun.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I was the previous executive director of our Presidential Task Force on Media Security. My services was expired only last September 12, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, Mr. Chair. Mr.
Recording
Paul
in
Gutierrez.
progress.
Mabuti nandito po kayo, Mr. Paul Gutierrez. Kasi dito sa sinumpang salaysay ni Jimmy Guban, paragraph 18. While I was detained at the Senate, a media personnel who introduced himself as Paul Gutierrez, who worked as staff of Secretary Benny Antiporta, accompanied by a Blue Ribbon Committee staff, came to my room at the Senate where I was detained, and thereafter, wag mong banggitin ang mga pangalan nila Pulong, Michael Yang at Mans. Alam naman namin kung saan ka nakatira, ang pamilya mo. Alam din namin na nasa Makating anak mong lahat. Did you make this threat when Mr. Jimmy Guban was detained at the Senate premises?
No, Mr. Chairman. I categorically deny the lies being spread by Mr. Guban in this committee, Mr. Chairman.
But you were there during the hearings.
Mr. Chairman, at the time I was assigned as a reporter for People's Journal Tonight, my beat is the Senate. That's why I'm always there to cover all the hearings and all the developments in the Senate and also at the Bureau of Customs, Mr. Chairman.
Remember, Mr. Paul Gutierrez, that you just took your oath.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
So there are two versions of this issue. One person is saying that you went to his room and you made the threat, and you're denying it.
No, Mr. Chairman, I'm denying the lies that he told this committee. When this issue was first brought up, when these lies was first propagated by Mr. Guban during the hearing on August 26, I already issued a statement confirming that I indeed went to see him in his detention room in the Senate, but I denied that I made those threats to him, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, it's very clear, Mr. Chair. Kakaruhin lang natin. Kasi kanina, the impression, the perception that you gave this hearing or this committee is that you never went to the room of Mr. Jimmy Guban. Pero ngayon, sinasabi mo, you admit that you went to the room of Jimmy Guban and you went to talk to him. Ngayon, ang tanong ko, Mr. Paul Gutierrez, ano ang pakay mo doon? Bakit mo pinuntahan si Mr. Jimmy Guban sa kwarto doon sa Senado?
Well, Mr. Chairman, at that time, let me kindly allow me to put a little context dun po sa pagbisita ko po sa kanya. At that time po, matagal na po siyang nagte-testify sa Senado, at katulad po ng kanyang ginagawa ngayon, marami na naman po siyang palabas. At that time, we're really curious kung talaga ba siya po ay may sakit, kinakapos ang hininga, tumataas ang blood pressure. Yan po ang style ni Mr. Guban nung paman sa Senado No?
Sandali, Mr. Paul Gutierrez,
Opo.
ikaw ba ang doktor ng Senado?
Hindi
Bakit
po,
ba
hindi
sasabihin
po.
mo doon na you wanted to see the health condition of Mr. Guban? You told me, or you told this committee earlier,
That you are a
that you
reporter.
were a media personnel when the Senate hearing was being conducted.
Tama po.
Ngayon, ang tanong ko, answer me in simple terms,
Opo.
bakit ka pumunta, anong oras ka pumunta doon sa kwarto ni Jimmy Guban?
Hindi ko na po ma-recall ng oras, Mr. Chairman.
Hindi,
But
bata ka pa naman,
I-
Mr.
I-
Paul
Alice
Gutierrez,
Guo.
do not say lies.
Hindi po ako nagsisinungaling, Mr. Chairman.
Alice
I
Guo.
went
You know, gabi o araw ka pumunta?
Araw po yan, araw po.
Araw.
Opo.
Mga umaga o hapon?
I believe after the hearing po yan, siguro po, mga after lunch po siguro.
O yan,
Hindi po
mas
detail.
malinaw.
Opo.
Never tell lies here in the hearing. Kasi we want to find out the truth. Ngayon, pumunta ka, pumasok ka doon sa kwarto ni Jimmy Guban sa Senado, may kasama kang staff ng Senado, ano ang pakay mo doon kay Jimmy Guban? Yun ang tanong.
Opo. Gusto ko lamang po at the time unang-unang makita personally kung totoo po ba yung condition niya, maayos po ba ang kanyang kalusugan.
Hindi ka naman doktor, Mr. Paul Gutierrez.
Nakunante.
O yun lang ang pakay mo?
Hindi po.
Para tignan lang kung
Hindi po.
anong health condition ni
At
that is a very flimsy excuse.
Hindi.
Why are you a doctor? Why are you so concerned with the health of Jimmy Guban? Why don't you tell us the truth? What is the real reason why you went to the room of Mr. Jimmy Guban? You tell this committee because you want to see the health condition of Jimmy Guban? You're not even a personnel of the Senate. O, pasabihin mo totoo. Ano ang pakay mo? Bakit ka pumunta doon sa kwarto ni Jimmy Guban?
Tinanong ko rin po, unang-una po, sa pagkakatanda ko po, tinanong ko po si Mr. Guban, kumusta ba ang kanyang pakaramdam, at naitanong ko rin po sa kanya, ito naman po ay napatunayan ng mga sumunod na pangyayari, na ano po ang gagawin niya sakaling siya po ang ilaglag ni Mr. Asierto, ni Colonel Asierto. At sinabi naman po niya na hindi pwede nilang gawin sa akin yan dahil mas marami akong alam sa kanila. At yan naman po yung napatunayan po. In the end of the day po, ang nilaglag po niya ay si Colonel Asierto. Pero yun pong sinasabi ng tinakot ko po siya, Mr. Chairman, on behalf of the people that I don't know personally and who don't know me personally, hindi po nangyari yun, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Paul Gutierrez, Mr. Chair, isalaysay mo nga dito, dahan-dahan mong isalaysay, pagpasok mo doon, hanggang natapos lumabas ka, ano pinag-usapan ninyo ng Mr. Guban?
Ang natatandaan ko po,
Simulan mo sa from the very beginning. Sabi mo, kamusta ang katawan mo, kamusta ang health mo, o sunod, anong tinanong mo?
tapos nga po, tinanong ko po siya kung anong gagawin niya sakali kung ilaglag nga po siya ni Colonel Asierto. Sabi po niya, ay hindi po pwede yan kasi mas marami kong alam sa kanila. Tinanong ko rin po siya kung yung pong isang dating opisyal ng National Press Club na palagi po namin nakikita sa hearing, kung yun ba ang kanyang kaibigan na nag-PPR sa kanya, hindi po siya umilik din sa tanong na yun.
Ano pa, Mr. Paul Gutierrez?
Yun lang po ang natatandaan ko, Mr. Chairman, sapagkat kung may bahid po ng katotohanan ang sinasabi po ni Mr. Guban, Mr. Chairman, unang-una po, dapat po ako po ay pinagalitan ng chairman ng Blue Ribbon Committee. Dapat din po, nasisigurado ko sapagkat kasama po namin doon ang isang security po ng Senate, nasisigurado ko kung isusumbong po ako ng Senate security sa aking maling ginawang aksyon. At nasisigurado ko rin po, dahil stricto po si Chairman na Dick Gordon ng mga panahon na yon, ay malamang po hindi na po ako nakapag-cover pa ng anumang balita sa
Mr.
Senado.
Chair, Mr. Paul Gutierrez, ikaw ay nagsisunungaling, very clear. Bakit? Kaano-ano mo ba si Jimmy Guban? Why are you so concerned about him na binisitahan mo siya doon in spite na labag doon sa rules ng Senado. Why are you so concerned with Jimmy Guba? Gano'n ba mo siya? Kaibigan mo ba siya?
Hindi
Kamag-anak
po.
mo ba siya?
Hindi po. Hindi ko nga, nakita ko nga lang po siya sa unang
Just
nakita ko
because of that, because of your concern, you go to a resource person of the Senate hearing when you know it is not allowed, when you know na labag yun sa rules ng Senado, para lang tignan siya, tapos baka ilaglag siya, yun lang.
I'm
Hindi
sorry.
ko pinapaniwala yan, Mr. Paul
I'm sorry, Mr.
Gutierrez.
Chairman, but hindi po concerned. Maybe po yung pong pagiging curious ng isa pong reporter kung ano ba talaga ang katotohanan po sa sinasabi po nitong...
Ewan ko, Mr.
witness na
Chair,
ito.
kayo ba ay naniniwala na pumunta doon si Mr. Paul Gutierrez dahil lamang curious siya, dahil concerned siya sa health ni Mr. Guban, o kung concerned siya baka ilaglag, naniniwala ba kayo doon? Well, this representation does not believe you. There is a deeper reason, there is a more compelling reason why you went to the room of Mr. Jimmy Guban, and the main reason for that is that you threatened him to keep silent. Sinabihan mo sa kanya na huwag kang magsalita, huwag mong bagitin itong mga tao nito. Alam namin yung pamilya mo, alam namin saan nag-aaral. Yun ang pinuntahan mo doon, Mr. Paul Gutierrez.
Hindi po, hindi po.
Mr. Jimmy Guban, andyan, harap tayo tatlo. Harap tayo sa buong
Your Honor, yun ho ang pinakamagaling na magsinungaling na reporter. Dahil ano po ang pinakadahilan, bakit niya ako pupuntahan? Sa kwarto ko na hindi nga kami magkakilala. Hindi ko siya kaano-ano. Hindi rin ako humihingi ng tulong sa kanya. Wala naman po ako nagpasabi na, Mr. Paul, tulungan niyo nga po ako dahil malakas kayo kay ganito. In fact, Your Honor, hindi ko rin ako kilala si Mr. Benny Antiporda. Sa kanya ko lang din nakilala at nalaman ko rin lang doon na si Benny Antiporda at may Yang at siya. Di man ako nag-i-interest sa National Press Club, that is not my job. Siya na din nagsabi. Doon ko lang din po, Your Honor, nalaman na sila ang officers ng National Press Club.
O
Hindi ko po
ngayon,
kilala,
Mr. Chair,
Your Honor.
ang isabi mo dito sa komitiba, ano talaga ang sinabi sa iyo ni Mr. Paul Gutierrez? Kasi puro kalukuhan yung sinasabi niya.
Your Honor, he threatened me na pag binanggit ko ang pangalan ni Michael Yang, Pulong Duterte, Mans Carpio, and his boss, Benny Antiporda, mapapadali, mamamatay kaagad ako, kasama ang pamilya ko, lalo na kung ako, ilipat na kaagad sa Pasay City Jail. So that is their plan. So doon po nila ako terminated. At may kasama po yan, hindi po guard, empleyado ng Blue Ribbon na babae. Kaya nga po binuksan dahil yun ang pumatok sa pinto. Tiga Blue Ribbon to. Inadmit niyo po, sana admitin niya kung sino rin po yung empleyado na kasama niya.
Dahil Mr. Jimmy Guban, Mr. Chair, this representation mas naniniwala sinasabi ni Mr. Guban. Because yung sinasabi ni Mr. Paul Gutierrez na pumunta dun siya sa kwarto para tignan lang yung kondisyon ng katawan ni or yung health condition at saka concern siya, hindi man ng kaano-ano si Jimmy Guban. It's very clear, Mr. Chair, that this person is lying. Now, may I now ask Mr. Benny Antiporda? Benny, good afternoon. Binanggit ni Jimmy Guban that you tried to call him 3 times dito sa affidavit po niya. Totoo po ba ito?
Wala pong katotohanan yan. In the first place, hindi ko po siya kilala, hindi ko alam ang number niya, at lalong hindi ko rin po kilala yung mga sinasabi niyang taong connected po sa akin, especially po si Mans Carpio, si Michael Yang, at ito pong si Congressman Pulong. Hindi po, in any way, hindi ko po pa sila nakausap, personally or digital, wala po talaga. Electronically, wala po, hindi ko sila nakausap at hindi ko rin po sila kilala. Kilala ko lang po sila dahil mga personalities po sila na nakikita po natin sa TV. And dito naman po, sa sinabi po ni Colonel Asierto, well, hindi ko po dinideny na nagkaroon po kami ng pagkikita, pero ito po isang casual na pag-uusap noong September po. Nandito pa ho yung text. Ako po inimbitahan lamang ni Raymond Burgos na isa rin po kasama sa pamamahayag na dati rin pong taga People's Journal na mag-merienda sa UCC Cafe dito po sa Tomas Morato, at doon po nandito nga po yung date para ho September 13, 2018. Etong date na to, hindi ko po alam kung nag-umpisa na po yung Blue Ribbon investigation o hindi, pero wala ko kami pinag-usapan tungkol doon sa Blue Ribbon eh. Ang alam ko kung pinag-usapan namin is nagkaroon lang ng kwentuhan at he's trying to reach out to the present administration dahil bad-looking po si Asierto when it comes to doon nga po sa pagkakatanggal niya sa PNP. So, hindi ko po siya kamiting. Ang kamiting ko po si Raymond Burgos na kami po nagkita long time no see po kami. Dahil ang huling communication po namin ni Raymond Burgos is noong February 15, nung magbe-birthday po kasi ako at iniimbitahan ko si Senator Ping Lacson at that time. Kaya kausap ko po siya dahil siya po ang PR ni Senator Lacson din po. No po? So, nagtataka po ako bakit ganyan po yung naging statement ni Colonel Asierto na wala po kaming pinag-usapan tungkol po sa tungkol sa drugs or anything. Wala po. Ang alam ko pong napag-usapan nga po namin yung pong issue nga po ng AK-47 na vehemently dinay niya. No po? So, nagugulat po ako. Anong concern ko para pakialaman ko yung drug problem nila? Wala ko eh. At yung Charlie po, uulit-ulitin ko po, yung Charlie po kahit na ho sa panaginip, hindi ko pa nakikita at hindi ko rin ho kilala. Hindi ko kilala si Charlie. Wala akong kilalang Charlie. No po?
Mr. Chair, okay na yun.
Okay, salamat po.
Ngayon, Benny, tanong ko, kilala mo ba itong si Miss Mangawang ng Bureau of Customs?
Opo, kilala ko. Official po siya ng Bureau of Customs.
Nasaan na po ito ngayon?
Ang alam ko, official pa rin po siya ng Bureau of Customs.
Mr. Chair, I believe that we should call this person to the next hearing. Kasi based on the affidavit of Mr. Jimmy Guban, paragraph 20, sinasabi ni Jimmy Guban na itong si Miss Mangawang o the Bureau of Customs called him. Tapos sinabi ni Miss Mangawang na imbikaba trading shipment which contained illegal drug shipment. Sinabihan si Guban na Jimmy, anong magagawa dyan sa shipment na yan? Pinaparing Benny Antiporda yan. Sabi naman ni Jimmy, wala na akong magagawa. Huli na yan. So, ito ba, Mr. Benny Antiporda, totoo po ba ito na kasama ka dun sa shipment ng illegal drugs? Kasi sinasabi niya, baka may magagawa pa tayo dyan. Pinaparing Benny Antiporda yan.
Sir, Mr. Chair, makikita naman po natin they contradict their own statements. It is clear that Colonel Asierto said that I'm not in any way connected or have knowledge on shipments of drugs. No? Because in the first place, I hate drugs. People know that. Even my own family, kapag na-involve po sa drugs, ako po mismo nagpapakulong. Tauhan ko po, ako rin po nagpapakulong. On record po yan, kaya ko pangalanan isa-isa yan.
Chairman. Mr. Chairman.
Congressman Paduano, with the indulgence of Congressman Pimentel. Yes.
Mr. Chairman, just to make it clear, the statement of Sir Ben Antiporda, Asierto never tell this committee that you are not involved. Wala siyang holding sa'yo. Wala siyang information. But it does not follow. Kaya pakik-correct lang po yung statement mo because there is no conclusion yet with regards to the statement of Asierto. Don't use that statement. Wala siyang holdings. Wala siyang inter-report sa'yo. But again, that does not follow. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to correct the statement of Antiporda.
With due respect to the Congressman, thank you for the clarification, Mr. Chair. But again, that is how I understand the statement of the good Congressman.
That's how you understand, but that is not the truth. As if the statement Seto, eh parang wala kang kinalaman, but that is not conclusive.
Mr. Chair, I
Okay,
have no
Mr. Chairman, ganito lang po, with the indulgence of Congressman Pimentel. Mr. Chairman, may I move that we invite Mr. Charlie Tan, because Charlie Tan was mentioned, and Benny Antiporta denies that he knew Charlie Tan. At the same time, Mr. Chairman, I also move to invite Councilor Small. Do you know Councilor Small? Or you don't know again? Well, Mr. Chairman, we invite Councilor Small, Abigyar, and Charlie Tan on the next hearing. Para magkalaman naman.
There's a motion to invite Mr. Charlie Tan and Councilor Small Abilera in the next scheduled committee hearing of the Quad Committee. Are there any second? Duly seconded. Are there any objections? Hearing none, the motion is approved.
Mr. Chairman.
Wait. Hindi tayo nagmamadali. We have all day.
Yes.
Okay? Isa-isa lang.
Mr. Chair.
Isa-isa lang.
Yes.
Okay. You first and then Congressman Dan Fernandez.
As per information of the COMSEC, Mr. Chairman and the staff, Charlie Tan was already invited. I do not know for today. So, Mr. Chairman, with that, I move, since he's not present without any excuse, I move that we issue a suppose order for Mr. Charlie Tan. So move, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, there is a motion to issue a show cause order to Mr. Charlie Tan for failing to attend the scheduled committee hearing today and duly seconded. Any objections? Hearing none, the motion is approved.
And also, Mr. Chairman, I move that we issue a suppose order for Mr. Small Apigyar. So move, Mr. Chairman.
Show cause order?
Because he's also, as per information, he's also invited in today's hearing.
Okay, so there's a motion to issue a show cause order to Mr. Nilo Small Abilera for failing to attend our committee hearing today. Any second? Duly seconded. Any objections? Hearing none, the motion is approved.
Mr. Chairman.
Before Congressman Suarez, Congressman Dan Fernandez.
I was about to ask also the COMSEC if we have already invited the two personalities, and the same question that I'll be asking sana, but it was already been moved by Congressman, Chairman ako, Chairman Paduano.
Okay, thank you, Congressman Dan Fernandez. Yes, Congressman J.C. Suarez.
Mr. Chairman, just point of clarification. I'm taking down notes kasi dito sa talakayan na nangyayari. Matanong ko lang po ito si Mr. Jimmy Guban.
With the indulgence of Congressman,
Yes, I think,
with the indulgence of Congressman Pimentel.
I'm done, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Congressman Suarez, please
Thank you
proceed.
very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Jimmy Guban, at the time na kayo po ay nasa Senado, kayo po ay detained. Ano po ang dahilan kung bakit kayo nasa kwarto?
Detained po ako, Your Honor. I was cited in contempt, Your Honor. On the
So-
very first day, Your Honor, I was already cited in contempt.
So doon ka natutulog.
Opo, Your Honor.
So I just find it a little bit awkward, Mr. Chair, kasi tulad sa atin dito sa Kongreso, pag meron po tayong mga taong nakadetain sa ating facility, medyo mahigpit po yung protocols bago mapuntahan po sila sa kanilang kwarto. Hihingi pa po ng pahintulot yan at magpapaalam pa po sa ating Sergeant at Arms. May proseso po yun. So matanong ko lang si Mr. Paul Gutierrez. Mr. Gutierrez, you admitted that you went to the room of Mr. Jimmy Guban. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Freely? With
No, Mr. Chairman. With the approval of the chair of the Blue Ribbon at the time, Senator Gordon. That's
So,
why
meron po ba
akong-
kayong papel o dokumento na magsasabi na pinaintulutan kayo ng chairman na makausap si Mr. Jimmy Guban?
Wala po, Mr. Chairman. Pero at that time po,
So, paano po namin malalaman na nagsasabi po kayo ng katotohanan na talagang pinayagan kayo na kausapin si Jimmy Guban?
well, Mr. Chairman, siya na nga po ang nagsabi na may kasama po kung...
Hindi. Ang tanong ko po ay paano po kami maniniwala na pinayagan po kayo ni Chairman Richard Gordon para makausap si Jimmy Guban? Kasi sinabi po ninyo, pinayagan kayo.
Opo,
So pag pinayagan kayo, may dokumento po yun.
verbal lang po yun, Mr. Chairman. Yung bang tipong, Mr. Chair, can I go visit out? Tingnan ko lang kung ano talaga ang situation.
And is this a practice that
No,
you
no, no,
regularly do to all detained persons in the Senate?
Hindi naman po, Mr. Chairman. Parang, kasi nga, very brief lang naman po yung, ano.
So it's not a regular practice you do.
Hindi po, parang humingi lang po ako ng pabor, gano'n, na napagbigay naman po.
Okay, so humingi ka ng pabor at hindi regular practice na ginagawa mo na bumisita sa mga detained.
Hindi po.
Kung hindi sa regular practice, bakit parang napaka-special naman at hindi mo talagang ginagawa kasi lang parang Jimmy Guban, humingi ka ng pahintulot sa chairman para lang makausap siya. What makes Jimmy Guban so special from all those that were previously detained in the Senate that you actually went out of your way, went to the chairman of the Blue Ribbon, asked for permission to go see Mr. Guban, and went to go see Mr. Guban? What was so special about Mr. Guban that you had to exercise all this effort just to go see him?
Mr. Chairman, again, as I've stated as a reporter, curious po kung malaman yung,
Alam mo, Mr. Gutierrez, kung sasabihin mo po sa akin na curious ka lang sa kalusugan niya, ang dami pong nakukulong dyan sa Senate at dami din na sa citing contempt. Hindi ka rin ba curious sa lahat ng katayuan ng kalusugan ng lahat na nakukulong doon sa detention facility nila? Inamin mo lang ngayon, kay Mr. Guban mo lang po ginawa yun eh. Yun ang hindi ko po masyado maintindihan.
Pagpamanin po ninyo, Mr. Chairman, kung I'm creating a very negative impression, baka po hindi.
No. I'm just trying to see it as the way it is. You admitted that it's not a regular practice for you to go see detained individuals. Sinabi niyo po yun. However, in the case of Mr. Guban, you went to go see the senator, the chairman, which is not easy to do. Humingi ka ng pahintulot, nakausapin siya, binigyan ka ng pahintulot, sinamahan ka, at si Mr. Guban ang kinausap mo. Kasi hindi mo talaga ginagawa ito eh. Ang hindi ko po masyado maintindihan, bakit sa lahat ng mga tao na nandoon, na nakukulong, na nasa citing contempt, kay Mr. Guban mo lang po na ginawa yun. Yun lang po ang hindi ko masyado maintindihan.
I understand, Mr. Chairman, pero at that time po kasi particular po yung ibang, kumbaga po yung kaso kasi masarap pong sundan eh. When you're there from that day one, di po ba yung panahon po na
ganito na lang, tapos na natin yung kwento sa may interest ka sa kaso, gano'n.
Maganda po yung kaso. Maganda po yung kaso. In fact, dala ko po rito, Mr. Chairman, with your confirmation, and I believe I've already submitted all of the articles I wrote at the time dito po sa atin pong secretariat. Pamanin na lang po kung kukunti po ang dala ko pong kopya ngayon. And from there, you will also see na hindi po malabong magalit po sa akin si Mr. Guban at magtanim siya ng galit hanggang ngayon sapagkat wala naman po talagang akong naisulat na maganda po hinggil sa kanyang mga ginawa at mga pangyayari sa custom ng mga panahon.
Anyway, yun lang po, Mr. Gutierrez, ang tinatahi ko lang po dito sa mga notes na ginagawa ko. Kasi doon sa kwento na nangyayari, yun lang po yung hindi ko masyado matugma. Parang special case lang po itong si Mr. Jimmy Guban. So, Mr. Jimmy Guban, other than Mr. Gutierrez, was there any other personality that went to go visit you while you were detained at the Senate facility?
No, except my family, Your Honor.
So maliban sa pamilya mo, si Mr. Gutierrez lang?
Your Honor, siya lang. Then the later part, Your Honor, in-allowed naman na yung iba, of course, yung lawyers, then other relatives.
Maraming salamat. Yun lang po, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to get that clear. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chair. Very quick.
Yes,
Congresswoman Jinky.
Yes, please proceed.
Very quick. In relation to the question of DSJ, I'd like to ask Jimmy Guban. Jimmy, matatandaan mo ba ilang minuto o gano'ng katagal yung pagbisita sa'yo ni Mr. Paul Gutierrez?
Your Honor, few minutes lang ho.
Few minutes? Okay. Mr. Paul, Mr. Chair, I'd like to ask Mr. Paul Gutierrez, Following the logic, the line of questioning of DSJJ, sabi mo, you went beyond to source out your information because maganda para sa yung story niya. So, you were there as to what? Just simply asking his condition, di ba? Tama po ba yung pagkarinig ko?
One of among the things, Mr. Chairman,
Were you trying to do a exclusive interview with Jimmy Guban?
Opo, Mr. Chairman. That in fact,
Wait lang.
in my...
So, yes.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Go ahead po.
Di ba, as a media practitioner, it takes some time to require or to nakadetining po siya, di ba?
Okay.
You should, hindi ba, so ibig sabihin parang, ano po yung pagbigay sa iyo ng permit na bisitahin si Jimmy Guban? Did you ever mention to the chairman, for example, that you will be seeking an exclusive interview with Jimmy Guban?
Ang natatandaan ko pong sinabi ko po is, Sen, baka pwede ko bang masilip si Guban no? Tingnan ko nga kung totoo ba.
Well, that would constitute lying to the chairman of the Blue Ribbon Committee. If you are indeed, wait lang, if you are indeed seeking for an exclusive interview, it will take more time than ilang minutes ba ang Jimmy Guban yung ano mo?
Your Honor, few minutes.
Few minutes.
Opo.
So ibig sabihin, now you're telling me that you are trying to seek an exclusive one-on-one interview with Jimmy Guban kasi masyadong masarap sa'yo, sa word mo, masarap ang istorya, and yet hindi mo sinabi sa chairman ng Blue Ribbon Committee na yun ang gagawin mo, and yet hindi mo sinabi dito sa committee na ito. Ang sinabi mo originally is gusto mo lang bisitahin si Jimmy Guban dahil gusto mo lang malaman kung ano yung kalagayan niya.
As I mentioned, Mr. Chairman, curious nga po ako sa ano,
But I presume that as a experienced media practitioner, you went beyond your call of duty. Dapat ho, pag ang bit ninyo is Senate, in fact, dapat satisfied ka na kung ano yung mga testimonies nila kino-cover niyo sa Senate while they're doing the investigation. We also have a House media corps here. So, ang ginagawa po ng mga media natin dito, kasi House rules, dapat makipag-coordinate sila sa SecGen, dapat kung meron, tama po yung sinabi ni DSJJ, kung meron pong bibisita na media dyan sa detention facility, dapat mag-course through sila ng proper request. Kasi hindi basta-basta yan pinupuntahan eh. And karamihan po sa mga media house na bit nila dito sa House of Representatives, they only cover whatever is being discussed during the committee. And yet you, as a media practitioner, you went beyond yung regular na processes ninyo. Kasi pumunta ka mismo sa kanya eh. Kasi sabi mo, gusto mo lang batiin at tingnan yung kalagayan niya. And now you're telling me, based on what I asked of you, will you be doing exclusive interview? Sabi mo, yes. Ilang minutes lang pala yung mo dun eh. But can you actually extract information by just simple, kumusta na yung kalagayan mo? Or if you're really wanting to do an exclusive interview with him?
Mr. Chairman, among the critical question lang naman nga po na tinanong ko sa kanya, ano ang gagawin niya kung inilaglag siya, kung siya ang idiin, hindi siya to. Sabi nga po niya sa akin, hindi po pwede, mas marami akong alam sa kanila. So it would not take me several minutes or hours, Mr. Chairman, to
You know, you're being absurd, Mr. Paul Gutierrez. Because I know you to be a smart and intelligent media practitioner. You would not do that to seek for a one-on-one interview. Just simply to ask the person, kumusta ka at for several minutes. Alam mo, marami po kami dito na i-interview ng matagal. Lalo na pag one-on-one. Hindi po ilang minuto lang po yan. And if you're really interested in knowing his condition, you should have asked the Senate physician. Why go to his room? Why?
Can you kindly...
Yeah, please. Why? Tell me, because hindi namin mapagtagtagtagtay yung rason mo. Because I believe that you are really a professional media practitioner. And I do believe that you are. That's why it's for your reputation to do that. you know, it's impossible for me. Alam niyo po yung standard, ethical standard ng journalism, hindi ho ba? Membro ho kayo ng KBP.
Opo.
Oh, di ba? You cannot just simply go to a detained person without asking the necessary request from, for example, if detained yan. Di ho ba?
Tama po, opo.
Oh.
Chairman.
So I mean, at least at the very least, you have violated several ethical standards. As being a journalist, why run through that, why do you have to do that just so that you can ask Mr. Guban, how is he? Is it correct na may tension niya is fluctuating. And now you're telling it. Dahil yung tinanong kita, na actually gusto mo is exclusive interview. Kasi masarap sa iyong balita. And yet, ilang minuto ka lang nag-stay doon. You should have used that access na binigay sa iyo, if it's true, na binigay sa iyo ni Senator Gordon, na umupo doon ng 2 oras kung exclusive yung interview mo doon. Gusto mo?
Not necessarily, Mr. Chairman. I believe in the context na iniisip po ninyo na exclusive interview
No,
na
I ask you that,
magtatagal.
we can go back to the records.
Hindi
We can
po.
go back to the records. I ask you that kasi masarap, sabi mo, yung interested ka doon sa istorya.
Opo.
Oh, so I presume, since you're a very good media practitioner, I ask you, were you seeking to have an exclusive interview with Mr. Guban? You said yes. We can go back to the records.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I mean, in that sense, Mr. Chairman, yung sinasabi ko pong makakuha ng exclusive interview sa kanya, is yung makakuha lang po ba ng kahit po isa kapirasong lang, at pwede na po sa akin yun.
So assuming without concealing that you really did want to hold an exclusive interview, how is your questions to Mr. Guban, kung kumusta na siya, help you, your article, to print out a magandang balita?
Well,
How is kumusta ka na? Tama, hindi pa naman. Wait lang. Let me ask you this. Yung sinabi mo, gusto mong malaman is yung condition niya. No? Okay, nabinigay niya sa'yo kung totoo. Assuming na yun ang talagang tinanong niya sa'yo. Tell me, and please convince me, Mr. Paul Gutierrez, Mr. Chairman, how is getting that answer from Mr. Guban about his condition make your story worth reading?
Well, Mr. Chairman, again, with your kind indulgence, Mr. Chairman, nandito naman po lahat ng mga artikulong nagawa ko.
No, you answer my question first before I
My
will
answer to your question, Mr.
How
Chairman.
is knowing his condition make your story worth reading to the public?
Because Mr. Chairman, after seeing his demeanor at the time, I'm convinced na hindi po totoong masama ang kanyang kalusugan.
And that's the only story that you want to
And
bring
that's
out?
why, Mr. Chairman, lahat po ng mga sinulat ko, narito po lahat yan, I believe this will be the basis kung bakit po nag-aalit siya sa akin.
Ilang minutes
Dahil nga po, nilagay ko po dito, ako rin po una nagsabi na ilalaglag po niya si Colonel Asierto. Ako rin po ang...
Mr. Chair, thank you, Mr. Chair, for that. I just want to press on that issue because I want to go with, I want to at least, try to understand the circumstance between the meeting of these two. As an average-minded person, I want to know exactly what happened. Yung oras na nag-usap sila, ilang minuto, and his access to the detention, his very access to the detention facility of Mr. Guban to visit him is his being a media practitioner. So gusto ko lang pagtagpi-tagpi. Now, I'm not convinced that just simply asking Mr. Guban his condition is worth to write in his article and worth for the public to read. Now, he can simply ask that to the Senate physician. Mr. Chair, Mr. Paul Gutierrez, I just want to remind you po, please be straightforward and be honest with your answers. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Briefly lang. Thank you, Congressman Adyong, Congressman Keith Flores, and then
Just two questions lang in relation to this.
Congressman Dan Fernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I'd just like to know how long Mr. Paul Gutierrez has been covering the Senate.
Thank you for the question, Mr. Chairman. Actually, I wrote it
with me here.
It's a simple question. How many years have you been covering
I
the
think,
Senate?
well, my old IDs showed that I'm already covering the Senate since 2011, Mr. Chair.
In 2011, up to the time you visited Mr. Jimmy Guban, how many detainees did you visit in their room to check on their medical condition?
Parang pong wala po, Mr. Chair.
Wala. So only Mr. Jimmy Guban ang binisita mo to check on his medical condition of the years that you spent covering the Senate, correct?
Wala naman. Yes, Mr. Chair.
That's all, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Congressman Flores. Congressman Fernandez.
Mr. Chairman, medyo curious lang ako daw, Mr. Paul Gutierrez, sa mga articles that you have written. How many articles are you holding right now?
Siguro po mga nasa mahigit 20 po ito, Mr. Chairman. I made a submission much earlier po nung una pong nabanggit yung akin pong pangalan dito po sa pagdinig sa ating pong secretariat. Meron po akong extra dito, Mr. Chairman. I'm willing to give it to you later.
And all those articles have been published?
Opo, Mr. Chairman. Na-publish po ito.
Exclusive story po yung ginawa niya?
Yung iba po dito, exclusive. Yung pong iba dito, if you're familiar, if you're getting, yung pong flow ng akin pong kinukwento, bakit ko po siya binisita doon, makikita po ninyo sa flow ng aking mga inilabas na balita, not many of them are taken in that very brief time po na magkausap po kami doon po.
Sige, Mr. Gutierrez, kindly submit all those articles
Yes, Mr.
in this committee. Maraming salamat po. In the spirit of fairness, I will be accepting all those documents pertaining to your articles. Maraming salamat, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir. Thank you, Congressman Fernandez. Congressman Amante.
I'm just interested, no, kasi nabanggit kanina Jimmy Guban. Yung commissioner, nabanggit ko kanina yung commissioner, pero hindi mo binigay yung pangalan. Ano yung pangalan ng commissioner?
Your Honor, Commissioner, ng
Pero ka binagyan na commissioner ng custom kanina, testimony mo. Meron siya binagyan kanina. Ayaw ko yung put to the record.
Yeah, sino yung commissioner ng customs during the time na
during your
intelligence officer ka?
Your Honor, yung ibang case, during the time of Commissioner Peldon, but the magnetic letter was apprehended, Your Honor, during the time already of Commissioner Lapinian.
So thank you, Congressman Abante. The next to interpolate is Congresswoman Jinky Luistro, and then Congressman Jay Conghon, Congressman Dan Fernandez, and then Congressman Adio.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
10 minutes, Congresswoman Luistro.
Before I proceed to my interpellation, I wish to manifest the letter sent by Attorney Emerito Kilang and Attorney Rod Sib Pamigad. I believe these are counsels of Colonel Ruina Garma. I share the sentiment of the Quadcom for its integrity being casted with doubt because of the testimony of Colonel Grijaldo during the Senate investigation that our chairman, particularly Chairman Abante and Chairman Fernandez, coerced and harassed him. And I wish to invite the attention of the committee and the general public about this joint statement of the two lawyers whom I believe are present during that alleged incident or meeting. If I may quote, Mr. Chair, the two lawyers state in this joint statement, we would like to shed light on the nature of the interactions we observed. The discussions were focused on ensuring clarity and understanding of Colonel Garma's affidavit, particularly regarding any knowledge Colonel Grijaldo might have about the reward system mentioned in it. At no point did any of the congressmen attempt to pressure Mr. Grijaldo into confirming to a predetermined narrative. Mr. Chair, I wish to manifest that this letter clears clearly our Chairman Abante and Chairman Fernandez from the allegations of grave coercion and harassment about that incident which allegedly transpired during the hearing where Colonel Grijaldo attended as testified to during the Senate investigation. And with the enlightenment that was given to us by the Council of Record of Colonel Garma, I am urging the Quad, particularly Chairman Abante, Chairman Fernandez, to take the necessary action in order to penalize the perjured statement that Colonel Grijaldo gave during Senate investigation, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for that, Congresswoman Luistro. Let it be of record that the letter sent to us by the lawyers of Colonel Garma attesting to the fact that there was no pressure employed in the meeting that was held between Congressman Fernandez and Congressman Abante and Colonel Grijaldo. And with that, may I ask the committee secretary to please make sure that you provide this letter to Colonel Grijaldo, to his lawyer, to the Senate for the record, and to this committee, committee secretary. Thank you, Congresswoman Luis.
May I request likewise, Mr. Chair, that the letter of the lawyers be shared to the media in order to clean the name and the integrity of the Quad, most especially our two chairmen from the allegations, baseless allegations that were casted by Colonel Grijaldo about the alleged coercion and harassment committed by our chairman.
ComSec, please provide copies to the House of Representatives Media Group. Thank you, Congresswoman Luis. You may proceed.
Mr. Chair, I wish to bring back Colonel Asherto.
Colonel Asherto.
Yes, ma'am. Present po.
Colonel, could we have your monitor, your video?
Meron na po.
Technical group, please. Secretariat, can you...
Colonel, kanina po you were asked by the Honorable Flores, what really are the contents of your investigation report? I want to bring back this question because I do not understand why the former president has to reach that point that he made a pronouncement through the publication, which includes Malacanang offers 10 million for capture of Eduardo Asherto. And then Duterte asks military police, why is Asherto still alive? This is from Inquirer, Colonel. Ano po ba talaga ang laman ng investigation report ninyo for the President to make these extreme pronouncements?
Salamat po. Magandang hapon po ulit. Ang una pong report na ibinigay ko na natanggap ni Chief PNP Bato de la Rosa ay ang title po is Special Report Johnson Chua Drug Trafficking Syndicate. Ito po, binanggit ko lang po rito yung tatlong personality, si Johnson Chua, si Michael Yang, at si Alan Lim, si Lin Yuan Tiong. Parang ang purpose ko ng report ko is ipaalam ko sa aking mga superior na itong dalawang taong ito, si Michael Yang at si Alan Lim, ay mga involved sa droga. Sa unang report ko is hindi ko pa binabanggit dito yung closeness nila kay Presidente Duterte at that time. Ang purpose ng talaga nito is ipaalam sa kanila itong dalawang tao as ay involved ay brand personalities na iniimbestigahan namin. Dito po ang purpose ko, ipaalam sa kanila at humingi lang kanilang advice kung anong magiging kung anong magiging instruction nila sa akin kung itutuloy ko yung investigasyon o hindi. Yun po yung pinaka-basic ng purpose ng report ko. Kaya lang po, hindi
hindi po pinansin. So, nagbigay po ako ulit ng report. Chief PNP Oscar Albayalde, ang nakalagay naman ng title report doon is red. Is Michael Yang and Alan Lee person of interest in illegal drugs. Dito po is nabanggit ko na po dito na lagi po sila nakikitang kasama si Presidente Duterte. Ito na po yung pinaka summary ng report na sinasabi ko na yung dalawang tao na involved sa illegal drugs ay malapit kay Presidente Duterte. Wala rin po nangyari, so hindi po nila po binigyan ng feedback, walang instruction ko anong gagawin, hanggang sa, yun na po, gusto na ako ipapatay. At ang una po kasing nagbanggit ng pangalan ni Michael Yang sa publiko ay si Presidente Duterte mismo. At ang kanyang sinasabi, si Michael Yang, ano lang daw siya? Adik lang daw siya. Hindi naman po yun ang laman ng report ko. So, nang lumabas po yun, talagang maisip ko na talagang ipapapatay na talaga ako dahil nabuking ko yung kanilang koneksyon.
Colonel, with all due respect, Colonel, from your own admissions, ang sabi niyo po dun sa first report, basic lang. You made mention of the names of Michael Yang, Johnson Chua, and Alan Lim. And seemingly, you're asking for further investigation or informant. Kanina din po, Colonel, tinanong din po kayo ni Congressman Keith Flores,
Mami!
anong evidence do you have against these
33,
people?
Mami, 33.
And your answer was simply
33.
si Johnson Chua at saka si Alan Lim were involved in drugs back then. And these two people
Wala
are
nang
associated with Michael Yang, no?
Bigyan mo nga sa akin yung 6
If I will
digit.
be basing my appreciation from those statements, parang meron pa ho akong gustong hingin sa inyo. Colonel, ano po yung
1,
ultimate
2,
facts
9,
na nag-gather nyo which
3,
make you
5,
believe that these
0.
people are really involved in the drug trade? Or should I say, ano po yung pinakamahalagang laman ng investigation report
Okay na.
ninyo, Colonel Acerto?
Ang pinaka-importante po siguro ng laman ng report ko is yung closeness, yung pagiging kaibigan ni Presidente Duterte kay Michael Yang sa kay Alan Lee.
And you believe that this is the reason why the President took that report so negative against you to the extent that he offered 10 million for your capture and he's asking the police why you're still alive? Yun po ba yung dahilan? Dahil dinisclose nyo na may close relationship ang Presidente kay Michael Yang.
O wala na pong iba.
Kanina po, Colonel, may pinapanggit po kayong narratives nang galing sa inyong asset which implicates these personalities into drug trade. Maaari niyo po bang ikwento sa amin yun?
Opo, noong April po, 2016, panahon po ng kampanya, ibinigay po sa akin ng ating asset yung informasyon tungkol kay Michael Yang at ipinakita niya yung picture na nasa loob sila ng aeroplano, magkatabi si Michael Yang saka si then Mayor Duterte at si Bongo na nasa likod. Ang sabi niya sa akin, Sir, yan si Michael Yang, involved yan doon sa Davao na nirate nyo dati. Sabi ko, bakit siya involved? Basta involved yan, sir, na kasatong sa Davao. At lagi niyang kasama ngayon si Alan Lim. Sabi ko, sino naman si Alan Lim? Sabi niya, si Alan Lim, sir, yung nahuli sa Cavite. Pero na-dismiss ang kaso. So, yun po yung basic information na binigay sa akin noong 2016.
Colonel, I understand that your asset are giving or gave this information in confidence to you. Curious lang po ako. Do you see any possibility for this informant or asset to appear before this Quadcom hearing?
Sa totoo po, simula nung magtago ako, wala na po akong contact sa kanila. Hindi ko po nga ho alam kung because of the investigation doon sa Blue Ribbon, baka po nasunog sila eh. So hindi ko rin po alam kung buhay pa siya o nasaan na siya. Hindi ko po masagot kung pwede siyang mag-appear dito.
Colonel, how genuine is the testimony that was given to you by this asset of yours?
I think what happened to me is the testimony na ito ngayon, ako yung hinahanap, gusto akong ipapatay. Eh kung hindi naman po totoo itong mga personality na itong si Michael Lang saka si Alan Lim, napakadali po nilang i-dispute eh. Sana ipinakita nila kagad si Alan Lim saka si Michael Lang. Si Alan Lim hindi na po nagpakita eh. Bakit hindi siya nagpakita? Kasi po meron siyang record sa drugs eh.
In other words, Colonel, the reason why you strongly believe that there is truth behind that information, not only because you believe that the information is genuine, is because of what happened to you as a repercussion of what you disclosed in the investigation report. Tama po ba yun?
Tama po. Saka yung po yung asset kasi is reliable po yung asset kasi.
I hope, Colonel, we can find ways on how we can locate this asset and see the possibility of having him in one of the Quadcom hearings, Colonel Asherto.
Pwede po yan. Wala pong problema yun sa akin. Ang problema lang ho is talagang masakit man maging talagang hindi ko po alam kung talagang buhay pa siya. Kasi nung huli kami mag-usap bago ako magtago, pati siya daw hinahanap eh, ang sindikato.
Colonel, kanina po,
Honestly,
nabanggit niyo po si Alan Lim, si Wen Li Shen, at si Wei Sean Lim. And you said that this pertained to one and the same person. Do you confirm that?
opo, ang kanyang palaya po sa kanya, ang tawag sa kanya sa Chinese is Ayong.
Ayong. Nakikilala niyo po ba si Rose Lolo Lin?
Hindi ko po kilala yan.
Can we have a quick question with Ma'am Rose Lolo Lin? Do you confirm that Alan Lim, Wen Li Shen, and Wei Sean Lin refer to one and the same person?
No, madam.
No. Who among these names is your husband?
Lin Wishong.
Lin Wei Sean. Lin Wei Sean.
Lin Wishong, madam.
Lin Wei Sean.
Yes po, with G.
I understand that there are English names which are being used by Chinese. Does your husband have one?
He's using Lin Wishong.
Lin Wishong, but that is a Chinese name, tama
Yes
ba?
po, opo.
So wala ba siyang ginagamit na English name?
Some of his friends call him Jeffrey po.
Apat na. In the face of the testimony of Colonel Asherto that Alan Lim, Wen Li Shen, and Lin Wei Sean refer to one and the same person, what evidence can you offer to us to counter this testimony of Colonel Asherto?
I have my marriage contract that stated my only husband is Lin Wishong.
Okay.
Not Alan Lim, not another Win Lee. Sorry.
Apart from the marriage contract, ma'am, what else can you offer us?
I only have our marriage contract with me here.
I mean, for a big-time businessman who owns a lot of real properties, not only in the Philippines, but even abroad, I'm sure that you have an ample documents to offer us so we can rule out the allegation of Colonel Asherto that these three names refer to one and the same person, and that is your husband.
Maybe I can if it is okay, the ECR card of my husband.
ACR?
Yes. And also, if possible, passport that my husband is Lin Wishong.
May we know how many passports does your husband have?
Only one
Is it a Philippine passport or a Chinese passport?
Chinese passport.
Chinese passport. So in no case did he obtain any Philippine passport?
No po.
What other documents, ma'am? We have here your marriage contract, the ACR, the Chinese passport. Maybe we can include also the birth certificate of your children.
Yes po.
How about the business permit?
Business permit or companies po kasi is, mga business po namin is under the company's name.
Yes, can you please mention to us what business names are you using for your business operations?
Yeah, we have XRL.
XRL,
Yes po. We have Pile, na nandun po yung pangalan niya.
Pile,
Yes po, Pile Estate and Pile Holdings.
Pile Estate and Pile Holdings. And then,
Yan lang po yung may mga pangalan po siya na as I remember right now po.
Mr. Chair, I respectfully move that we request the submission of these documents from Ms. Rose Nonolin, the marriage contract, the ACR, the Chinese passport, the birth certificate of the children, and may I include the financial statement of XRL and the Pile Estate and the Pile Holdings, along with the articles of incorporation, ma'am?
Madam, it's okay po ba na makahingi po ng list ng mga hinihingi niyo sa akin para wala po akong kaligtaan?
Mr. Chair, we will be requesting the concept to provide her the list of the documents that we will be requesting from Ms. Rose Nonolin.
Comsec, please provide this to Ms. Lim.
Mr. Chairman, the indulgence of Congresswoman Ministro.
Yes, SDS Gonzales.
Mr. Chairman, Ma'am Rose Nonolin, can we invite your husband para sa hearing na to? At kayo po ang magdala ng imbitasyon niya. Pwede niyo po isama rito yung husband niyo?
Mr. Chairman, right now po, out of the country po siya.
Alam po namin yun, sinabi mo na sa akin kanina. Nasa Hong Kong siya.
Yes,
Pero
Mr.
kung
Chair.
i-invite po namin, kayo ang mag-hand carry ng imbitasyon at asawa niyo po yan, siguro po pwede niyo isama dito sa hearing yung husband niyo para once and for all, matanong po natin siya.
Mr. Chair, pwede ko po dalhin yung invitation. But I can promise po na sasama po siya sa akin para po sa pagdinig dito.
Bakit po?
Eh, hindi ko pa po alam kung ano yung maging desisyon niya, Mr. Chair.
Palagay ko po kung may imbitasyon naman po ito po, Quadcom na to, palagay ko naman po pupunta. Kasi para once and for all, malaman natin. Or, baka po kayo, Madam Rose Nonolin, hindi niyo alam kung ano pangalan ng husband niyo.
Mr. Chair, Lin Wishong po ang pangalan ng husband ko.
Ano po?
Lin Wishong.
Kaya nga, sa alam niyo, baka yun ang pangalan. Pero sa pagsasama niyo, ilang taon, ilang years na po kayo magkasama?
Almost 15 years.
Almost 15 years. So almost 15 years, hindi niyo po alam talaga ang pangalan ng asawa niyo.
Ang alam ko po na pangalan ng asawa ko, Mr. Chair, Lin Wishong po.
Anyway, Mr. Chairman, we will just invite the husband of Madam Rose Nonolin. I invited na ba?
Yes, he was invited previously, and I think for today's committee hearing, he was also invited. We will be acting on that invitation later when before the committee adjourns this committee hearing, Your Honor.
Mr. Chair,
Sir, please proceed.
I wish to further request Ms. Rose Nonolin that with respect to the Chinese passport, if this is similar to a Philippine passport, she submit not only the information page, but also the thumb mark page and the signature page, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, if Ms. Rose Nonolin is generous enough to provide information, may we hear from her as well? Ano po ba ang mga business establishments nyo abroad?
Mr. Chair, kung okay lang po ba na yung mga businesses namin abroad, eh hindi, o pwede ko ibigay sa inyo through writing.
Can you please at least cite the names of your business establishments abroad?
Mayroon po kaming taxi company sa Hong Kong.
May we know the name?
It's Plus Elegance po.
Plus Elegance. What else, ma'am?
Mr. Chair, it's okay lang po ba na yung mga businesses sa abroad po namin na hindi naman po konektado po sa pagdinig na ito?
I
Hindi na po.
understand, Ms. Rose. However, we're trying to help you rule out the allegation of Colonel Asherto that these three names pertain to one and the same person. And I'm sure that you will be happiest to prove na hindi nga siya itong Alan Lim at itong Wen Leng Shen. Tama po ba?
Madam Chair, magsasubmit naman po ako ng mga hiningin po ninyong documents. Pero ang hinihingi ko lang po ay sana yung mga properties namin abroad at businesses, hayaan na po natin po doon.
Yes,
For
I
our
understand.
protection na rin po.
We are only trying to establish the identity because it is very hard to investigate on a certain person with three names, and we have here Colonel Asherto who strongly testifying that this pertain to one and the same person, and that refers to your husband. So I think you should take advantage of this opportunity, Ms. Rose, to offer all these documents, to offer all this information so we can rule out the allegation of Colonel Asherto.
Madam, ang sabi naman po ni Colonel Asherto, if may I po, ang sabi niya po simula 2016, hindi na po nagpakita a certain Alan Lim. Ang asawa ko po nandito, kaaalis niya lang po last May. So ibig sabihin po noon, kung hindi nagpapakita a certain Alan Lim, eh ang asawa ko po nagpapakita. So ibig sabihin po noon, hindi siya si Alan Lim.
But to be able to further prove that allegation of yours, I think the documents will be of big help to rule out this allegation of Colonel Asherto. Meanwhile, may I go back to Colonel Asherto, Mr. Chair? Colonel Asherto,
Opo, ma'am.
what proof do you have that Alan Lim, Wen Li Shen, and Wei Sean Lim refer to one and the same person? I remember during the hearing of dangerous drugs, that is prior to Quad, you even shared some slides of passports. If you still have
Meron po.
these documents,
Meron pa rin po akong kopya ng kanyang passport na in-issue noong 2011 po yata yun.
so can you please enlighten us, Colonel Asherto, what proof do we have?
Yung passport niya po na nakakuha po ako ng kopya ng passport niya,
Philippine passport po ba ito o Chinese passport?
Chinese passport po.
Chinese
In-issue noong
passport.
March 14, 2011, in-issue dito sa Maynila. Ang expiry niya is 30 March 2021.
2021.
Opo, ang passport number is Gold 47972221.
Colonel, I remember we flashed it in the screen. You shared it before during the hearing of the dangerous drugs. Pwede po ba ulit nating ma-share yun sa committee so we can share it with Ms. Rose Lono Lin?
Hindi ko po alam kung paano i-share sa inyo. Baka meron pong kopya yung secretariat po.
Well, the Secretary will just get in touch with you, Colonel Asherto. Aside from the Chinese passport, what other proof do you have which lead to your conclusion that these three names pertain to one and the same person?
Ang pinaka-basis ko po is yung information ng anong asset, saka itong nakuha mga dokumento, yung mga pictures, at hindi naman po ako gagawa ng kasinungalingan na report na maglalagay sa akin sa alanganin na pati po ang mga kasamahan ko na damay.
Colonel,
So, ako po ay sigurado.
yun pong Chinese,
100%.
yun pong Chinese passport na binanggit nyo, does it bear the picture of Alan Lim?
Opo, may picture po siya.
And if you compare it with the pictures that were flashed po kanina in the screen, Secretariat, can you please assist Colonel Asherto? Colonel, marunong ho ba kayong mag-zoom ng picture?
Subukan ko po.
Secretariat, can we please flash all together?
Ang alam ko po,
The pictures earlier and the picture in the Chinese passport?
ang alam ko po na ipasa ko na po yata ito eh.
Okay. So, Secretariat, I hope we can there. So, this is the Chinese passport bearing the picture of, what is the name written in the passport, Colonel?
Lin Wenqiong.
Lin Wishong. This is your husband.
Opo.
Ma'am Rose. This is your husband?
Madam Chair, ang alam po ng husband ko, yan ang nasa passport.
How about the picture?
Pwede po pa-flash ulit, and then pwede pa assume po.
Kindly flash the passport again. Paki-zoom daw po. Secretariat, please zoom the picture.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Siya po.
So you confirm that this is your husband.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Can we flash the other documents which Colonel Asherto has shared with us already? Colonel, ito ho bang passport na ito ba'y may signature at may thumb mark ni Lin Wei Xiong? Does it bear
wala po.
the signature and the thumb mark?
Picture lang po.
But I think, Mr. Chair, we can request for a copy of the complete essential pages of the passport with the embassy, if that will be possible.
We will write to the embassy to be able to access this record.
And it is important, Mr. Chair, that we include that page which bears the signature and the thumb mark of the bearer of the passport.
Consent, please take note.
We have other documents pertaining to Alan Lim, Secretariat, which we can flash and share. So we can ask Ms. Rose Nono if she's willing to confirm that the same is her husband.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Congressman Gonzales.
may tanong lang po ako kay Rose Tumori. Ma'am, noong November 1st, kasama niyo si Alan Lim. Sabi niyo po kanina, tama po ba?
Kasama ko po si Lin Wishong.
Kaya nga po, Alan Lim or that person, meron po ba kayong dalang picture niya ngayon para may compare natin dito?
Noong November po, na pumunta po ako doon, wala po kaming picture.
Kung wala
May
kang
mga pictures po ako na kasama siya.
Meron ka bang dalang picture dyan ngayon para may compare lang natin yung mukha ng asawa mo na pinakita sa screen at saka yung dala mo?
I'll check your, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chair, I believe that there are pictures with the Secretariat. Can we flash them one by one, and we will be asking Ms. Rose Donolin if she will confirm whether the same is her husband. I understand we are able to capture a picture of the spouses in Atlantis, the Palm in Dubai. This was Christmas Day of 2023. Paki-flash lang po. Miss Rose Nonolin, the picture on the right, that's you and your husband. Do you confirm that?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Can you share with us where this picture was taken?
That was taken po last Christmas sa Dubai.
How about the next picture?
Yan ang next picture po. Yan po yung time na pumunta po silang Davao para po magpaalam para sa formally biological na magtatayo po ng isang manufacturing or tawag po ay laboratory para po sa mga gamot.
So you confirm that the picture at the middle is also your husband.
Yes.
How about the third picture on the left?
Yes, Madam Chair.
That is also your
Yes.
husband.
Lin Wishong.
The two pictures, I hope you realize, were provided by Colonel Asherto. Colonel, tama po ba? Sa inyo nang galing itong dalawang pictures?
Opo, sa tingin ko po, sa akin po.
And you believe, Colonel Asherto, that these two pictures pertain to this Alan Lim, Wen Li Shen, and Lin Wei Xiong.
Madam Chair, gusto ko lang po i-clarify na yung mga pictures na po yun ay nanggaling at available po yan publicly sa website ng company before.
Okay.
Thank you po.
So, in other words, Ms. Rose Nonolin, you are confirming that the man in those pictures pertain to your husband.
Yes, Lin Wishong.
What you are denying is the name Alan Lim and the name Wen Li Shen.
Yes, because I
But-
never heard that name po.
For as long as this man is Lin Wei Xiong, you confirm that he is Lin Wei Xiong, your
Yes,
husband.
I am.
Do we have other pictures there? Secretariat? How about this one?
Yung may balbas po ay hindi po yan asawa ko. Yung isa po na nakangiti, yan po yan siya dahil nakuha rin po yan sa isang public documents or public site na mayroon siyang picture.
Of course, you understand that this picture is part of the initial profile of drug personality, which I believe is part of the investigation report of Colonel Asherto.
Yes, madam. Nakita ko na po yan last 2022 nung sa St. Duribun Committee. Tinanong na rin po yan sa akin.
And what do you comment about that?
Hindi po siya yan, yung may balbas.
How about the veracity of the information that he is a drug personality?
No, Madam Chair, hindi po. Dahil kung ang sinasabi po ni Colonel Asherto na 2003 na nandun po siya sa isang raid, ay dapat po nakasuhan na po siya. Ang sabi niya is dismiss. So kung dismiss, ibig sabihin, ang nakalagay po na pangalan niya dyan, wala pong kaso yun.
Which raid are you referring to, ma'am?
Mayroon po siyang sinabi kanina na
2003
sa Cavite.
Mr. Chair, may I respectfully move as well that we request for the copy of the court records of the case of Alan Lim, which was dismissed back in 2003. Just for the committee to have an opportunity to compare all these documents and for us to be able to determine who really is this Lin Wei Xiong and what is his connection to the two other names, Wen Li Shen and Alan Lim.
Okay, Comsec, please coordinate with DOJ. Please proceed.
I believe, Mr. Chair, that this is a court case, so perhaps we need to course through our request
Oh, yeah.
with the Supreme Court.
Comsec, please prepare the letter so that we can write to the Supreme Court to get records of the case mentioned by Congresswoman Luis.
Colonel Asherto, during your last appearance in the dangerous drugs, that is before the Quadcom, you made mention about Aaron Aquino, Oscar Albayalde, and Wilkins Villanueva. Briefly, Colonel Asherto, what is the significance of the participation of these three personalities while you mentioned them in your testimony?
Una po, si Chief PNP Oscar Albayalde, binigyan ko po ng report At ang una po ay tinanggi niya at pinagbintangan niya pa ako kung nung sa pagpatay doon sa Koreano, yung SMAP, ng AK-47, at wala siyang ginawa doon sa report ko. Si Director General Aaron Magino, pinigyan ko rin po ng report, at nag-usap kami, kaya sa kanya, kinausap niya ako, at sabi niya, i-report niya sa Malacanang. Kaya nung February, command conference sa Cebu, tinawagan niya ako, at sinabihan niya ako na gusto akong kakausapin ako ni Ben sa Bongo tungkol dun sa report ko. Pero nung pumutok na yung issue sa amin, hindi niya na maalala kung kanino niya ibinigay yung report sa Malacanang. Nakakapagtaka po naman yon. Ito naman pong si Wilkins Villanueva, na classmate ko, during sa mga press conference sa Malacanang during COVID, sinabi niya na walang involvement si Michael yan sa illegal drugs, at sinabi niya na yung picture ni Alan Lim, yung mugshot ni Alan Lim, at saka yung present picture ni Alan Lim ay magkaiba. So ano pong ibig sabihin no? Pinoprotektahan nila si Michael Yang saka si Alan Lim. Bakit nila pinoprotektahan? Kasi tungkol sa kanila ni Presidente Duterte at ni Bongo. Yun po yung
On the same hearing, Colonel Ascherto, you also mentioned panagutin sa kasalanan si Senator Bongo, si Senator Bato de la Rosa, at si former President Rodrigo Roa Duterte. Can you please enlighten us? What is the reason behind this articulation of yours?
Kasi po, sa akin pong panagal, sa nangyari sa amin, namatay ang ating si retired Master Sergeant Liwanag at ating ganun, missing pa si Captain Lito Perote na sila ang may kagagawan. At yung kanilang war on drug ay peke. Cover up lang yun. Ang pinapatay, yung maliliit, pero yung mga malalaking drug personality, katulad ni Michael Yan at Alan Lim, ay pinotektahan nila.
Sa tingin niyo po, Colonel Ascherto, what is the reason behind your allegation of cover-up? Ang pinapatay lang ay maliliit at yung malalaking drug lord like Alan Lim at Michael Yang ay pinoprotektahan nila. Ano po ang dahilan?
Kasi po, nakapatong sila eh. Nakapatong sila sa binabayaran sila ng sindikato. Tingnan nyo lang po yung nagkinagawa ng investigation sa Quad. Ngayon po, hindi lang po illegal drugs eh. Lumapad pa ho ang kanilang dalamay eh. Meron ng POGO, meron ng mga acquisition ng land. Dapat po ito, pag-aralan mabuti ng National Security Council sa kanila. Baka ito po ay merong koneksyon sa nangyayari sa West Philippine Sea.
Colonel,
ito po ang sindikato ng
yun pong ginamit yung term is pumapatong? Tama ho ba?
Opo, pinotektahan kasi nila eh.
Ano po bang, can you please enlighten us? Pag sinabi niyo ho bang pumapatong po sila dito sa drugs, ano hong ibig sabihin ng pumapatong?
Ibig sabihin po, pinoproteksyonan nila kapalit ng pera.
So, what you wanted to tell us is these people are protector of the drug lords? Yun ho ba yun?
Opo, yun po, ang simpleng
Last question, Colonel Ascherto. Ngayon pong kaharap nyo si Jimmy Guban via Zoom. And admittedly, sinasabi niyang in-implicate niya kayo to save his life and the lives of his families. But apparently, dahil sa testimonya niyang yun, nasira din ang buhay ninyo. How do you feel now? Hindi ho ba kayo nagagalit kay Jimmy Guban?
Una-una po, talaga kung hindi na kami nakapag-usap ni Jimmy Guban. Hindi ko pa siya nakakausap at ako po ay nagpapasalamat sa kanya dahil sinabi niya yung totoo kung ano talaga nangyari. At wala po akong galit sa kanya dahil
Alam ko naman na pareho kami biktima.
But of
yun ang
course, you
ebidensya.
realize, Colonel Asierto, if not for the testimony of Jimmy Guban, hindi ka magkakakaso, hindi ka magkakawaran of arrest. Kayo po ba'y na-convict dun sa kasong iyon?
Hindi po ako na-convict doon dahil hindi po ako nag-appear eh. Kasi pag nilabanan ko po yung kaso, ikukulong ako, baka doon na rin po ako mamatay sa loob ng kulungan.
So you mean to say that the case is still pending in court?
Opo, nasa ano pa, naka-archive po kasi po, nagkaroon na po ng desisyon yung kaso ni Jimmy, so yung sa akin po na-archive.
Given the fact, Colonel Asierto, na si Jimmy Guban ay pinilit lamang para huwag masangkot at huwag mabanggit yung pangalan ng mga ni Michael Yang, ni Pulong, at saka ni Man Scarpio. I hope you realize also na dahil sa testimony ni Jimmy Guban, nagtatago kayo ngayon. At ilang taon na nga ho kayo nagtatago?
More than 6 years po.
More than 6 years. So, I just want to take advantage of this opportunity. If there's one thing which you want to tell Jimmy Guban, ano mo bang gusto niyo sabihin kay Jimmy Guban ngayon?
Jimmy, salamat at tinama mo. At salamat sinabayan mo kung ilabas ang katotohanan. Wala akong galit sa'yo. Siguro tampo lang. Pero wala na yun. Sana gawin natin ito para kay Paddy, na kaibigan natin, kay Nito, saka kay Jerry. Sabi ko nga sa iyo noon tayo nagtrabaho lang tayo. Kaso ang nabangga natin napakataas. Presidente ng Pilipinas.
Colonel, pwede niyo ba i-share sa amin, sino ba yung mga kaibigang binanggit niyo na sinasabi niyong naapektuhan?
Si Director Pahago po ng PIDEA na namatay sa ibang bansa 2023, si retired Captain Lito Perote na dinukot po sa Metro Inn, Bacolod, ang ngayon po nawawala, hindi pa nakikita. At si retired Master Sergeant Jerry Liwanag na bumaril at namatay po sa Bulacan.
Bago ho ba itong mga kasong kinasasangkutan nyo ngayon, gaano ho ba kayo kalapit, kayong 5 na personalidad na nabanggit ninyo? And can you please enlighten us? Ano ho bang klaseng samahan mayroon kayong 5 na ngayon ay wala na yung 3 at kayong 2 na lang ni Jimmy Guban ang naririto?
Si Jimmy po ay, siya po ang counterpart ko sa custom. Siya po, pag meron po akong trabaho sa custom, na involve ang custom, siya po ang nakakausap ko. Sa kanya pa ako nagtitiwala pag custom issues. Sila, Director Pardo, si Lito Perote, at si Jerry Liwanag ay matagal ko pong kasama. Sa paok pa po, magkakasama na kami, pero talagang nagsama kami dito sa HOT. Nag-start ng 2003. So, para po silang pamilya sa akin. Kung wala po, kung padaho ba yung accomplishment ko is hindi ko po magagawa kung wala sila.
Ilang taon ho ba kayo magkakasama sa trabaho? Itong mga nabanggit yung personalidad?
Since 2003 po.
2003
until 2018 po nang mangyari itong
2003 until 2018 at kayo pong lahat ang trabaho ay tungkol sa investigation on drug operation. Tama po ba yan?
Opo. Tama po.
And today, si Fajardo po ay namatay na. Tama po ba yan?
Opo, namatay po sa sakit.
Sa sakit.
Isa lang po siya sa ibang bansa.
Si Perote po ay
Dinukot po.
dinukot and missing until now. Tapos, yun pong isang binanggit nyo pa?
Si Jerry Liwanag po.
Nasaan po si Jerry Liwanag?
Patay na po. Binaril po ng 2 tao.
Pinatay din. Si Jimmy Guban, convicted, at kayo po, charged of a capital offense as well.
Opo, nagtatago.
This is really very challenging on the part of you five, no? Na dati kayo magkakasama sa trabaho at mukhang lahat hindi maganda ang naging pinatunguhan ninyo. But anyway, Mr. Chair, I want to proceed to Jimmy Guban. Few questions only. There are allegations, Mr. Guban, that there are different schemes in the Bureau of Customs on how to facilitate the release of contraband, illegal containers.
Yes, Your Honor.
Can you please enlighten us on that?
Your Honor, about the importation, meron pong regular importation at saka para po sa madaling salita, ang DOC po ay merong RMO, Risk Management Office. At meron din pong selectivity, may green lane, tatlo po yun. So, doon po ay makikita nyo yung mga trabaho na multinational ay nasa green lane. Then, 6 years, wala yata ako. I think the Honorable Commissioner can also enlighten us here, the former Commissioner of the Bureau of
From your
Customs.
perspective,
But,
Mr.
Your Honor,
Guban, from your perspective, being somebody who worked for so long a time in the Bureau of Customs, para makita po natin yung diferensya ng mga schemes na binabanggit ninyo. You first mentioned about selectivity. You also mentioned about the green. Ano pa ho bang schemes
Green.
mayroon doon?
Your Honor, may mga special kasi minsan na trabaho. Then, the Risk Management Office, yun po ang nagbibigay ng selectivity kung saan sila dadaan. Then, pagka mayroong mga multinational, yun po yung napupunta sa green lane. Then, the other two, red, may mga selectivity po din. Doon po ginagawa yung mga trabaho kung paano nila i-deklara.
There are allegations also, Mr. Guban, na meron pang mga napupunta sa PESA.
Yes, Your Honor. Iba naman po yun. Regular importation din po yun. Then yun po yun yung mga free tax na dinideliver papuntang PESA. So yun po ay pwedeng i-re-export. Wala po yung tax. Yan po ay for manufacturing o kung ano man ang gagawin sa PISA sa Ecozone. Then for export purposes, wala po yung bayad ng duties and taxes. Unless ilo-local, saka lang po magbabayad ng duties.
Tatlo lang po ba ito? Selectivity, green, and PESA?
No, Your Honor, meron pa pong banded warehouse.
Banded warehouse. There are allegations also that there's such a thing as TARA system.
Your Honor, that is already yung paano matipid kung mga duties and taxes na binabayad sa Bureau of Customs.
Pwede niyo po ba kaming ma-enlighten? How does this scheme work? Umpisan po natin doon sa selectivity.
Your Honor, dyan po nagtatransact yung importer, binibigay sa broker o representative, din doon naman yung magtatransact sa DOC employees kung anong i-declare nila na imported materials o ano nasa laman, din tinitipid nila ang pagbayad ng duties and taxes para magkaroon ng tarang konti. Pinapalabas yan over time. So yun po yung TARA system.
Pag sinabi niyo po yung selectivity, ibig sabihin hindi po i-declare lahat.
Hindi po, naililipat po yung imbis na dapat doon sa red, napupunta sa grain, multinational. So, nagiging iba na ngayon ang proseso niyan, mabilis. Sometimes yung iba mga wala ng duties and taxes dahil papuntang PESA, papuntang banded warehouse. So, yan yung mga trabaho.
In other words, dito po sa selectivity, this is being resorted to be able to do away with the importation duties.
Yes, Your Honor. Para may tama po, Your Honor, ang deklarasyon.
Para po maitama, kung lumilipat nga po kayo dun sa libre,
O, yung kung lumilipat po, yan po yung trabaho na nililipat nila para makatipid sila ng pagbayad ng taxes sa Bureau of Customs.
but is this legal, Mr. Guban?
That is illegal already, Your Honor. And that is what isa po yan sa mga trabaho namin.
Dito po sa selectivity dito, what you're doing, do you agree with me, is tax evasion. Kasi the articles or the importation which are supposed to be taxable, ay dinadala nyo dun sa linya na hindi naman taxable.
Your Honor, sa amin po, misdeclaration or undervaluation.
But indeed, that is tax evasion.
Yes, that is, ma'am, Your Honor, sa BIR.
Ano po yung green? Ito po yung libre.
multinational, Your Honor, and then sa mga PESA, bundle warehouse.
Multinational. Pagka po sa multinational, pwedeng pumunta sa PESA, pwedeng pumunta sa banded warehouse.
Yes, Your Honor.
At kapag PESA po at banded warehouse ito, does it mean na libre ang import taxes?
Your Honor, the purpose of importation is for export. Gagawin lang po yan dito sa Pilipinas.
That's why it's free from
Yes, Your
importation
Honor.
taxes.
Now, pagka yan po ay nag-local market sila, magbabayad po sa Bureau of Customs.
How about the red?
Pag red po, Your Honor, yan yung nare-red tag. Your Honor, hindi ko pa ma-memorize kung tama yung red. Pero yan po yung mga highly dutiable value na produkto. Na
Ibig sabihin, ito ho, mahal, malaki ang import taxes.
Your Honor, yes. Then at the same time, it will go through the process of opening the containers in examination, in X-ray.
At ayaw to ng mga importer.
Mabagal. Kaya sila ay nag-extra kung pwede mailipat sa ibang selectivity.
So in other words, what the importers are trying to do is to avoid this red lane
Yes, Your Honor, if possible.
and resort to selectivity so they can bring all their containers to those lanes which imposes no importation taxes.
Yes, Your Honor. Then mabilis. There are times na isang araw lang lumalabas yan.
And of course, that is illegal, Mr. Guban.
That's correct, Your Honor.
That is illegal.
Yes, Your Honor.
How about this TARA system? Ano pong connection ng TARA system to sa selectivity?
Yan, Your Honor, ang natitipid, yun naman ang binibigay na overtime sa mga empleyado.
I see. So, if from the selectivity lane, ang isang mataas dapat ang import taxes ay nadala doon sa libre,
Jadi, ang laki po nun, Your Honor.
yung natipid, saan mo mapupunta yung natipid?
Hindi na po yung sa grupo kung ibibigay lahat sa empleyado or kasosyo na nila doon ang facilitator broker.
Kindly wrap up, Congresswoman JP.
If you are willing to share this information, ano ho ba inclusive period na nangyayari itong sistemang ito?
Your Honor, I would like to honest this Quadcom because this is the most trusted committee now, so far, Your Honor. For my 17 years or almost 27 years in intelligence, Your Honor, that is already common practice. That is why drugs come and go in the customs. If that can be, not exactly totally eliminated, if that can be strictly implemented, Your Honors, I'm sure, aangat po ang Pilipinas at kagandang ekonomiya. Your Honor, for example, bakit ang daming ukay-ukay? Bawal. Pero sa market po napakarami. In fact, that is because of that. Dahil po yan dyan, lumulusot, bawal, ban, totally ban. Then pati po yung drugs sumasabay. Kaya pag nagtrabaho ka ng tama ka sa customs, matatapon ka or malilipat ka kung saan-saan. Kaya karamihan na lang ng empleyado sumasabay. Because yan na po ang sinasabi laging tradisyonal, na which is bawal at dapat putulin na po. Alang-alang po sa bayan.
For my last question, Mr. Guban, last Mr. Chair, paano ho ginagamit itong different schemes na to para ma-facilitate yung release ng dangerous drugs? Please walk us through.
Pero lahat po yan may sabuatan. Kaya minsan mahirap hanapin dahil kung merong top secret ang NICA, ang Intelligence Office is mas top secret sa Customs, Your Honor. Mas uso ang sabing tawag doon ay bukulan. Pag hindi mo yan nalaman, because dalawa, tatlo lang minsan na nakakaalam, pindot lang sa computer, lumalabas. As it is, again, Your Honor, marami pong nawawalang, the Honorable Chairman, marami pong nawawalang containers until now. Doon sa una ko pong statement, ay nawawala. Again, hindi po ako galit sa mga Duterte. Kaya lang sila lahat ang nagpa-facilitate nag-i-influence, nagpo-protekta. Ilang containers po ang nawawala sa Port of Manila alone during the time ni Collector Austria. Hanggang ngayon walang napapailahan ng economic sabotage or libre. Sa Taguluan Port, napakita dyan, yang ang operator ng Freeport yan. Ilan pong dumadaan yan ang intelligence report, ini-import, dadalhin doon. After doon, ibabalik. Ang tawag po dyan sa Mindanao, International Container Terminal, MICT, din may report po dyan. I was given emission twice, pumunta dyan. Pati yung oil, ang smuggling, hindi po matigil-tigil dahil ang lalaki ng mga operator. At siyempre, natutuwa ang mga empleyado ng customs, hanggat may nagpo-protekta, may tumatawag, natitipin nila, mas malaki ang kita nila. Lalo na po pagka walang tax at ipapasok sa Pilipinas. So, paano ba pupunta yung duties na dapat para mapunta sa gobyerno? Mapupunta sa empleyado ng customs. Your Honor, I'm sharing this so that po ma-enlighten at mabuhay na po ng tama at tunay ang ating mga government cases. Thank you po, Your Honor, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chair, one last.
Last na.
What do you know
last
about
question.
Mark Taguba?
Mark Taguba, Your Honor, is son of our former co-employees. Siya po ay facilitator. Your Honor, directly, biktima si Mark Taguba at saka si Tatad. Sa shipment na alam, nakalibre ang kolektor si Maronilla. I'm sorry, Your Honor, the Honorable Commissioner is here. But I'm telling the truth. Sino ba ang may alam ng kargamento ng droga na nagpasalitit walang alam at pumirma? Si Taguba, licensed broker si Tatad. Si Taguba, parang siya ang in-group, nagpapasilitate lang ng mga kargamento para makalabas. Ang tatay niya ay former DOC, custom police po namin. So nagpasilitate niya na hapon, nagkaroon ng nahuli ang kargamento sa labas, pero absolto, ang district collector, si Maronilla, promoted pa to Assistant Commissioner, Your Honor. In this manner of my apprehension, magnetic letter was apprehended, the district collector was promoted to Deputy Commissioner of the Bureau of Customs. Now, ang daming kaibigan. Your Honor, ganyan po ang customs kalaki na dapat po ay unti-unti o dahan-dahan pong maayos. At sana po through this kagalang-galang po na Quadcom sa pamumuno po ng mga honorable chairman and of course the honorable speaker ay mai-correct po at may tama at mapakita po natin sa tao ang tamang proseso, tamang hustisya sa ating pong bayan.
Mr. Chair, I know that this is very challenging, but with the revelation of Mr. Jimmy Guban, I think we need to look into the charter also of the Bureau of Customs. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. The request of Congresswoman J.P. Luis is noted and will be considered at the appropriate time. So before the next interpolator, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair. Just a moment, Your Honors. I saw PIDEA Director General Wilkins Villanueva raising his hand. May I know what that is, General Villanueva?
Mr. Chair, habang tinatanong ni Honorable Congresswoman Lumistro si Colonel Asiento, pinabanggit niya ang pangalan ko as one of those na may patong sa sindikato.
Sige, please explain. You have 2 minutes.
Mr. Chair, nagsilbi ako ng 38 years laban sa insurgency, anti-terrorism, kidnapping, at illegal drugs. Never na pumatong ako. Kaya kong tumingin kahit kaninong mata na wala akong pinirahan kahit kanino. Now, bakit ko daw kinlir si Michael Yan? 2004, kahit magtumbling-tumbling si Colonel Asierto, walang pangalang Michael Yan na personality sa Davao Clandestine Laboratory. Dahil kung kasama ang Michael Yang doon, dapat kasama siya sa kinasuhan namin. Umabot ng 2016, wala pa rin Michael Yang. Na tinanong ni Honorable Congresswoman Luistro, si Colonel Asierto, ano ba ang report na ibinigay mo kay General PNP? Ang sabi niya, si Michael Yang ay kasama ni Alan Lim at Johnson Chua. Johnson Chua is a personality. Kasama po siya sa kaso. Alan Lim is a personality na nahuli sa Cavite Clandestine Laboratory. Just because kasama mo yung Alan Lim and Johnson Chua na wala pa pang pinapasok na ebidensya na related sila, ipapasok mo na agad ang pangalang Michael Yang. In fact, walang information na pumasok sa akin na Michael Yang is involved.
Point of order, Mr. Chair. Ano ba, sino ang pinapaliwanag ni General Villanueva? Siya ba o si Michael Yang? Sino ang pinapaliwanag mo? Sarili mo?
Sarili ko, Mr. Chair.
Paliwanag mo yung sarili mo.
Yes, sir.
Ba't masakin ka na ibang pangalan dito?
No, Mr. Chair, kasi, ang sinabi po, Mr. Chair, ang
Hindi na
sinabi
ako nagsalita ha, hindi ako nagsalita kanina pa ha.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Ang sinabi kasi ni Colonel Asierto, patong ako dahil ikinler ko si Michael Yang. So, as far as I'm concerned, Mr. Chair, wala akong kahit anong So, Alan Lim, involved sa illegal drugs. But, Mr. Chair, baka pwedeng maipakita natin. Kasi pinatawag kasi ako sa Malacanang noong 2021 para i-explain yung aking saloobin tungkol kay Alan Lim. Baka pwedeng ma-flash natin, Mr. Chair, yung alleged Alan Lim na picture ka
Mr. Chair.
Okay, yes.
He is lawyering for Michael Yang eh.
No, Mr. Chair. No, Mr. Chair.
General Villanueva, may I just ask you to refrain from speaking because the committee members feel that you are lawyering for someone.
No, Mr.
I
Chair.
just allowed you to speak because your name was alluded to.
Yes, Mr.
It was
Chair.
mentioned in the questioning propounded by Congresswoman Luistro.
Yes,
So,
Mr. Chair.
yun lang ang iyong sabihin, no? Wala nang iba. Do not speak in behalf of whoever.
Yes, sir.
Sir,
Mr. Chair,
you have
for the sake of accuracy, can you please confirm first from Colonel Asierto if he is included dun sa pumapatong?
Mr. Chair.
Andiyan pa ba si Colonel Asierto? Colonel Asierto?
Yes, sir. Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, ang tanong ni Congresswoman Luistro, kung included ba raw sa iyong statement na may mga patong itong si General Wilkins Villanueva?
Ang sinasabi ko po is clear niya si Michael Yang at si Alan Lim dun sa sinasabi niyang statement sa Malacanang. Ngayon, bakit niya i-clear? Kinausap niya ba si Michael Yang? Kinausap niya ba si Alan Lim at that time? Bakit niya clear? Kasi inutos sa kanya ni Bobo sa ni Presidente Duterte.
So yan ang iyong basis para sabihin na si General Villanueva ay kasama sa patong. Tama po ba?
Opo, dahil pinapagtahan niya yung dalawa eh.
Ayan, very clear ang sinabi ni Colonel Asierto sa
Yes, Mr. Chair.
You can actually defend yourself. I'll
Yes.
allow you, I'll give you 1 minute to do that, General Villanueva.
Ito, Mr. Chair, yun i-explain ko nga, sir, Mr. Chair. Bakit ko clear si Michael Yang? Kasi wala akong information eh. At siya ang nagbigay ng information about Michael Yang. Hindi naman na sinabi sa akin, Mr. Chair. I don't have information about Michael Yang. Yung kay Alan Lim, Mr. Chair, kasi, Mr. Chair, I was trained ng facial recognition sa International Law Enforcement Academy sa Bangkok, Thailand. And part of that module is facial recognition. Yung pinasok kanina doon, Mr. Chair, na picture na dalawa, ang laki ng diferensya, Mr. Chair.
Okay, sige. Pag-uusapan natin yan sa next hearing. Meron pa kasi tayong isang topic today and our resource persons are here since this morning.
But, Mr. Chair, I do not deny na si Alan Lim.
Wait. Do not speak when that chair does not recognize you.
Yes, Mr. Chair. I'm sorry, Mr. Chair.
I am explaining. So, papunta ho tayo sa next topic natin for today, EJK. Hindi pa ho tayo tapos. I will give you all the time when the appropriate time comes. So, tapusin lang po natin yung ating mga interpelators and then we shift to another topic. But I gave you already 2 minutes to defend yourself, General Villanueva. So, another 30 seconds for your closing remarks. Sige.
I'm okay, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
I do not deny na si Alan Lim ay yun yung picture na naandun sa Cavite.
Okay, sige.
Kasi nahuli talaga siya sa Cavite, Mr. Chair. Magkasabay sila. Nung nag-ooperate kami sa Davao, si Alan Lim nahuli sa Cavite Clandestine Laboratory, Mr. Chair.
Okay, sige. We'll take note of that. We will ask that more questions about that in the next hearing. So,
Mr. Chair, in relation to while Wilkins is president, Mr. Chair.
sige, Congressman Flores
Just a few
and then
questions.
Congressman Conghon. Congressman Conghon is supposed to be the next
With this
interview.
indulgence, Mr. Chair.
With the indulgence of Conghon.
Few questions lang. Mr. Chair, okay, sige, go ahead. Thank you. Jay.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. General Wilkins, were you present during the Dumoy raid sa Davao?
I led that operation, Mr. Chair.
You led that operation as PIDEA Region 11,
Yes, Mr. Chair.
and you were with your personnel at that time that the raid was conducted.
It was a joint operation by PDEA 11, Pacer Northern Mindanao, Pacer Mindanao Area Office, Intelligence and Investigations Service ng Regional Office.
So several units.
And including AXOT, Mr.
But you as the lead.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Kasama ko dyan si Colonel Asherto, Mr. Chair.
Now, in this raid, this resulted in the death of 6 Chinese drug suspects, correct?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
And that there were hundreds of kilos of shabu confiscated during this raid.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Now, in this raid, which you led, did you prepare or submit an official report to your superiors in the PDEA?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Now, before I go back to you, DG Lazo,
Yes, Your Honor.
sir, does PDEA have a record of this report that General Wilkins is referring to?
None, Your Honor.
None?
Yes, Your Honor.
From the official records of PDEA?
Yes, Your Honor.
Why is that so, Director General Lazo?
The reason that I'm getting from my office, Your Honor, is that IDEA only came into creation 2002. So this happened in 2004. So apparently, hindi pa institutionalize yung submission of reports noon. So,
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
What is the point of order, Congressman Ako?
is the Director General of PDEA lawyering for Director General Wilkins?
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Because the question of the Honorable Kate Torres requires an answer from DG Wilkins Villanueva.
I was asking him, Mr. Chair, first, why there was no report that was located in the PDEA office. Muna, as him being the Director General now, Mr. Chair.
I agree. I know that there was none.
There was none. So there's none on the record.
None, Your Honor.
Now, General Wilkins, why is that so?
It was 20 years ago, Mr. Chair.
So are you saying it's lost or something?
I don't know, Mr. Chair, kasi hindi ko po alam. Ang repository ng report na yan, Mr. Chair, ay ang operations.
But you are certain that you made
I did, Mr. Chair.
Okay, now, in this raid, General Villanueva,
Ano pa?
were there suspects that were arrested during the raid?
Yung asawa si Mr. Chair ni Alan C. At yung kapatid niya na si Jong Lee.
Wala na ibang mga Chinese that were nahuli.
Wala na po, Mr. Chair.
So there's no truth to the report that there were 11 other suspects that were arrested.
I don't know what he's talking about, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so there's no truth also to the fact that there was this news report made by a certain reporter, Edith Regalado, dated January 2, 2005, that there were 8 other Chinese individuals who were arrested as a result of that raid.
Kasama ko, Mr. Chair, si Edith na naandun, Mr. Chair, eh. Wala na bang arrested dun sa loob ng laboratory, Mr. Chair?
Or subsequent to that raid, were there any other arrests were made that resulted in the arrest of other Chinese individuals?
Except for yung magkapatid na si Pilapil at si Jong, walang ibang arrest.
Can I ask Colonel Sherto, Mr. Chair? Kasi it is still on the line. Colonel Sherto, as a result of the raid, were there any other Chinese individuals who were arrested because of that raid?
Meron po.
Meron ilan po?
Sa loob po ng laboratory, 11.
11. How come General Wilkins is saying that walang na-aresto na mga Chinese individuals?
Hindi ko po alam sa kanya. So, sorry po.
Now, in fact, there is this news report that was written by the reporter Edith Regalado, whom you said was also with you during that raid, that 8 other Chinese individuals were released upon orders of Mayor Duterte.
Mr. Chairman, kung ako pong sasagot, meron pong nahuli, pero hindi po sa loob ng laboratory. Doon po sa Arlene's apartment. I think doon po sa apartment nila Dead Philippines.
Alright, the Wilkins is confirming this. Yes, Mr. Chair. Kasi yung clandestine laboratory, it's a separate area. Alright. Yung ano, Mr. Chair, yung safe house nila, yun yung unang pinuntahan nila pagdagaling sa airport. So what we did for questioning, kinwestiyon namin lahat ng mga Chinese na naandun. But eventually, they were released. Because, for what reason? Walang participation, Mr. Chair. You conducted the interview yourself or your office as the lead agency? Yes, Mr. Chair. And you found nothing that would implicate them to the drug laboratory in Dubai? Yes, Mr. Chair. Is that correct, Colonel Asherto?
Sa tingin ko po mali. Kasi po ang alam ko pong humuli sa kanila ay ang Bureau of Immigration. Kaya po sila kinuha ng Bureau of Immigration for immigration violation po. Kaya po sila na-risk kasi wala po sila dun sa laboratory, hindi naman po sila na huli dun sa loob. Kaya ang humuli sa kanila, ang kumatatandaan ko po ay Bureau of Immigration. Kasi hindi ko nga po alam na hinuli nila yan. Nalaman ko na lang po later na. So, ang nag-imbestiga, ang humuli, Bureau of Immigration.
Okay.
For immigration violation po.
Thank you. General Villanueva, now do you confirm that Colonel Asherto was present with you during the raid?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Do you confirm that Art Las Cañas was also present during the raid?
I don't know Art Lascania. I did not saw him. I did not even talk to him.
Do you know if Sonny Buenaventura was also present during the raid?
Hindi ko matandaan, Mr. Chair. But usually, kasama siya parati ni Mayor.
Okay, now, side issue lang, kasi kanina na-mention mo itong Alan Lim. You identified the picture of Alan Lim kanina, na he's the same Alan Lim that was arrested in a drug case.
Yung nasa kaliwa, Mr. Chair, yun yung picture talaga niya when he was arrested.
Okay, now, would you confirm that that Alan Lim is the same Alan Lim or Lim Wei Xiong that is the spouse of Rose?
Yun nga, Mr. Chair, sana ba ipakita natin sa, yung kanina na picture, Mr. Chair.
But from the information that you got, is it the same person?
I don't think so, Mr. Chair.
You don't think so?
I'm not lawyering for him, Mr. Chair, but I don't think so.
Alright, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Jay. Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Congressman Flores. With the indulgence of Congressman Conghon, our Senior Deputy Speaker, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. May request po akong picture kay Rose Donolin. Meron na po para makita natin si Alan Lim ba? Lim Rachel.
Meantime, Mr. Chair, may I just add the birth certificate of Lin Wei Xiong among the documents we are requesting from Rose Nonok Lin.
Ms. Rose Lin, can you provide us the birth certificate of Lim Wei Xiong?
I will request po sa mother-in-law ko sa China.
Wala kang kopya.
Birth certificate, wala po.
Sige,
Picture niya lang po.
if you have the picture of your husband, please forward that picture to the committee so we can proceed with Congressman Conghon and then Congressman Dan Fernandez and then Congressman Gutierrez and last will be Congressman Romy Acop to recap before we shift to the next topic.
Sorry, Mr. Chair. Saan ko po ipo-forward yung picture?
Concert, can you please assist?
Thank
Okay,
you po.
Congressman Conghon, you recognize you have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, can I ask question kay Mr. Jimmy Guban lang po in connection sa tinanong ni Congressman Listro.
Please proceed.
Mr. Jimmy Guban, kanina may binanggit ka na sabi mo
save the Queen that they wanted to be the next president. Maaari po bang pakilinaw ito at sino po yung tinutukoy ninyo?
Your Honor, that involves already tight security, Your Honor, in my family again. Ayusin ko muna security ko, Your Honor, and I will divulge who are the implementors of that, Your Honor.
Kasi binanggit mo na kami rito, no? So, gusto lang nating i-elaborate sana. May binanggit ka na save the Queen that they wanted to be the next president. So, napakagulo ng statement na to. Gusto lang natin malinawan kung anong ibig mo sabihin dito.
Your Honor, thank you very much dahil again, Your Honor, hindi lang po ang patayan sa regular na street sa labas. Sa Bureau of Customs ho, if you will remember, Your Honors, the Honorable Chairman, ilan pong pinatay sa Bureau of Customs? 3, 5 customs employees. Paglabas ng opisina, binabaril na lang, patay. I think may nabuhay yata isa, dalawa. Nasa kulungan na po ako, Your Honor, pero minsan may nakakausap. So, that is part of the Davao Mafia, Your Honor.
Kaya nga, Mr. Jimmy Guban, no? Ano pong connection nito sa binanggit po ninyo na save the Queen that they wanted to be the next president? Kaya gusto ko pong malinawan. Ano pong connection nito sa sinasabi ninyo?
Your Honor, this time, I cannot give you the categorical answer because of the security, Your Honor. Pero yung mga implementors, Your Honor, it's already in my mind. I can do it. Kaya lang, Your Honor, ito ay mga hardcore killers, implementors ito ng mga Davao group. Kaya nga sabi ko nga po if you would remember, Director ng CIS Bureau of Customs, may pinatay na pulis. Ang tao niya sa loob mismo ng opisina. So, Your Honor, paakyat to sa implementor ng mga nasa taas, pababa. Na-develop ko po itong intelligence report, Your Honor, kahit pa ako nasa kulungan. Mag-umpisa po nung ako ay kinausap ng napakasinungaling na reporter. At gusto akong tulungan para mawala ang aking high blood sa kulungan na si Mr. Paul Gutierrez. Na-develop ko po yung lahat na intelligence report hanggang sa dumating po ako sa National Believed Prison. Siguro ko po yan ay kagustuhan na ng Diyos. Dahil hanggang sa loob ng Bureau of Prison may nagre-reveal sa akin kung sino ang tumapo ng granada sa isang deputy commissioner namin ng Bureau of Customs.
So, ibig sabihin mo ba itong sinasabi mo na save the Queen? That they wanted to be the next president? Ito ay may tinutukay ka na tao na gustong maging susunod na presidente? Yung ba yung tinutukay mo?
Yes, Your Honor. Do you want to claim their names? That family, their family, para lahat malinis. At talaga sabi ko nga, Your Honor, may Diyos. Bigla na lang naghiwalay ang bicolor sa putik. Kaya po ngayon, lumalabas ang kanilang mga plano at pagsisinungaling at ang pagiging narco-politics, Your Honor.
Sinong pamilya ito ang tinutukoy mo?
May I request, Your Honor, to the Honorable Chairman, maybe, Your Honor, if I am already prepared, dahil ilalabas ko po yan kahit po with metrics in other sketches para po may ilabas po yan. Kaya lang ngayon po talagang ang security po ng pamilya po is at stake. In fact, empleyado ng isang kongresista dito, sinusundan yung aking anak. Yung army, na kaibigan kong mga ex-army, kinokontak nila not to be our security. Your Honor, there was also a call from Davao, negosyante, threatening my son that he will be kidnapped. Your Honor, sa dami, buti na lang ko, pasalamat ako, may katabi po akong pari ngayon. Sadlaki po, kaya kanina po napapaluha ko Dahil si Colonel Pardo from 1988, magkasama kami sa eskwelahan. Hanggang po sa maghiwa-hiwalay kami, pagkita namin ngayon ni Colonel Acerto, kami na lang ang buhay. And because of that, yan po ay totoong-totoo po na sinasabi ko. Dinidevelop ko po ng maayos at ngayon po parang May konklusyon na ako kung paano po yan ibigay. But Your Honors, my apology. Dahil hindi ko po kagad may bibigay because of security. Thank you very much.
If I may remind Mr. Guban, kapag ang pakisagot lang ng direkta, wag na yung masyadong marami pa tayong sa kalye, ha? Direkta lang, please answer the questions directly.
Mr. Jimmy Guban, yes or no lang? Pamilya Duterte ba yung tinutukoy mo?
Sorry, Your Honor. Maybe next time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, susunod na po na itatanong ko si General Wilkins Villanueva. General Wilkins, retired na po ba kayo?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Bago po kayo nag-retiro, ano po ang rank ninyo?
Director General of the Philippine Drug Enforcement Agency.
Noong 2001, saan po kayo naka-assign?
Come again, the date, Mr. Chair?
Noong 2001 po, saan kayo na-assign?
2001, I was assigned as OIC of the PNP Narcotics Group sa Region 11. At the same time, Southern Mindanao, team leader po ako ng PACER during that time.
General, nagtatawa po ba kayo?
Hindi po, Mr. Chair.
Matagal na po ba ninyong kilala si former President Duterte?
I was assigned in Davao from 1995 to 2007, Mr. Chair.
Kaya
So definitely may acquaintance at nakatrabaho ko na rin po si former President Duterte.
So kilala niyo po siya?
Officially, sa pagtatrabaho, yes, Mr. Chair.
Malapit po ba kayo sa kanya?
Law enforcers kasi, Mr. Chair, malapit talaga sa kanya, Mr. Chair.
Noong 2001, ay nasa Davao po kayo, malamang alam niyo po yung nangyari sa, may alam po kayo sa Davao Death Squad.
Come again, Mr. Chair.
Noong 2001 po, na-assign kayo sa Davao, malamang po may alam kayo sa Davao Death Squad.
Wala po akong alam sa Davao Death Squad, Mr. Chair, kasi hindi naman po ako naging chief of police ng kahit saang station ng Davao. I was assigned, pareho kami ni Colonel Asierto, as a special unit lahat ang napuntahan ko, Mr. Chair.
So hindi po kayo naka-assign sa Davao?
Buong Region 11, Mr. Chair, yung assignment ko.
Saan po yung,
Not really on Davao. But ang cover ko, Mr. Chair, is Region 11.
saan po yung opisina ninyo naka-base?
Davao City, Mr. Chair.
So ibig sabihin, sa tagal nyo sa Davao, hindi nyo narinig yung Davao Death Squad?
May mga balita, Mr. Chair, na may Davao Death Squad.
Ano po ang masasabi nyo tungkol dito?
Kasi, Mr. Chair, kung araw-araw na balita, tapos hindi mo naman ma-identify, you will just accept it as it is. The meron that squad, but you don't know who they are.
General Villanueva, kilala niyo po ba si Arturo Lascanes?
Hindi po, Mr. Chair.
Hindi po kayo magkakilala?
Hindi ko kilala kahit, hindi ko man nakita ng mukha niya, Mr. Chair, for my almost 12 years.
Okay po. Sir, naging head po kayo ng PIDEA, tama po ba?
Opo, Mr. Chair.
Masasabi po ba natin na ang PIDEA is mahalagang component yan ng war on drugs ng ating Pangulong Duterte nung panahon niya?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Ibig sabihin po, pinagkakatiwalaan niya po kayo.
Yes, Mr. Chair, but I just want to explain, 2020 po ako nag-Director General ng PDEA.
Tama po, pero siyempre, pinagkakatiwalaan niya po kayo, kaya niya kayo in-appoint doon.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Ibig sabihin po, sa pagtitiwala na yon, kilala niya po kayo.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
At kilala niyo rin po siya.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Meron po ba kayong personal na relasyon?
Wala po, Mr. Chair. Ang relasyon po namin, pag droga akin, walang pakialam kahit kanino. Kahit polis, walang pakialam. Pag droga, PDEA.
Masasabi niyo po ba na ang war on drugs si Presidente Duterte ay isang naging success?
Mr. Chair, except for those AJ case, as far as barangay drug clearing is concerned, talagang malaki ang diferensya ng war on drugs.
Alam niyo po sa artikulo, merong artikulong nilabas na sinabi niyo doon yung inyong mga accomplishment Merong 406 elected officials, 127 members of the Uniformed Services, at kung ano-ano pa. Pero hindi nyo nabanggit doon sa report ninyo kung ilan yung namatay doon sa war on drugs. Meron po ba kayong tali ng panahon na yun ng PIDEA?
Mr. Chair, during that time kasi, Mr. Chair, PNP po ang nagbibigay niyan eh. Kasi sa PIDEA, kung ano lang yung operation namin, yun lang ang pwede namin ibigay. But I cannot say anything dun sa namamatay nang hindi ko, wala naman kaming knowledge. For example, yung mga death under investigation. Sa police po yan, Mr. Chair.
Hindi ba kayo kasama doon? Hindi ba kayo ini-inform ng ano? Hindi ba kayo ini-inform ng opisina ninyo, ng PNP? Or wala ba kayong joint operation?
Kahit nga DOJ, Mr. Chair, hindi makakuha halos ng data from the PNP during that time.
So wala kayong joint operation?
Meron kami joint operation, Mr. Chair. And some of them resulted to death of those suspects. But, Mr. Chair, we also share death sa aming mga kasama.
Pero kanina sinabi mo na pagdating sa drugs sa due eh. Eh ba't ngayon sinasabi mo hindi kumukonekta sa iyo ng PNP? Pero sinabi mo kanina, sabi ni Pangulo Duterte, pag drugs akin, sabi mo.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Oh, bakit ngayon itinatanggi mo na sinasabi mo, tinuturo mo PNP?
Eh, sila yung may information about death sa yung death under investigation, Mr. Chair.
But it is about drugs.
We cannot say if it's immediately about drugs or not because they are still under investigation.
Okay. Ito po ba si Colonel Acerto? Kilala niyo po ba siya?
Kilala ko po yan, Mr. Chair. Kasama
Paano po kayo nagkakilala?
Kasama ko po dati pa yan, nung nasa academy pa kami, pareho po kami shooter nung kadete pa kami. And then, nung nag-narcom ako, nag-PIDEA ako, nasa 8 SOT po siya, magkasama rin po kami halos.
Aware po ba kayo tungkol sa intel report na ginawa niya tungkol kay Michael Yang, Alan Lim, Johnson Chua, at si Alan C? Aware po ba kayo dun sa report na ginawa niya tungkol sa Shabu Lab Raid sa Davao?
Mr. Chair, yung Shabu Lab Raid sa Davao, akin yun, Mr. Chair. Isinama ko lang siya dahil gusto namin mag-collaborate ang PNP at PIDEA during that time. Pero initially, meron siyang information na merong personality na gumagamit ng certain cellphone na trace sa Davao. At yung laboratory, wala pa po siyang idea about that. Kami po ang unang nakapunta sa Arlene apartment at ma-identify lahat ng personalities na naandun. Hanggang siya, tinuro po kami for 2 months na ituro kami sa Dumoy clandestine laboratory, Mr. Chair. So, pero kasama na sila during the surveillance operation.
So inaamin po ninyo na yung operation na yun ay sa PIDEA?
Joint operation yun, Mr. Chair.
So nakarating po ba yung report nito kay sa dating Pangulo na Duterte? Naibigay niyo po ba yung report sa kanya regarding dito?
Regarding kanino po, Mr. Chair?
Doon sa ano nyo, operation ninyo?
Yeah, operation, before the actual actual clandestine laboratory operation, kinausap po natin ang aming si Mayor Duterte.
Hindi po ba kasama si Michael Yang doon sa binanggit niyang sangkot sa Dawagan noong 2024? Yan na siya ito.
Balik tayo sa Mr. Chair. Noong 2004, wala pong Michael Yang doon, Mr. Chair. Ngayon, yung 2024, hindi ko na po alam yun kasi wala akong information, Mr. Chair.
Yung Michael Yang na nasa 2020 na kinlear ninyo, ito po ba yung Michael Yang na inappoint ni Presidente Duterte na economic advisor niya?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Ito rin ba yung businessman na taga Davao na malapit kay Pangulong Duterte?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Tama po ba irinig ko kanina na ikinlear nyo si Michael Yang at sinabi niyong wala siyang kinalaman sa droga?
Mr. Chair, kasi wala nang immediate na ebidensya na si Michael Yang sangkot sa droga. Ang information lang ni Colonel Acerto is yung information coming from his informant na hindi pa, ang tawag sa amin noon, Mr. Chair, is raw information that needs validation. Now, kung ikaw ang may information on being an operative for so long, kung ikaw ang may information on dapat, aside from reporting it to your chief PNP, dapat nagkanta ka na ng validation. Kasi ikaw yung may information eh.
So, Mr. General Wilkins, anong pamamaraan yung ginamit nyo para masabi nyo o malinis ninyo yung pangalan ni Michael Yang at kanyang mga kasamahan?
We inquired from the different intelligence services all over the country at we backtrack dun sa records ng PIDEA kung merong involved na Michael Yang. Wala naman pong lumalabas, Mr. Chair. That is why we concluded na dahil during that time, hindi naman nagbigay ng report si Colonel Asierto sir sa akin. Ang nagbigay siya ng report kay General Bato, General Abayade at kay Director General Aquino. So as far as I'm concerned, walang umabot na report sa akin yon, Mr. Chair.
Kung baga kayo ba gumawa ng sarili yung investigasyon or nakipag-ugnayan kayo sa iba't ibang ahensya ng gobyerno?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Anong ginawa niyong pakikipag-ugnayan sa iba't ibang ahensya ng gobyerno?
Mga tawag-tawag and then inquiry, the letters from different... Usually kasi, Mr. Chair, meron kaming grupo talaga na ang bilis ng text lang eh. Text, sir, may involvement pa to. Brad, may involvement pa to. Madali naman ang pasok ng mga inquiry.
Kanino kayo nakipag-ugnayan? Anong ahensya?
Lahat, Mr. Chair, ISAF, NICA, PIDEG, sa PIDEG. NBI,
AFP,
yung NICA, yung ISAF, Mr. Chair, is not under AFP yung Mr. Chair. DI, yung DI mismo, sir, kinler sila eh. Kinler si Michael Yang eh. There was a memorandum clearing Michael Yang ng Directorate for Intelligence ng Philippine National Police.
So ngayon po, sa nakita nyo o narinig ninyo na ginagawang investigasyon ngayon ng Quadcom, nakita nyo po na may mga lumabas na ebidensya. Ano po ang masasabi nyo tungkol dito? Di parang mas magaling pa mag-imbestiga ang Quadcom kaysa sa PIDEA.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Mr. Chair, inamin niyo po, mas magaling mag-imbestiga ang Quadcom kaysa sa... Sandali lang po, mas magaling po mag-imbestiga ang Quadcom kaysa sa opisina niyo sa PIDEA.
No, Mr. Chair. Kailan lumabas si Michael Yang? Nung nagkaroon ng drug haul sa Pampanga. Doon pumasok si Michael Yang. Before that, wala namang actual ebidensya si Michael Yang. Now, may mga ebidensya against him, then we have to pin him down.
I do disagree. Marami na mga chismis at at na tayong mga naririnig na involved si Michael Yang, alalim sa drugs.
Mr. Chair, we cannot act on mere chismis kasi hearsay yun, Mr. Chair.
Pero, hindi ba kaya nyo inabsuelto si Michael Yang at saka si Alan Lim? Dahil malapit siya sa dating Pangulo na nag-appoint sa inyo bilang sandali lang. Bilang PIDEA chief?
No, Mr. Chair. Hindi ko sasakripisyo ang pangalan ko ng buong karir ko na Wilkins dahil may 3 akong anak na Wilkins. Ayoko pong madamage ang pangalan ng Wilkins dahil dala-dala po ng anak ko yan. Hindi ko kinlir si Michael Yang dahil may utang na loob akong presidente. Kinlir ko si Michael Yang because I have personal knowledge na walang ebidensya against Michael Yang. So paano ko siya isasangkot kung wala akong ebidensya? It will never stand in court, Mr. Chair.
Paano nga po magkakaroon ng mag-stand in court? Hindi nga po kayo nagsagawa ng ebidensya na maayos. Kung nagsagawa po kayo ng ebidensya na maayos, lalabas po yung pangalan niyan. Talagang aminin na po natin. Kaya po ninyong inabsuelto si Michael at si Alan Lim. Dahil may utang ng loob po kayo kay Presidente. Dahil in-appoint na po kayong PIDEA.
Wala po, Mr. Chair.
No.
Mr. Chair, ang dapat
Sandali lang po, antayin niyo pong i-recognize kayo bago po kayo magsalita. Mr. Chair, alam po natin na talagang ang dahilan po ng pag-absuelto ng PIDEA dati kay Michael Yang at Alan Lim dahil po in-appoint nga po ni Presidente si Wilkins Villanueva bilang Director General ng PIDEA. Yun ang dahilan. At kailangan magsabi ng totoo si Director General Wilkins na talagang katulad nga ng sinabi po natin kanina, mas magaling pang mag-imbestiga ang Quadcom kaysa sa PIDEA. Tapos nagtanong po siya sa iba't ibang ahensya. Sinasabi nila na walang lumabas na ebidensya. Anyway, Mr. Chair, mamaya po, I reserve my right to ask questions later. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Congressman Tonghon. Before we acknowledge the next interpolator, I'd like to acknowledge the presence of Honorable Percival Sendanya, the Akbayan Party List representative, Congressman Ramon Rodrigo Gutierrez, and Congresswoman Micaela Angela Sonsing. So the next interpolator is Congressman Dan Fernandez. So
Wait, sige. Actually, Mr. Chairman, wala naman akong tanong. Sige, alala natin. Dalawang issue lang siguro to. At ayun na lang, Miss Rose, Lee.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Do you know a certain Alvin Constantino?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
What is your relationship with Alvin Constantino?
He worked with me po.
As a chief of staff?
Yes po.
So, siya yung COS mo run for congressional bid in Quezon City.
Now po.
Yes, and founder and leader of Confederate Sentinels of God.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
And he also ran for councilor in District 6 in 2022.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
You know a certain Ted Lazaro
Yes, Mr. Chair.
is also your
Yes, Mr. Chair.
employee? Okay. Yung bang pangalan ng asawa mo is Sean Wei Lin or Lin Sean Wei. Ano mo, actually, gugulo ko eh. Ano pangalan
Mr.
talaga?
Chair, yung last name po is Lin.
Lin.
Ang first name po niya is Wishong.
Wishong.
Yes po.
Okay, so kanina sinasabi mo, hindi siya Alan Lin, correct?
Yes po, Mr.
Okay.
Chair.
So, Wishong Lin. So, ang
Yes,
tawag mo
sir.
sa kanya pag nasa bahay is Wishong.
May tawagan po kasi kami.
So, hindi, I mean, pag tinatawag mo siya ng pangalan niya, ano tinatawag mo sa kanya? We o Shong?
Wishong po talaga.
So, ganun. So, kasi Pilipina tayo, di ba? Usually, kapag tayo, Pilipino, sometimes we tend to call our husband or our wife, di ba? In a Filipino name. Yeah, really, di ba? Kasi Pilipino tayo eh. Alam mo, tawagan mong Wishong. Well, anyway, check niyo yun. So, hindi siya talaga si Alan Lin.
No po, Mr.
Alright.
Chair.
So, yun ang nangyari doon sa 2002 ba yun? Yung sa Cavite. Hindi si, hindi si Wei Sean Lin. Hindi.
Hindi po si Lin Wishong po.
Yeah, according to you, di ba? Hindi siya. Okay. So, doon sa pagdating naman po sa negosyo nyo, kaya kayo nagkaroon ng maraming pera is because of the POGO, correct?
Mr. Chair,
Asa-
bago pa po may POGO, may pera na po ang asawa ko.
Okay.
Bago ko po siya nakilala, may pera na po siya.
Alright, so, meron siya nung Sean Wei technology.
Sean Wei Technology po.
And one of these Sean Wei technologies to service provider, di ba? Ng mga POGO.
Master license po siya.
Master license.
Opo.
So, can you kindly educate me on that field?
Mr. Chair, ang involvement ko po sa Sean Wei, kasi again po, sa back office po ako. Yung nag-aayos sa mga papers.
Tinatanong ko, tinatanong ko, yung
Sorry po.
Sean Wei technology.
Yes.
Siyempre, meron kayong 20, di ba? You have so many, 32 name of licensing nyo under your, Sean Wei. I think Sean Wei technology is one of those that was given yung mga SABS licensee, correct?
Tama po, Mr. Chair.
At nagbigay kayo ng service provider ng technology doon sa POGO. Tama?
Tama, Mr. Chair.
Okay. And one of those that you have given your services is yung Oroon Incorporated sa Cagayan de Oro.
Oro 1 po. Mr.
Oro
Chair.
1, yeah.
Opo.
And that is owned by Tony Yang.
Corporation po yun eh.
Yes,
Ano
oo,
pangalan
pero
po?
si Tony Yang. Tony Yang, maestrado. Babalik. Pakikita namin ito may kaso. Ang dami pa namin kakalkalit dito. But we know that Tony Yang owns itong Oro 1 Incorporated sa Cagayan de Oro. Ito yung nirade eh.
Cagayan de Oro.
Tama?
Po.
Oh, yes,
Pero I
okay.
don't know po kung na-rate po sila.
Narate sila. Nasa news. Hindi ka nagbabasa?
Start po nyo.
Oh, when was that? When it's a Porak, when this was raided by PAOK and the DILG? Were you aware of this raid in the Pogo in Porac?
Mr. Chair, nalaman ko lang po yun through news.
Do you have an interest in the Pogo doon sa Porac?
No, Mr. Chair.
Are you sure?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Were there a time that you have asked your COS, Alvin Constantino, na tulungan ka na ilabas yung mga gamit sa Porac?
No, Mr. Chair. Wala
Was
po
there-
kami business sa Porac
Was
po.
there no communication between you
No,
and
Mr.
Alvin
Chair.
Constantino
No, Mr. Chair.
that you are asking him to find someone from the PNP to help you in order to release all your things, documents, and pertaining to assets in the Porac,
No,
Pampanga?
Mr. Chair.
Are you sure?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Sige, I want to show you something. Can you show me figure 1, please?
Teka.
Ayan. Alvin, sino pwede tawagan sa Porac last time na binigay mo? Okay naman. Pero this time, mga lead namin kaming ilalabas. Hanap po ako, ma'am. Then update ko po kayo. And that's Alvin Constantino. And magkano all kami na mag-uusap? Need ko ibang number. Pagpapakausap mo ko. Paggawa kay Ted. Di ba you remember Ted and Alvin? Correct?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Mr.
Sabi,
Chair.
ma'am, wait. I'm not done yet.
I'm
I'll give you
sorry,
time.
Mr. Chair.
Teka.
Okay. Punta tayo sa figure 2. O, ito naman, kausap mo. Ma'am, can I have additional funds for me to be able to file a case? Alvin, gamitin mo na lahat ng connections mo, busy kami. Dinegosyo namin sa Palawan, kailangan namin gawa ng paraan. Yung sa Clark, yung pinunta natin, inaayos na rin namin kasi may tip na ayos sa ang next na pupuntahan. Just call me. Anong need? Magkasama naman tayo mamaya. Figure 3. O, you texted him. Any update? Ma'am, hinintay ko po yung regional director ng Region 3. Sige, asap. Si General Rodel po na. Paasap ng number sa Bido at para sa staff ko muna. Tatawag sa kanya. Copy, ma'am. Hanapin ko lang po. Contact number. Send ko sa iyo. And then lastly, Albi, may papalangalan ako sa iyong properties. But we need to talk with my lawyers. Lahat ng mga negosyo namin need matago yung ibang mga properties. Dahil mag-start ng mag-freeze ng asset sa Porac, may advance info naman tayo. May damit naman ako para itago yon mga asset. Ipasok ko sa foundation yung iba. Yes, ma'am. Just tell me all the details later sa virtual meeting. You can use me and Ted for your properties. So, are you going to deny this? Of course, right?
Mr. Chair, talagang i-deny ko po yan dahil wala pong katotohanan.
So, ito ba, ito yung yung Facebook?
Messenger. Mr. Chair, bigyan
Is
ko
that your Facebook account Messenger? Is that yours? Yes or no?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
But Mr. Chair, let me speak po muna kasi may one instance po na ginaya po yung messenger ko. Ginamit ang pangalan ko. Yes po, that's true po. Nireklamo
Nakita
po
mo yung
niya
profile
sa
pic mo, Rose?
Yes,
Rose,
Mr.
ano yung
Chair.
profile pic mo?
Tama po yan.
And all those in conversation with Alvin Constantino, that the same profile pic. Well, anyway, of course you will deny it, correct?
Dahil hindi po totoo yan, Mr.
Okay,
Chair.
Mr. Chairman will be inviting over Mr. Alvin Constantino and Mr. Ted Lazaro in the next hearing, and for us to find out the veracity of all of these. Well, allegation din naman to, ano, Rose? And we have to find out the truthfulness, of this allegation as well. How many licenses do you have? 35?
No, Mr. Chair. One licensee and 9 service provider.
Meron kayo meron kayo sa Cagayan, meron kayo sa Palawan, meron kayo sa Clarkfield.
Palawan, we don't have po.
Sa Mactan,
Mactan, mayroon po before.
Pasay,
Pasay, mayroon po.
Paranaque.
Paranaque, yes po.
Yes.
Mr. Chair.
You have, yes.
Thank you po. Mr. Chair, sakali po ba na mapatunayan ang ginamit po na messenger doon ay peke, maaari niyo po ba akong tulungan para ma-track po yun?
Sure.
Salamat
Of
po.
course. No, don't worry. We will be fair, transparent, and the very purpose of this hearing is to really find out the truth. Hindi naman po kami manggigisa ng tao dito kapag hindi po totoo. But of course, these documents that are being presented to us, the reason why we are trying to present this is to have the validation. Hindi naman po namin kayo pinipin down. But if ever na mapatunayan natin na hindi ito totoo, hindi mas maganda po para po sa atin lahat.
Salamat, Mr. Chair.
Alright. Okay, so, ito naman po, Mr. Chairman, no, kay, kay Commissioner Paldon, kanina pa si Commissioner, former Commissioner ng Customs, ano?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Sir, kasi kanina, si Congressman Luistro, we're asking si Mr. Jimmy Guban about yung how it works doon sa custom. Can you kindly tell us, no? Kasi basically meron naman kaming konting alam din, ano? Kapag nagdadak na po yung mga vessel. Kasi, Mr. Chairman, I really wanted to find out, no? Kung saan ang pinagugutan ng mga custom. Kung paano nakakapasok itong mga container na sinasabi ni Mr. Jimmy Guban na a lot of those containers, ang bilis nilang naitatago. So, from the docking ng vessel, ikaw bilang commissioner, what transpired once na they dock?
Sir, Mr. Chair, unang-una, since 2017, 5 commissioners has already succeeded me. So the concept of operation, Mr. Jimmy Guban has stated, I am not sure if that is still the same concept of operation. The 5 commissioners has succeeded me.
Wait, Commissioner, ang binabanggitin po ganito, once yung cargo, dumating na po yung vessel, dumating yung ship, andun yung cargo, di ba, parang aeroplano, kung may cargo ka, magbaba doon, di ba, unang-unang papasok sa aeroplano, o kaya sa barko, syempre, yung quarantine, di ba? Pasok yung quarantine, doktor, tingnan nila. Pag wala, pasok kayo mga custom, yung mga immigration, tapos yung mga custom inspector, tapos tingnan nila yung mga sequencing ng mga cargong ilalabas. Kasi meron yung discharge ng mga cargo. So what happened? Kasi dito po natin makikita yung mga cargong ilalabas para makita natin, pag dadali sa warehouse, ano na nangyari? Doon nagkakaroon yung maraming sinasabi ni Jimmy Guban na nagkakabayaran di ba? Nagkakaroon ng proteksyon doon sa paglalabas ng cargo from the ship papunta sa warehouse. Ang tanong ko, since nandun na yung custom sa loob ng barko, halimbawa ilalabas, paano magko-commence yung operation on trying to get out on those cargos? Being the commissioner,
Sir, yung binabanggit niyang iba, nadatnan ko na yun doon, yung, let's say, yung green lane. Bago ka mapunta sa green lane, there's a vetting process. Ito yung sinasabi niya mga international cargos na, ano sila, yung napatunayan na silang mga honest na traders, sila yung nandun sa green lane. Kasi if you need to inspect every cargo, magtatagal po yun, magkakaroon po tayo ng congestion sa pier. So, ang ginagawa doon, ina-identify yung na-establish ng matitinong importers, sila yung napupunta sa green lane. May binanggit siyang red, at saka meron siyang binanggit na RMO, yung Risk Management Office, they're the ones managing the predetermination of these cargoes to be flagged para buksan siya. Kasi you cannot open all the cargoes. So yung napunta sa green lane, yun na yung hindi nabubuksan. Yung flag ng Risk Management Office na red, ito yung mandatory na inspecting. Yun po yung binabanggit niya kanina. And I think it's a good practice. Ngayon yung binabanggit niyang banded warehouse, ito po yung mga nag-apply. Ang nag-approve po nito is up to the Secretary of Finance, na ito yung mga dinadala yung imported raw materials, they process it dun sa banded warehouse and send it back abroad ito yung mga walang tariff. I think there's a law that covers that. Usually nasa PESA po yun, PESA zones. Yun yung sinasabi niyang bonded warehouses.
Di ba, Commissioner, meron niyang tinatawag na manifestation, di ba? Kapag yung master of the ship, dala-dala yung manifestation, sigurado tayo na kapag binigay yung manifestation doon sa custom inspector, alam kung ilan yung ilalabas, alam kung ano yung bigat ng mga cargo. Am I correct?
Meron po talagang pre-shipment na documents. And ito yung ginagawa nung trabaho ito ng mga brokers. And then, ito yung ini-inspect ng bawat port. We have, I think, 36 ports nationwide. So may mga port collectors. Yan po yung primary job po nila under the new customs law. So the final authority to release every goods sa bawat port is, that's the role of the
Pero yung sa manifesto,
collectors.
sir, sa manifesto, kasi yung manifesto yung magpapatunay kung ano yung mga cargo eh. Di ba? Ako yung mga ship, master of the ship. Ako may control nito, pati nung stowage plan. Di ba, stowage plan? Kung ilan yung nakalagay ng mga cargo dyan. Alam ko yung weight niyan. Di ba? Kung alam ko yung weight niyan, alam ko kung ano yung stowage plan, eto na yung manifesto. Ako yung may ship. Ibibigay ko na ngayon sa immigration, sa custom inspector. Di ba? Ngayon, anong gagawin nila doon sa cargo nilabas sila? Are they going to mag-ano ulit sila? Mag-weigh ulit sila? Di ba dapat para makita mo kung may discrepancy? Di ba? Ginagawa ba ninyo yun sa custom during that time?
Again, sir, that's the function of the RMO to predetermine kung ano yung ipoflag nila at inspectin based on the manifest.
Paano nagbe-predetermine? Based on the manifest, and then paano mo i-check kung talaga yun yung weight ng lahat ng laman ng cargong yan?
Merong weighing scale doon talaga para pag napunta siya sa red, ipoflag yan talaga, tapos i-inspectin niya ng port.
Pinapractice yan.
During my time, it's practice.
Jimmy, pinapractice ba yan? Kaya para malaman natin, kasi merong allegation that 600 containers have been, nawala eh. Kaya nagtataka ako kung bakit ganong kadami ang nawawala. Sino may problema dito?
Your Honor, if I may, from the start, yung sabi niyo pong barko, nandiyan ang mga containers. Pagdating po ng barko sa port, halimbawa Port of Manila, may team po yan. Customs, then immigration, quarantine. Yan buo muna ang papasok. Pero before the arrival of the vessel, Your Honor, there was already an advance foreign manifest sa Bureau of Customs. So malalaman mo na po kung yung parating na barko, kung ano ang laman, kargamento. So yun po yung legal declaration from the port of origin. So unti-unti, ang tatrabaho na po ng mga container, kargamento sa vessel, ayun naman pong ICTSI, yung port operator. So wala pa po doon, Your Honors, yung custom. Dahil doon pa lang yun, iba pa ho yung sabi. So pagkababa po ng container, yung po papasok ang facilitator broker, magdi-declare sila ngayon from the foreign manifest, yung advance manifest, yung mga licensed broker o representative, magdi-declare po sila ng kargamento nila base po doon sa advance foreign manifest from the shipping line.
Okay. So, ang sinasabi mo, yung mga individual manifest, di ba? Yung foreign manifest na yun, nakukuha na nila. So alam nila ito na darating.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Paano ang consolidated? Halimbawa, consolidated consignee yung container.
Your Honor,
Do they have, ang tanong ko sa iyo, do they have separate na mga manifestation?
Your Honor, yan po yung iisa lang ang manifesto niyan galing sa port of origin. Halimbawa, isang consignee, ang nakalagay doon na container ay 5. In fact, minsan mayroon pa dahil may rider pa yan na isa or dalawa. So pagdating po doon, makikita po natin kung ilang containers sa isang consignee ang parating.
At kung consolidated siya, doon na nagkakaroon ng palusot.
Kung consolidated po yung order, nakadeklara yun doon. Ngayon, pagdating po doon sa palusot, pagdating doon advance, nakapile na ng entry, ready na po yun, dire-diretso with gate pass na yun, nakapalusot na. Ibig sabihin, wala nang opening ng containers, diretso na yung palabas. Lalo na pag ito ay trabaho. Or, nakatimbre sa lahat, kunyaring nawawala ang container, pero trabaho yun. So yan yung nangyari po sa maraming nawawalan container.
Nakuha ko na. So in other words, Mr. Chairman, doon natin nakikita yung may problema. Most especially because Mr. Michael Yang is a consolidator. Am I correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. And being a consolidator of all these containers, no, na dumarating, nakakapagpalusot sila eh. Dahil nga, walang individual manifestation ang lahat ng mga cargo yun. Consolidated na siya. And I try to have a research about this, Mr. Chairman, and I found out that yung consolidation ng mga consignee, ng mga containers, meron silang isang manifestation lang. Kaya hindi mo alam, iba't ibang mga containers yun, iba-ibang cargo yun, pero consolidate nila, kaya doon na nakakapasok yung mga palusot na sinasabi nila. Mr. Jimmy Guban, can you kindly correct me if I'm, kung mali ako. And after which, na malaman, yung ibang mga cargo doon ay walang individual manifestation, yun ngayon ang nakakalusot na dinadala from vessel to the warehouse. Am I correct?
Yes, Your Honor, pero filing of interest.
And doon nagkakaroon ng tinatawag na connivance ang warehouse owner and the warehouse inspector.
That's correct, Your Honor.
And then, after which, kapag meron ng connivance at dahil ayaw magbigay, so stated na sa warehouse. Is this correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
And after which, na magkaroon ng ayusan, saka lang makakalabas yung mga container na yon.
Yes, Your Honor.
And then, maglalagay sila ng mga different kind of scheme. Like, footnote, yung tinatawag na foreign to foreign na ang tawag doon, foreign to foreign transshipment scheme.
International transshipment, Your Honor.
Yes, and yung tinatawag natin pass rate.
Yes, Your Honor.
Diba? I think, Mr. Chairman, ito isa sa mga problema that we need to correct in custom. Because we found out that yung manifestation, yung advance manifestation na nanggagaling doon sa ship owner, yun, kaya natin check. But ang problem, kapag nag-consolidate na sila ng kanilang mga tinatawag na mga container, doon na tayo napapalusutan. Doon na nalalagay itong mga droga. Kaya nga, consolidator si Michael Yang eh. Doon niya nagawa, doon niya naitago, doon niya nailabas. With that, Mr. Chairman, I think maraming dapat ayusin sa custom. Specifically itong consolidation of the consignee containers. Kaya, for the meantime, Mr. Chairman, yun lang muna po ang itatanong ko. And I think I'd be asking na lang po mamaya afterwards. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chair, parliamentary inquiry, Mr. Chair. Parliamentary inquiry. Mr. Chair, yes, just want to inquire if we are going to shift to another topic.
Yes, we will. There are two more names listed as interpellators on the topic of
legal drugs.
Then after this, we will now shift to the EJK.
Okay. Because I also have questions, but in the interest of time, I will no longer be availing of that. And I will just ask my question in the next hearing, particularly legal drugs.
Yes, Your Honors, we still have several committee hearings of the Quad that we
I was wondering, Mr. Chair, if you can list me as the first interpellator next hearing.
We will do that. Take also please take note. So the next, the second to the last interpellator is Congressman Rod Gutierrez, and then Congressman Caduano, and then last but not the least is Congressman Akop that will recap the discussion of the topic today on the dangerous drugs. So, Congressman Rod Gutierrez, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, just a few questions, and actually this could have been an interjection, just to clarify po. But I'd like to direct our questions to our guest, Ms. Rose Manoli. Good evening po. So, Mr. Chair, if all is well, I'll proceed with my questioning. Ms. Lim, good evening. Mr. Chair, just to clarify po, because I know you've been answering this previously already quite a lot, although I'd just like to clarify. To give context, your name was mentioned in the previously presented matrix, and it raises a lot of questions. Of course, that's a reason why we had this hearing, to really clarify po kung, especially to hear your side on these matters. My understanding, Mr. Chair, is that Ms. Lynn Aurelgo was already asked about yung pharmally biological. no relation to Pharmaly Pharmaceutical.
Yes.
However, is it correct to state that when you mentioned earlier that Pharmaly Biological, what was the nature, just to clarify again, ano po yung nature ng Pharmaly Biological Corporation?
Ang nature po sana nun na magiging business nun ay magtatayo po ng laboratory sa paggawa ng gamot.
And this is not no longer functioning.
No po.
You mentioned earlier that, I think one of the congressmen mentioned that there were links between Pharmaly Biological to Pharmaly Philippines Holdings. You mentioned na wala pong link. Were you able to verify kung may link po?
Link po. Sorry, Mr. Chair. Pakiulit ko ng tanong.
Sorry. Were you able to verify? Because earlier you answered in the negative when you were asked po if there was any link between Pharmaly Biological, in which you are a incorporator po, no? And Pharmaly Philippines Holdings.
Mr. Chair, wala pong Pharmaly
Philippines Holdings.
Holdings po. Wala po.
Mr. Chair, maybe ask the Secretary to flash the first slide that we asked you to prepare.
Secretary?
Based on the corporate records, and you admitted this earlier, that you are a treasurer po, no, for Pharmaly Biological. I'm not sure if it's clear in your screen po, but if you would see the sixth listed under the GIS, General Information Sheet for Pharmaly Biological, meron pong nakasulat na Pharmaly Philippine Holdings.
Mr. Chair, wala po talagang Pharmaly Holdings.
But this is an official record that you've submitted before the SEC.
No, wala po.
How do we verify, Mr. Chair? I suppose may we perhaps invite a representative from the SEC so that we can confirm this finally. But just to share with the resource person, nandito po siya. And actually, can we move to the next slide, please? As we mentioned earlier, based on the articles of incorporation, you were designated as treasurer for Pharmaly Biological.
That's true po.
And with that, you've executed this treasurer's affidavit.
That's true po.
And in the treasurer's affidavit, basically, this is proof that you have accounted for at least the old ruling that you need to have 25% of the stock to be subscribed to, and then 25% that we paid. That would necessarily mean po that you are aware of your stockholders.
I will check po sa records po namin, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Just to clarify, this is an official record. And we have the next slide, please. And yun po, lumalabas doon, based on Article 8, that there was in fact a Pharmaly Philippine Holdings. In fact, it is your majority shareholder with 10.3 million amount subscribed. And if we look at the other shareholders, and this is the po sa Articles of Incorporation po natin, lahat po nominal shares lang po. Are you sure you don't recall this corporation? This was there from the very beginning.
No, Mr. Chair. I'll double check po sa company papers po namin.
So, Mr. Chair, if that's the case, in your recollection, and to note po, no, it's interesting because it's Pharmaly Philippines Holdings, but it is a Singaporean corporation based on the records.
Mr. Chair, sa pagkaalala ko po, wala pong Philippine, Pharmaly Philippine po.
So maybe know from your recollection, how did you come into incorporating Pharmaly Biological
Ang
Corporation?
alam ko lang po sa Pharmaly Biological, lahat po ng incorporator po yan, walang company, lahat po tao.
Lahat po tao?
Yes po.
Okay. And the majority of the resources that was put up for the stockholdings would be from who was the largest stockholder? Individual. I mean,
Yeah, yung Singaporean po, si Mr. Wang.
So there was a Singaporean involved?
Yes po, Singaporean. Actually po, yan po ang naging lacking director po doon sa Pharmaly Pharmaceutical.
So you have an interlocking director?
Yes po.
Itong Singaporean national.
Yes.
But as of the incorporation of Pharmaly Biological, siya rin po, he was already there.
Yes po.
Siguro po, Mr. Chair, we really will need the SEC to confirm this po based on documents that were provided. But anyway, thank you for that clarification. We'll move on to the next. As mentioned and has been established, you seem to be a very prolific entrepreneur po, no? You have a series of corporations you've included that you have incorporated, and you mentioned that not all of them are active. But I'm sure that you're well aware that quite a few of the corporations were mentioned in that matrix that was presented prior, and that's what actually sparked this. We just want to go through them po to have an understanding. I know some of them were mentioned earlier, But just to go through them one by one para we have a clarification. Yung sa XRL Holdings po, this you mentioned was a family corporation, tama po ba?
That's right po.
And its primary purpose is to hold holdings in what industry? Or is this supposed to hold all of your investment?
Yeah, that's true po.
Yung XRL po, this is 60% owned by you.
Yes.
And the 40% is owned by the husband.
Yes po.
And XRL has holdings in what subsidiaries po currently?
Sa ngayon po wala pa. Kasi inaayos pa po namin yun.
So XRL came after the other corporation. So you're going to be retrofitting na lang po
Yes
yung
po.
okay, understood.
Aayos na lang po para maayos yung setup.
We also mentioned that there was a Strongway Technologies. Ito po ba is in the field of Philippine offshore gaming? Is that
Yes po, before.
Opo. Prior. It is not closed down. You have not liquidated yet, but you are no longer operating as there is no more, or there is no license. Is that correct?
No po, close na po siya since 2023 pa.
As in, wrapped up na rin po yung corporate papers and you've already
Sa
liquidated.
corporate papers po, Mr. Chair, inaayos na po yun.
So,
Pero
hindi po?
pagkakalap po, wala na siyang operations, wala na lahat.
Okay po. Just to clarify po, kasi there's a difference between operation ceasing and the ceasing of the corporate life po. No? So, tuloy pa rin po yung corporate life, wala lang operation.
Yes po,
Okay.
that's right po.
And that correct po, 30% po kayo.
Yes,
And you were in the back end.
yes, until 2021.
Sino po yung front end operator? Was it your husband?
Ang operator, yes po,
So husband niyo po is involved with the POGO.
operations.
Opo. So he knows the ins and outs of Philippine offshore gaming operations.
Yes po.
Yes, because do you know anything about the operations of Philippine offshore gaming operations, or mostly doon ka lang po talaga sa permitting?
Doon na po talaga ako sa mga documents and permits po.
Okay, so we'll go back to that later. Ms. Lynn, nabanggit rin po yung Paili Estate and Paili Holdings, and you confirmed that you have a part in this po, no? In fact, for Paili Estate, you have 25% stake. May we know po what is the nature of the Paili Estate company?
Mr. Chair, yung PAI,
Ay.
ang PAI Holdings po, ito po ay holdings lamang.
Sorry, just to clarify po, Paili Estate.
PAI is sorry. Ang PAI estate po, ito po yung may mga formerly known po as ako, sorry. Mr. Chair, yung Pili Estate po, formerly known po siya as Pili Holdings.
Also, they're one and the same.
No po.
They're-
Formerly known po siya as
Formerly known.
Pili Holdings. Yes po. Ito po ay holding companies po siya.
Sorry, can you clarify? You mentioned that they formerly known as Pi Holdings.
Yes po.
But when I said they're one and the same, you said they're not.
No po.
So,
Kasi mayroon po talaga siyang Pili Estate.
formerly known as... So that means may dalawa pa po or isa lang po?
Actually po, ang Pili Estate Group of Corporation, formerly known po siya as Pili Holdings.
And the second corporation would be...
Pili Holdings Corporation.
Okay. So the group of company would be known as holdings and yung isa estate naman.
Yes po.
So in any which case, both are now holdings. Is that what
Both
you're saying?
are holding companies.
Both are holding companies. And
Yes.
ito po yung na-get earlier na mentioned sa Clark Mega Project
Yes
po.
po.
Okay. Thank you. And, but you have a personal stake here po, no? 35%. Tama po ba? Okay. Thank you. Another corporation would like to go for, yung Full Win Gaming Corporation. This is familiar to you po, Mr.
Sorry, Mr. Chair.
Full Win.
Full win.
Opo. And it's correct that you have 30% stake in this.
Let me check po, Mr. Chair. Yes, Mr. Chair.
And may we know the nature of the Full Win Gaming Corporation?
Mr. Chair, itong Full Win is non-operating companies po to since 2021 pa.
And ano po yung operations niya prior to this?
No, wala po siyang operation talaga.
No operation at all.
No operation at all.
What was the intended industry po na papasokan po nila?
Dapat po ito yung Full Win, gagawin po ito dapat na holdings din po, holdings company. Ito dapat yung una.
Okay, the first holdings complex.
Yes po.
Understood. Okay. And of course, we have pharmaceutical, biological, which you've already explained. As treasurer, gagawa ko sa factory for
Yes.
And then, of course, we have yung Golden 999. This is a real estate company, mga po ba?
Golden Sun
Golden
99
Sun.
po, it's a, ano po, warehouse.
Warehouse.
Yeah.
Okay. And you have a personal stake of 15%.
Yes po.
So amongst these corporations, would you say the bulk of your income comes from the mentioned corporations, or kasi you and your husband seem to be very fond of holding corporations po, no? So usually that means corporation po ito na may pagmamay-ari ng iba't iba pang mga corporation. But at the end of the day, all of the financials would stem going upwards po, no? They funnel into these holdings corporations. Tama po ba?
Sorry.
Yung any profit, any revenue that the subsidiaries make, in order for it to reach the intended or the end user, yung stockholder, dumadaan po ito sa holdings corporation.
Supposed to be. Yes,
Supposed to be.
yun po yung plano.
That's
Na
the
dapat sa holdings po dadaan. Kaya may holdings company.
So from the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 mentioned corporations, would you say the bulk of your net worth, the bulk of your income comes from this? Or by corporations pa not mentioned in which you would credit most of your net worth po?
Actually, Mr. Chair, may mga corporations pa po kami.
And given these corporations, how much percent would you say from your net worth itong anim? Ballpark figure lang po siguro.
Hindi ko masasabi, more or less, Mr. Chair.
You won't be able to tell if it's at least half of your net worth, 3/4.
Hindi ko masasabi, Mr. Chair.
And how many more corporations outside of these holdings companies would you say that you still have? Yung operating na lang po, para we have an idea of the revenue structure that you have.
Siguro may dalawa o tatlo pa, Mr. Chair.
2 or 3 specific corporations or holdings rin po sila?
Hindi po.
Specific naman?
Yes po.
And we don't have to clarify po na, but just for an idea, ano po yung industry nitong 2 or 3?
Yung tatlo?
Yes, the
Real
industry.
estate po.
So mostly real estate?
Yes po.
Okay. But you have an idea out of the 2 or 3 versus the 6 that were mentioned. Wala po tayong idea. Although you mentioned you're on more on the back end, who does your finances then po?
Mayroon po kaming tax lawyer.
The tax lawyer. So
Yes
as long as your only concern is pumapasok lang naman yung pera, you don't
Yes
really
po.
need to know which side.
Yes po.
Which is understandable po, no? Kasi as a businesswoman, sa dami-daming korporasyon, it's understandable there are multiple streams of income, you might not necessarily be involved po with the specific. So that's perfectly understandable. But I asked this, Mr. Chair, because out of those mentioned, and I think this is just a repetition of what was mentioned earlier, yung Sean Wei, it was a POGO operator, yung the Pile Estate, which is linked to DCLA, Yangtze, and yung sa Cagayan de Oro, which was mentioned by Colonel Sherto, and of course yung Golden Sun, which has been linked allegedly to the Shabu raid in Mexico, Pampanga. These are just some of the red flags that actually caused their inclusion in the matrix. So we just wanted to know, but our research person has repeatedly posited that she's only in the back end, and therefore she would not know the front, which is perfectly understandable. We just want to get that out in the open on. So with that, Mr. Chair, I think although we don't have the names specifically yet, we might have to ask for the actual members who are familiar with the operations. Perhaps we would like to invite them po, no, in our next hearing so that we can really clarify their links to the matrix. Moving forward, Mr. Chair. Moving forward po, no, siguro, one interesting that was mentioned in the matrix po is yung Seanway Technologies. And you mentioned po earlier that you were involved with the back end in permitting. And this would involve permitting po sa PAGCOR, would that be correct?
Yes, that's right
And
po.
please correct me if I'm wrong, we might be mistaken, but our understanding is when you have a parang master permit, master license for POGO operations, if there are service providers, they piggyback on your license. Is that correct?
Yes po. At mayroon rin po silang sarili license na i-issue po ng PAGCOR. Like for example po, I have this copy na para po ang license na ito is a master license po namin, which is Seanway. And mayroon rin pong license dahil mag-a-apply rin po ang mga service provider po namin sa PAGCOR. So they have their own license din po.
They have their own license, but of course they have to be attached to a POGO operator.
Yes po.
So in which case, the master license would be Seanway Technologies. And there were some that I'm sure you're aware of them. They were mentioned in particular. Do you have any relation to turquoise diamond technology?
Ano po siya? Service provider po siya ng master license po namin.
But I mean, do you have any personal relation? Do you have a
No po.
stockholding? Or do you have interlocking directors in some of your corporations?
I'm not sure, but I'll check po para hindi po ako magkamali, Mr. Chair, kung okay lang.
Si Miss Amy Nono Cloquigan is a relative of yours.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
And are you aware that she is a stockholder of Turquoise Diamond Technology?
I'll check po, Mr. Chair, sa documents.
Okay. We'll probably request po siguro from the SEC some of these documents just to show po na that there is a relation with Turquoise Diamond Technology. Yung Oro 1 po that was mentioned earlier, this was a service provider. Are you all familiar with Oro 1 Inc.?
I'm not familiar po kasi service provider na po sila namin.
Okay po. And Shibai Keji, are you familiar with this service provider?
CITG is one of our service provider.
Ms. Lynn, to the Honorable Chairman, of course, are you familiar with a John Stephen Locara?
I'm sorry po.
Are you familiar with a John Stephen Locara?
Alam ko po, isa siya sa incorporator.
Do you have a personal relationship with Mr. John Stephen Locara?
No, Mr. Chair.
Although this is a fellow incorporator in Turquoise and Brickheart. Speaking of, for lapses, are you aware with Brickheart's technologies?
I'm sorry?
Brickheart Technologies,
Isa po sa service provider
other
po.
service providers.
Yes.
And do you have any relation with any of the incorporators?
I think, Rohit, I'm not sure po kung sino sa mga pamangkin ko ang nandyan.
So you have a relative.
If I'm not mistaken po.
Okay, thank you. There's no lang po, no? Because amongst those mentioned, yung Turquoise Diamond Technology, Oro 1, and Shitai Keji were service providers that were located in the Davao compound, which is more notoriously known to be linked to Mayor Alice Guo. So this is one more thing why it was mentioned in the matrix. So we wanted to clarify for any relationship that you might have. Lastly, Mr. Chair, just wanted to ask if you know a certain Jason Uson.
Jason Uson is one of the incorporators sa mga companies po.
In which companies po ba?
Nandun po siya sa Pilot, nandun po siya sa Fullwin, and nandun din po siya sa faculties po.
Yung XLR?
Hindi po.
Which holdings po?
Piley
Piley
Holdings
Holdings.
at saka Piley Estate.
And estate.
Yes po.
In fact, he is the president of Piley Holdings or estate po ba?
I'm not sure. Sorry po, hindi ko lang matandaan kung siya po ba sa Piley Estate or sa Piley Holdings.
But we confirm that he is the president.
I'm not sure po. I'll check po.
Okay.
Hindi ako magkamali, Mr. Chair. Pasensya po.
Do you have a personal relation? As mentioned earlier, as a businesswoman, usually you would try to get to know the people that you would be getting in business with. And it seems to be, Mr. Jason Ruson is one such person that you have business on a regular basis. So would you say, how long have you known Mr. Jason Ruson?
I know him around if I'm not mistaken, 2016.
2016. And since then, you've been business partners?
Yes po.
Is he someone knowledgeable in the operations in these
The same naman
corporations?
po siya sa akin. Nasa back office po.
Back office.
Yes po.
Because I'm sure you see the matrix and there seems to be a comparison that Mr. Jason Uson allegedly would be your counterpart if there is Ms. Rose Nonolin for the 60% understandably of your husband. We have Mr. Jason Uson who holds 60% on behalf of the Michael Yang company. Would you know anything to that extent?
I'm not sure po, Mr. Chair.
But you mentioned that you've met Michael Yang previously and you're aware who he is.
I met Michael Yang year 2013. Yes.
And just for the record po, Mr. Chair, Mr. Jason Uson is also a incorporator for Yangtze and DCLA, which is a company that was mentioned to have problems related to the drug trade. Thank you very much, Ms. Lin. Just to clarify lang po yung mga corporation that. Mr. Chair, I hope that we will be able to invite Mr. Jason Uson, perhaps also Ms. Amy Nono Cloquigan, Mr. Jan Stephen Locara. And I think we would also like to ask siguro si Ms. Lin to provide us a list of yung, kasi you mentioned ang alam niya lang po is the back end of these operations. But at least for XRL, Shongwei, Piley, Fullwin, Farmally, Biological, and Golden Sun. Perhaps we can ask po si Ms. Lynn to provide us a list kung sino yung supposedly executive officer or yung may alam po sa operation, and then perhaps we could invite them should the committee decide. Yun na po. And Mr. Chair, with that, I will be concluding my questioning and be yielding to other interpellators. Maraming salamat po, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Congressman Gutierrez. Comsec, please take note of the request of Congressman Gutierrez. So, the next to interpellate is Congressman Paduano. And last is Congressman Ako. Congressman Paduano. Yeah, Congressman Paduano. Congressman Paduano. You're recognized, you have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Anyway, just a short rejoinder with regards to the statement made by the former DG Wilkins. DG Wilkins, you mentioned that certain Alan Lim and Lee Wen Chong is not one and the same.
Mr. Chair, kasi nakakuha po ng...
Hindi, ano lang po, yes or no lang po muna. Before you explain.
Sa image
Do you
identification,
confirm, sige po, ang question ko kasi, do you confirm that you have a conclusion that Lee Wen Chong at Alan Lim is not one and the same? Yes or no lang po?
sa image identification, Mr. Chair, I confirm na hindi sila kayo.
Ang tanong, dito, saan na ba nakita mo?
Yes, Mr. I have that. Actually, Mr. Chair, ako yung gumawa ng image na yan. Yung nasa inyo ngayon, yan yung ipinresent ko, Mr. Chair, sa Malacanang. So, pinagkumpara ko lang naman yung dalawa, Mr. Chair. Napakalaki ng diferensya.
Hindi ganito po. Do you have an holdings during your time with Alan Lim?
Come again, Mr. Chair.
Do you have holdings with Alan Lim and Lee Wen Chong?
Yung kay Alan Lim, Mr. Chair, yun yung involved siya dun sa clandestine laboratory na ang Cavite. Kay Lee Wen Chong, Mr. Chair, wala akong idea.
Hindi, kaya nga, just like kay Michael Yang, huwag muna mag-conclude. Diba, this is not conclusive kasi ang katulad kay Michael Yang now, there are proof, no? When we started investigation in my committee, doon sa Private Mexico Pampangaan, then consequently, may investigation din doon sa Adventures Labs, lumabas na yung mga pangalan nila, pati yung initial na matrix, no? Kaya, pumunta sa dulo din yung Michael Yang, which is connected with Edita Yang and Willie Ong, doon po sa warehouse na carry-over.
Yes, Mr.
Kaya I suggest the DG Wilkins, kindly please be rigid enough, no? Ingat lang po sa mga statements natin.
Yes, Mr. Chair, sa ngayon, with what happened sa Congress, I believe Michael Yang is in...
Ano, I'm talking about Michael Yang, tapos na po yun. You have already admitted kanina na during your time, wala kang holdings, but this time, medyo mayroon na. Tama? Kaya, the same is true with Alan Lim, please.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Para at least malinaw lang kasi yung mga statements mo mukhang conclusive.
Yes,
doon sa nakita mo.
Yes, Mr.
Diba?
Chair. Yes.
Now, DG Lasso, with regards to Alan Lim and Lee Wen Chong, may ano ba kayong holdings?
Your Honor, we were able to talk to a confidential informant. He's a reliable informant. When he talked to us, he hasn't even seen the presentation of Colonel Asierto before the Committee on Dangerous Drugs. When we took down what he was telling us, it confirms to some of the statements of Congressman Asierto. So,
Colonel Asierto.
Sorry, Colonel Asierto, Your Honor. Like for example, Your Honor, according to our informant, Alan Lim, whose picture was identified by Miss Rose Lim as his husband, her husband rather, uses the names of Alan Lim, Jeffrey Lim, Jeff Lim, Ayong, Wei Xiong Lim, Lin Wei Xiong, Wen Liche.
Mr. Chair, is Rose Nono Lin listening to what General Lasso is saying? Are you listening to what General Lasso is saying?
Sorry po.
Did you guys all kindly repeat the holdings that you have with regards to Alan Lin and Lee Wilson?
Yes, Your Honor. According to our informant, who is a very reliable informant, Alan Lim uses several names.
Yare.
Alan Lim, Jeffrey Lim, Jeff Lim, Ayong, Wei Xiong Lim, Lin Wei Xiong, Wen Li Chen. These names all are confirmed by the different statements being heard over before the Quadcom now, Your Honor.
Have you coordinated with other intelligence agencies, especially the ISA Panita, with regards to the identity of the mentioned names?
No, Your Honor, because they have no holdings. We don't have holdings. The PNP also doesn't have holdings on these names. So we just relied on this informant that we had. And later on, when Colonel Asierto came out before the Committee on Dangerous Drugs, nagtugma po. So naku-confuse po talaga tayo. But we are only talking of one and the same person. Alan Lin na kinonfirm ni Mrs. Rose Nono Lin na husband niya.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, at least my initial information na tayo nawa. Now, I am Miss Rose Manolin. You mentioned that your husband is Israel, di ba?
Yes po.
Okay. So, he is based in Hong Kong.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
When was the last time that he traveled from the Philippines going to Hong Kong?
May 2024 po, Mr.
May 2024 and until now, hindi na siya bumalik.
Hindi pa siya nakapalik. Yes po.
In your information, based on your discussion, is she familiar with the investigation going now with the Quadcom?
Alam niyo po.
Alam niya. So, most probably, if we issue a show cause order for him today, he might be present in the next hearing.
I don't know po, Mr. Chair. Hindi ko po masasagot.
Husband mo yun.
Mr. Chair, hindi ko naman po hawak yung isip ng husband ko. Hindi ko po alam kung ano yung isasagot po niya.
So, anyway, so you confirm that Hong Kong based siya.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Siguro naman kung Hong Kong based siya, he has some, except for the passport, he has some government ID in Hong Kong.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Ano yung mga IDs niya?
My driver's license po siya.
Hong Kong issued.
Yes po.
Ano pa po?
May Hong Kong ID po siya.
Hong Kong ID din.
Yes po. Yes
Ano lang
po,
si Chairman,
alam po.
can isubmit na lang po all the identification cards, government IDs of your husband in Hong Kong, can submit po sa Committee Secretary. Just to confirm po.
Yes, Your Honor. Ms. Lin has committed that she will submit the documents requested by Congresswoman Jinky with respect to the identity of Mr. Lin Wei Xiong.
But I have heard also that the Honorable Luis asked for the birth certificate. But what I am asking now is the government ID issued to the husband of Rose Nonolin in Hong Kong. And you mentioned about the driver's license. Ano ba po?
Driver's license po and then Hong Kong ID po.
Please, submit na lang po sa committee. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you, Congressman Paduano. And last, to interpret,
Mr. Chair,
la,
very quick. Just to complete the documents which are being requested.
just make it quick, Congressman.
Yes, Mr. Chair. May I move that we request also with the Bureau of Immigration for travel records for the past 10 years of one Alan Lim, one Wen Li Shen, and one Wei Shon Lin. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Congresswoman Jenky. Comspec, please take note and coordinate with the agencies concerned. Now, the last to recap the
Your Honor,
yes.
according to our informant, we don't have information that he uses a Chinese passport. But he is Chinese, obviously. But to our informant, he holds a Vietnamese, Burmese, and Cambodian passports.
He holds 3 passports.
According to our informant, Your Honor,
This Alan
the
Lim.
same, Alan Lim.
Okay.
He was never mentioned to be holding a Chinese passport.
So are you saying, DG, that pagka pumapasok siya rito, ang gamit niya any of these three passports?
Possible.
But using the same name?
It doesn't, the informant did not mention the names that he is using in the 3 passports that he named, Your Honor.
We will probably coordinate with the Bureau of Immigration. Thank you for that information. Now, si Congressman Ablo, to recap the deliberations on the topic of the dangerous drugs, the Chair would like to recognize Congressman Akop. You have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Before I proceed, may I ask Madam Lee,
Yes, Mr. Chair.
is your husband charged with any criminal offense?
No, Mr. Chair.
No, then therefore, there's no reason for him not to be able to attend the hearings of this committee. Tama po ba?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Tama?
Yes,
Kung wala
Mr.
kang
Chair.
kinakatakutan, dapat umapir ka rito, as you are claiming.
Tama po.
Thank you. And therefore, if we issue an invitation, we can force it through you.
Pwede po.
Pwede. Ang hindi mo lang sinisiguro kung tatanggapin niya at dadalo siya rito.
Tama po, Mr. Chair.
Ay di, sabihin mo sa kanya na Juan, huwag ka nang umuwi rito sa akin. Hindi mo pa pwedeng sabihin yun.
Mr. Chair, baka totohanin nun at huwag na uuwi dito.
So takot ka, naiwalayan ka.
Mr. Chair, kawawa naman po yung mga anak ko.
Thank you. Biro lang yan. Iya. Is Colonel Asierto still with us? Ed, are you still with us?
Yes, sir.
Ed,
Yes,
when,
sir, yes,
did,
sir.
you,
That's
when
right,
did you make that controversial report?
I think, sir, is September 2017.
2017. Okay. Thank you. I'll get back to you. Now,
Yes, sir.
Mr. Paul Gutierrez, still around?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Doon sa interchange ninyo, either you or Mr. Guban would be lying. Tama po? Kasi wala naman kayong witness na magsasabi o magpapakita na ikaw ang nagsasabi ng totoo, di ba?
Tama po, Mr. Chairman.
So kami na nandito ngayon, sa committee na to, we rely on the, shall we say, reasonableness of your answers. Tama?
Tama po, Mr. Chair.
Tinanong ka kanina, in your more than 10 years of covering the Senate, ang sagot po ninyo minsan nyo lang nabisita yung isang witness na contempt at na-detain. Tama po?
Tama po, Mr. Chair.
So, there must be something special para bisitahin mo si Mr. Guban sa kanyang detention center. Tama po?
Tama po, Mr. Chair.
Yes. So, para sa akin, I would I would go with the conclusion of the Honorable Pimentel na I see no reason why you should go there just to get a scoop as you have reasoned a while ago. Have you worked under Mr. Benny Antiporta?
No, Mr. Chairman.
No. Pero parehas kayo nag-practice sa media.
That's right, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Antiporta, kayo po bang may-ari ng kwan? Ng remate ngayon?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
And you acquired it from former Councilor Pichay. Tama? Ay, Congressman Pichay.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yes. Pero kayo po, bilang media practitioner, just like maybe Mr. Paul Gutierrez, nagpapatrolya rin po kayo, bumibisita sa customs. Would that be correct?
Nung nasa bid pa po ako,
Hindi, sakutin nyo lang po ng yes or no dahil tama po?
Mr. Chair, pwede mo mag-explain ng konti? Dati po kasi nasa anti-smuggling po ako nung napunta ko sa gobyerno, kaya nakikita rin po ako sa customs dati. But nung wala na po ako ron, hindi na po ako pumupunta ng customs.
So, after leaving the media, hindi na po kayo naging player sa customs?
I'm not in any way a player of customs. I'm an operative year 2007 po.
Operative ng?
Presidential Anti-Smuggling Group po. Director po ako noon ng SOG.
Oh, kasi may nag-text sa akin na aking bubuwid eh. Yun po ang sinabi. Now, General Wilkins, may I know how long or what was the first time that you were assigned to PDEA?
Since 2022, Mr. Chair. 2002, Mr. Chair.
2002. And when did you become the head of PDEA?
2020, Mr. Chair.
2020. Okay. Thank you. Kasi, itong istoryang ito ay isang istorya ng 5 magkakaibigan na parehas ang trabaho. They were working for government. Si Colonel Asierto, si Captain Perote, si Colonel Fajardo, Mr. Guban of Customs, at isang PNCO named Jerry. They knew each other because of their work. But because of a life-changing report made by Colonel Asierto, where he made some allegations insofar as the former mayor and former president is concerned. Would that be correct, Colonel Asierto?
Yes, sir.
Yes. May I know why you made that report?
Because that is my duty, Your Honor, Mr. Chairman. As a police officer, I received an information, raw information. I validated the information, then after validation, I made the proper report.
And in that report, you alleged that former President Digong was connected with individuals connected or involved in illegal drug activities. The persons you were referring to were a certain Mr. Michael Yang and Mr. Alan Lim. Would that be correct?
Yes, Your Honor, but on my first report, there is no mention of the name of President Duterte. The name of President Duterte was included on my second report that I submitted to then Chief PNP Oscar Albayalde.
Thank you. And these reports were, the first one was submitted to then General De La Rosa, the Chief of the PNP. The second report was submitted to General Albayalde, also a former Chief PNP. Tama po?
Yes, sir. Tama po, sir.
And would it be correct na because of that report, former President Digong's reaction was to publicly condemn you, even calling for your death, and for associating him with illegal activities, including the alleged sale of 1,000 plus AK-47s to the New People's Army. Would that be correct?
Yes, sir. Including the 10 million bounty on my head.
Yes. And therefore, would you agree with me that that statement implies a personal vendetta against you for your allegations?
Yes, sir.
And because of that also, na-file ka ng kaso for the sale of the AK-47s and for illegal drugs?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Now, we go to the role of Jimmy Guban. Jimmy Guban, you're the Customs intelligence officer working with Colonel Acerto, Captain Perote, Colonel Pardo. Tama po?
We are working together, Your Honor.
I beg your pardon?
We are working together, Your Honor.
Yes. Kasi isa yung linya ng trabaho nyo.
Opo, Your Honor.
But because, according to your statements doon sa unang hearing na napunta ka sa dito, sinabi mo na because of fear, inamin mo doon sa hearing, doon sa Senate, na you accused Colonel Acerto of masterminding a 13 billion shabu shipment in magnetic lifters. And you testified that Acerto facilitated the shipment but later tipped authorities to intercept part of it. Would that be correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes. And because of this, that controversial report of Colonel Acerto, your colleague, si Captain Perote, a retired investigator, was allegedly killed due to similar reports he filed implicating Mr. Yang and Mr. Lee. Colonel Acerto, would that be correct? Ed?
Sir, nawala po. Tama po yun, sir.
Yeah. Pinatay si Lito Perote, yung kasamahan ninyo, because of alleged similar reports he filed implicating Mr. Yang and Mr. Lim? Would that be
Yes, sir. Siya po yung...
Now, I do not know if this is violated. There were reports that the skeletal remains of Perote were discovered inside a drum in 2019. Allegedly, a DNA was conducted, but the results were never released. Were you knowledgeable about this?
No, sir.
No.
No, sir. Hindi ko po alam, sir.
Okay. Pero may report na ganon. Now, Colonel Acerto, you joined the anti-illegal drug task force of the PNP in 2003. Tama po?
Click on.
Yes, sir.
Yes. And
Yung 160 po yung
this
isa,
task
125
force
po ito.
was made because wala na yung narco. Because of the
Yes, sir.
PNP law passed in 1990. Tama?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Tama po, sir.
Yes. And you stayed with this task force up to 2017.
Actually, sir, was relieved 2012. Then I returned on sa 2017, sir.
Yes. As the Deputy for Administration.
Yes, sir.
Yes. Unfortunately, in 2016, the former mayor of Davao became the president.
Yes, sir.
And in 2018, because galit na galit siya sa iyo at nagkaroon ng allegations na involved ka sa drugs, nagkaroon ng Senate hearing in 2018.
Yes, sir.
Tama? And the accusations,
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
and the accusations against you were you were the mastermind of the 13 billion shabu shipment in July, 2.4 billion shipment at the MICP or Manila International Container Port, stuffed inside abandoned magnetic lifters, and 11 billion of missing shabu suspected to be packed in similar magnetic lifters found in Cavite. Ito po yung charges sa iyo, di ba?
Opo, sir. Yes, sir.
And this was testified to also by your friend, Mr. Guban.
Yes, sir. And I think he recanted, sir.
Yeah, I know. In a court hearing, I was informed that Mr. Jimmy Guban recanted all his statements implicating you during that Senate hearing in 2018. Tama?
Yes, sir.
Now, may I know the reason why in one of your statements, sinabi mo na ang real drug lords are Mr. Alan Lim and Mr. Michael Yang. May I know the basis of your... Or how did you come to know about this?
It was told to me by my reliable informant, sir, na they are involved in the shipment of the illegal drugs, especially during the time of President Duterte. And all the drugs are coming to the Bureau of Customs.
Thank you. And General Wilkins Villanueva, you were with PIDEA in 2002 and you became the head in 2020. Tama po?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
And during that state of yours, have you ever heard of the involvement of Mr. Michael Yang and Mr. Alan Lim sa illegal drug?
Only Alan Lim, Mr. Chair, and not, no Michael Yang, Mr. Chair.
Up to 2022, when you became the PIDEA head?
Yes, Mr. Chair, kasi hindi ko...
Sige.
Kasi sir, wala ako natanggap na information, Mr. Chair.
Ay, napakahina ng information nyo ng kwan, ng PIDEA, because in 2010, I became a congressman. In 2016, nandito ako, alam ko na na-involved si Michael Yang.
2016, Mr. Chair, is nasa Region 10 ako, Mr. Chair.
Kaya nga, sinasabi ko nga, from 2002 up to 2022, nasa PIDEA ka.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
And yet, you tell me na hindi ka man lang nakareceive ng information ng involvement ni Mr. Yang, specifically from 2016 to 2022 dahil takot kayo na maglagay ng report na si Mr. Michael Yang ay involved sa illegal drugs. Why? Kasi alam ninyo na malapit siya kay former President Digong. Lahat naman kayo nun, takot yun. Takot kayo eh. And do not tell me na hindi totoo yun. Kaya ngayon nga lumalabas ito eh. Dahil ngayon, ang mga tao hindi takot. And now, hanggang ngayon, takot ka pa rin.
Utang na loob.
Tapos pinag-ayabang mo, you have a name to protect for your children. I do not believe that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Congressman Akop.
So, Congressman Abante, your
Yes. Our next topic actually now is EKK. And to start the ball rolling, we would allow former Senator Laia de Lima for her short presentation. But while she is preparing, I just would like to ask, finally, I just would like to ask certain questions to Ms. Rose Nonolin, while our good Senator de Lima is preparing. Kailan kayo huli nagkita ni, ni Lee Wenxiong?
November 1 po,
November 1.
the Sunday.
So hanggang ngayon, di ba kayo nakikita, no? From November 1.
Yes po, ilang araw ko lang naman po.
Okay, hindi mo yun alam kung kailan siya uuwi.
Yan na. Beer. 90.
Aming pangalan, yung si Ali at yung sinasabi mong asawa. Pag napatunayan natin isa lang yun, at napatunayan ko magpinsan si Michael Yang at saka si Alan Lee,
6 digit me.
ano ang gusto mong gawin sa iyo? Sige nga. Nandito si...
Sige, okay lang.
Salita ka na.
Hindi ko alam, Mr. Chair, kung ano yung gusto niyo.
27.
Pero hindi mo ina-admit na magpinsan si Alan Lim at saka si Michael Yang.
Magpinsan po in what degree, Mr. Chair?
Basta magpinsan, alam mo naman yung magpinsan, pipila ka naman.
Iko-confirm ko po kung magpinsan po sila.
Ilang years kayo magkasama ni Mr. Mo? Hindi mo natatawagan Alan Lim.
15 years po.
15 years. Hindi mo alam kung anong relasyon ni Michael Yang at saka ni Alan Lim.
Alam ko lang po, business partner po sila.
Marunong bang mag-English si Michael Yang?
Hindi ko po siya narinig na nag-i-English dahil hindi ko naman po kami nagkakausap ng matagal.
Ang asawa mo, marunong mag-English.
Hindi po siya marunong mag-English, Mr. Chair.
Di ba nakita mo yung picture? Nasa gitna si dating Pangulo, tapos nasa isang side si Michael Yang, nasa right side si Michael Yang, at saka si Alan Lim. Hindi marunong mag-Chinese si Presidente, si former President. Hindi marunong mag-English si Michael Yang. Sinong interpreter nila?
Hindi ko po alam that time kung sino ang interpreter po nila nung pumunta po
Yung
sila.
asawa mo magaling mag-English.
Hindi po.
Marunong mag-Chinese.
Chinese po talaga siya.
Kaya nga, marunong mag-Chinese, hindi marunong mag-English.
Opo, tama po, Mr.
Dalawa yan. Ang dami tinanong ko sa'yo, ha? Magpinsan ba si Michael Yang at si Alan Lim? That's number 1 question. Number 2, hindi ba talagang marunong mag-English at nasawa mo puro Chinese? Yun ang tandaan mong dalawang tanong ko sa'yo. Magkikita pa tayo sa susunod na hearing, mag-research ka. Otherwise, nandito si Congressman Paduan.
Opo, Mr. Chair.
Maraming salamat.
Mr. Chair, very, very short, Mr. Chair. Connected, Mr. Chair. Connected po sa sinabi ni SES, tinanong. Very, very short. Very, very short.
Make it short, please.
Yan, very, very short. Natatandaan ko po, Mr. Chair, when, I don't know kung sino po sa mga chairman, they ask Miss Lynn kung ano yung ibang palayaw ng mga kay husband mo. You mentioned about Jeffrey.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, may I ask SDS, di ba may na-mention po kayong Jeffrey? Ano po yung mga palayaw na iba?
Ang pangalan, Mr. Chairman, Alan Lim, also known as Jeffrey Lim. Jeff Lim. Ayong Wishyong Lim at Lim Wishyong. At yung isa, Wen Li Chen.
Thank you, Mr. Yung, kanina po, na-mention din niya yung ayong eh. Mr. Chair. Na-mention niyo po, Miss Lynn, yung ayong, di ba? Jeffrey and ayong. Yung tawag sa husband niyo. Totoo ba yun? Kaya kasi pwede natin balikan yung records.
So, Mr. Chair, I cannot recall kung nagsabi po ako
Okay.
ayun.
But I can...
Jeffrey.
Well, was it you? Kung gusto mo mag-JT? Ayong, yeah. She mentioned something about ayong and asked about what else does your husband be, I don't know, referred to by, I don't know, sabi niya yung mga friends niya is sometimes they call him Jeffrey. So it's just, nung na-mention mo po, parang, but anyway, Mr. Chair, just to leave, I leave it at that.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Congressman
Mr. Chair.
Achong. Before Senator De Lima, I think is now quite prepared, no? But I heard, sabi ni Rose Nonolim na tatubo kayong congressman ulit.
Tama po, Mr. Chair.
Kanina, sabi ninyo hindi niyo magagawang iwanan kayo ni nung asawa mo dahil kawawa naman yung mga bata. Saan niyo pupunin yung inyong pang-campaign?
Meron din po kaming sales, Mr. Chair. Meron naman po kaming naka-allocate po na funds para po doon.
Kayo,
Yes po.
kasama yung asawa mo.
Opo.
Opo, bawal po sa foreigner ang mag-sponsor ng campaign ng Pilipino.
Mr. Chair, mag-asawa naman po kami.
Kahit po, nakalagay po sa batas na bawal ang isang foreigner na magbigay ng tulong sa mga tumatakbo. Pag-politinan po ang inyong batas para makita niyo. Okay?
Salamat, Mr. Chair.
Alright. So, Senator Lima, you please now have your own presentation.
Madam Senator, if I may, Congressman Abante, with your indulgence, since the topic of the dangerous drugs for today's committee hearing is already finished, we will excuse those that were invited for the same topic. So lahat po kayo na ang reason why you were invited is to shed light on the dangerous drugs issue. You are exempted, you are excused, and hopefully you will again attend the next scheduled hearing on the same topic. So, former Senator De Lima, you are now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, and the honorable members of committee of the Quadcom, and also good afternoon to my fellow resource speakers. Actually, Your Honors, Mr. Chair, mahaba-haba po yung aking presentation. And I think you will understand as I go along bakit mahaba. But I'll try to speed it up. Best efforts ko po. So can we now have the first slide? So my presentation here is actually supplemental to my presentation during the last hearing, the 9th joint public hearing held last October 22. At natatandaan niyo po na nasabi ko nung hearing na yun, na yung sinasabi ni Colonel Ruina Dharma na Davao model, na yun daw ang gusto na ipasunod o i-adapt ng dating Pangulo, na naging Pangulo na siya, dyan sa war on drugs, walang iba ang tinutukoy noon kundi yung DDS. So ang una kong tatalakayin, ano ho ba yung DDS? Lalo na may ilan-ilan hong mga resource persons sa tila baga, they're feigning ignorance about the existence of DDS. What is the DDS?
Boss Ferdinand
Yung
Marchand, shout out.
DDS ko kasi, Davao Death Squad, ay actually coin po yun ng Davao media. Kasi doon nga po sa mga sunod-sunod at prevalent na mga street executions noon sa Davao City in the 1990s and 2000s. So yung media po ang nagbansag na DDS or Davao Death Squad. Ang nag-organize po ng DDS ay walang iba kundi si MRRD, then Mayor Rodrigo Duterte, Roa Duterte, and Major Ernesto Macasaet in 1988. Its PNP component ay tawag naman Anti-Crime Task Force, and yung meron din siyang civilian component ang tawag Lambada Boys. Ang pinaka-mission po ng DDS was to eliminate mostly small-time criminals such as drug pushers, drug addicts, pickpockets, and neighborhood targets. Yun po ang madalas nilang biktima. Pero makikita niyo po mamaya, sa ipapakita ko yung mga iba-ibang insidente ng mga operations ng DDS. Meron din mo silang mga pinapatay na kahit hindi naman mga drug personalities. Pero pwede natin masabi na karamihan ng mga tinatarget nila ay yung mga street pushers and mga petty criminals. The list of suspects was drawn up by barangay-level civilian volunteer organizations and barangay officials, and targets for elimination were solely approved by MRRD. Noong 2001 po, naging anti-crime task force siya, yung nag-organize yung anti-crime task force, kasi po yung, yan ang unang pangalan, into the Heinous Crime Investigation Section or Task Force, HCIS, yung Davao City Police Office. The DDS was organized into several assassination units consisting of 1 policeman handler and 3 civilian assassins responsible for eliminating suspected criminals and targeted individuals as approved by MRRD. Nasabi ko rin po last time na in exchange, those DDS members ay meron po silang rewards, bonuses, and perks galing mismo sa MRRD sa kanyang confidential funds sa City Mayor's Office. Meron ho yung HCIS, meron po siyang policeman complement of around 20 officials led by Inspector Fulgencio Pago, who was succeeded by Senior Inspector Junicio Abude. Karamihan po ng mga policemen na yan na supposedly members ng DDS, identified po ni Edgar Matubato nung nag-appear siya sa Senado noon sa aming inquiry sa Senate Committee on Justice and Human Rights. Doon po sa hearing na yon, they all deny na miyembro sila ng DDS. Eh maski si Las Cañas noon, sa Arturo Las Cañas, nung unang pag-appeal sa Senado, dinenay din niya walang DDS. Pero later on, binawi po niya, rinikan po niya sometime in February 27 na totoo na merong DDS. Meron pong 4 na dumping grounds yung DDS. Yung pinakamalaki, yung Laud Gold Camp, Firing Range, Quarry, in Barangay Maa, under SPO 4 Bienvenido Laud. Another is yung known as the Gaisano property, guarded by June Casas alias Commander Toothpick, which contains around 200 bodies. The third is the Mandok Mass Grave under SPO 3 Jintan. The fourth are the waters around Samal Island. So maski doon. Si Matubato ang caretaker ng mayor of the Mayor Antalans Resort. Yung biktima ho ng DDS, according to data doon sa investigasyon namin at sa mga sinasabi nila Matubato and Las Cañas, numbered anywhere from 2,000 to 4,000 from 1988 to 2008. Sino naman po si Edgar Matubato? Siyempre, kilala na po yung pangalan, but exactly na po siya. Siya po yung among the first members of the DDS. Ang tawag nila sa kanila, yung una, ay Lambada Boys. At 18 years old in 1977, po siya ng CHDF, the Civilian Home Defense Force, up to the time when it became the CAFGO under the Corps administration. Noong 1988, recruit siya ni MRRD as his personal recruit siya PDS nung personal bodyguard ni MRRD named Dodong Pagidupon. He was officially employed by the Anti-Crime Task Force of Davao City in 1988, and then later kasama na rin siya sa Heinous Crime Section of the Investigation and Detection Division of the DCPO in 2001. Kalanan din na po. Nakikita nyo sa screen sino pa yung mga ibang members ng Lambada Boys. Umalis po siya sa DDS noong September 2013 against the wishes of his colleagues kasi piname up siya at inorture siya ng mga kasamahan niya for the murder of Cebu businessman Richard King in June 2014. So umalis po siya sa Davao, lumapit siya sa CHR regional office at in another region, not Davao region, ayaw niyang pumunta doon. And eventually, napunta na rin po siya sa DOJ where he was placed under the Witness Protection Program. Pero naman na po, si Duterte, Mr. Duterte as President noong May 2016, umalis po si Matubato from the WPP of DOJ. Nag-testify po siya, gaya ng sinabi ko, in the Senate Committee on Justice and Human Rights Inquiry in September of 2016. And then eventually, he filed a criminal complaint against Duterte and the DDS members with the Office of the Ombudsman. Hindi ko na po alam exactly kung ano ang pinaka-status ng criminal complaint niyan ni Mr. Matubato. Alam ko po, pending yun. Now, allow me, on the basis of the complaint affidavit of Edgar Matubato, na meron po akong kopya, ito po yung sinabit niya sa Office of the Ombudsman. Nandiyan nga po. Next slide. So the first page and the last page are being shown. Ito pong susunod na mga slides, mabilisan lang po. Ito po yung mga specific incidents of killing according to Matubato upon orders of then Mayor Rodrigo Duterte. Mabilisan lang. You can take a look at that. 1992, 1993, 2002, 2003, and Positun Porras Pala, I think his immediate died. 2007, 2010, 2013. Hindi ko na po mga babanggitin kasi medyo parang mas mabilis. But those are shown in the slides. Meron 2013. Yan ang mga alam na mga incidents of killings ni Edgar Tubato. Meron siyang personal or first-hand knowledge about killings at ang sabi niya, these are upon the orders of MRRD. Now, nung tinanong po siya under question number 23, nung kanyang complaint affidavit na sinabit sa Ombudsman, what is the role of Mayor Rodrigo Duterte in all of this? Now, we quoted verbatim yung sagot niya under question 23. Nakikita niyo po dyan. Siya ang nag-uutos sa pagpatay. Kapag kilala ang biktima o victim, pumupunta si Duterte sa laodwari para siguraduhin na yung nga ang target at para manood sa pag-chat ng buhay. Minsan siya rin mismo. Next please. This is the continuation of the answer of Mr. sa tanong, what is the role? Minsan siya rin mismo ang pumapatay. Nag-cite siya ng one example that happened in 1993. Na-inkwento daw nila yung isang NBI agent ng pangalan Hamisola. Dahil kabalagpag yung kanyang pick-up sa daan, sinita siya ni Police Chief Inspector Pavo, sabay sigaw ng, ano sa'yo tong daan? May kausap daw ng babaeng NBI, pero napansin ni Pavo na may baril, kaya bumunot siya. Mas mabilis bumunot yung NBI agent at binaril siya. Binaril niya si Pavo sa kamay at sa binti hanggang bumagsak. Pinagbabaril na rin namin pero magaling gumulong-gulong yung NBI sa ilalim ng sasakyan. Nahirapan kami pero tinamaan rin namin. May tumawag sa grupo namin kay Mayor. Pagdating ni Mayor, lubos niya ang 2 magazine ng kanyang Uzi sa katawan ng NBI agent. Halos 200 bala ang binuhos sa NBI agent, M14, 45, tsaka Armalite. Overkill talaga. Walang kaso na nangyari kasi kinausap ni Mayor si Director Hernandez ng NBI Davao. That is from this complaint affidavit as filed with the Office of the Ombudsman. Sino naman po si Arturo Las Cañas? Kilalang-kilala na rin po natin ang kanyang pangalan. But who exactly is it? Isa po siyang pulis ng GCPO from 1982 to 2016 and naging operations team leader ng DDS. Nagsimula siya sa pagka-PO3 in 1989 at nag-retire po siya as SPO4. In 1989, na-assign siya sa Mayor's Unit of the DCPO kasama yung ibang mga miyembro ng Anti-Crime Task Force. Yung Anti-Crime Task Force plus the Lambada Boys comprised the DDS from 1988 up to 1998. MRRD's co-founder of the DDS was Major Ernesto Macasait. Pinangalanan din po niya sa slides yung ibang members of the Anti-Crime Task Force. Pero bago yung DDS, part po si Arturo Las Cañas ng Intel Group of Task Force Aguila, where he found out that then fiscal RRD, Rodrigo Roa Duterte, was a covert member of the People's Court of the CPP-NPA in Davao, who tried policemen, soldiers, and other government officials in absentia to be later assassinated by the NPA's Paro unit. Sabi pa nila sa Cañas, nakuha daw po yung ideya the MRRD of putting up the GDS from the NPA People's Court Sparrow Unit. In 2001, na-reorganize po yung GDS into the Heinous Crime Investigation Section Task Force at si Las Cañas po ang naging team leader for field operations. Sinabi rin ni Mr. Las Cañas na yung non-laban bonus actually originated from the GDS model. Ang tawag po nila noon is salida or scenario. He testified before the Senate Committee on Justice and Human Rights in September 26. That was when he first testified before the Senate. I was still the presiding officer as the chairperson of that committee before I was ousted. And he denied Matubato's accusations. Pero, he resurfaced in January 2017. Kung natatandaan niyo po, meron siyang press con. At sinabi na nga niya, inamin na niya na talagang miyembro siya ng DDS, na talagang meron DDS. In February 2017, nakakulong na po ako noon, he was again presented as a witness of the Senate Committee on Public Order and corroborated Matubato's testimony on the DDS. In 2020, he was granted limited immunity by the ICC and submitted his 186-page statement. I also have a copy of the Las Cañas ICC affidavit. It's thick, it's very thick, masyado pong detalyado, consists of 186 pages and 295 paragraphs. Yan po yung kanyang affidavit. You will notice na pirma lang po ang nakalagay dyan. Ang explanation po dyan is that this was signed by Mr. Las Cañas before he formally submitted this to the ICC. Kasi presumably, dun na siya mag-o-oath before the ICC investigators. But in a video, next one please, he in-authenticate niya yung signatures niya dito sa mga affidavit na ito na may kopya, may kopya dito mga affidavit, na ito daw, can we play that please? Let's play that, please. That is Mr. Arturo Las Cañas. Yes. Where is the sound? The volume, please.
Audio. Audio, please. Technical team. This is Mr. Las Cañas.
Yes, yes, Your Honor. Mahaba.
In effect, he is saying that
Yes.
he's going to sign in front of
He
us.
signed it last October 8, 2020. And in November, yun na po yung pag-submit. Actually, he submitted it on that day, October 8. My information is that he submitted it on that day. Also, yung in-authenticate niya, yung 186-page affidavit. Pero sa ICC po, the next month, November 2020, he was granted limited immunity as a witness. Ano naman po yung mga GDS operations and victims according to Las Cañas and all stated here in his ICC affidavit, and before that actually, meron din siyang affidavit nung binawi niya nung sa Senate. But that's a shorter affidavit. Ito po yun.
Mr. Chair, before we give the floor to allow the good senator to continue, may we request, Mr. Chair, or the good senator to provide us the Quadcom, the copies of those affidavits for our individual appreciation. Thank you, Mr.
We
Chair.
intend to do that, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
After
Thank you.
today's hearing,
Thank you, Madam
all the
Senator. Thank you.
affidavits that I mentioned. This is the first affidavit of Mr. Las Cañas. This was executed February 19, 2017, nung binawi na niya po yung kanyang unang testimony denying the existence of the DDS and his role in the DDS. Nung binawi niya, namin na niya po na meron na rin ang DDS and he was very much part of it, yung DDS. Ito po, dito sa Pilipinas na sinabit niya. Hamak na mas comprehensive, mas kompleto, mas detalyado yung kanyang RCC affidavit. This whole thing here is his RCC affidavit. Mamamangha kayo kung magbasahin itong RCC affidavit. Napakamaraming detalye. So in a nutshell, bibilisan ko na ho, DDS operations and victims according to Las Cañas. Yan.
Excuse me, ma'am. You have a soft copy of that documents? Soft copy.
We will,
Kasi it's better for us to have the soft copy as well.
yes, that's
As
what,
to read.
but now, I'm not yet.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm preparing this after today's hearing, I will submit.
Thank you. Thank you.
Next slide, please. DDS operations and victims. Yeah.
Siguroista rin
According to Las Cañas. Next slide. Sunod-sunod na po yan. Marami pong slides yan. Pero para ko hindi tumagal, yan mo natin dyan lahat. Those are the DDS operations and victims na alam ni Las Cañas because he either participated or in fact has knowledge about it. And in this, it was upon the orders of MRRT. Yan, marami po yan. Next slide. Iba-ibang killings. Some are indeed suspected drug personalities. Iba criminals. Lalo na yung tungkol dun sa the brothers. Yung 2000, the killing of Aliyah brothers, all were minors. 4 po sila, lahat. Pinatay different dates dahil mga solvent users and mga out-of-school youth at mga involved daw sa mga gun riots. Pero ang magkakapatid, hanggang ngayon, yung kanilang ina, naghahanap ng justisya. Marami po yan. So, we're now in 2014. In 2013-2014, the killing of Mr. Christopher Yu, a Davao City businessman, and brother of suspected carnapper Ryan Yu alias Batin, as ordered by Bongo, cleared and approved by Mayor Rodrigo Duterte.
Mr. Chair, Senator Lima, I just would like to mention the killing of Aliyah brother
Aliyah.
to Tony Conde, di ba? Yung 4 na pinatay. Please tell us kung ba't wala sila rito. Just tell us why they're not here. Because we invited them.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First and foremost, di po ako attorney. So, sa hamak na. Researcher lang po. Ito po si Attorney Conti po. Ako po ay si Carlos Conde. Opo, kasama po ako sa mga inaniyahan ng committee na mag-testify dito. At initially kung ayaw po si Ms. Aliyah na pumunta dito. Kaso at the last minute, she backed out and also her relatives and supporters because of concerns about her security. So, yun po ang sinabi, kaya yun po siya.
Taga saan po sila?
Sa Davao City po. Doon pa rin po sila nakatira sa Davao City.
Go ahead, Senator Lima.
Nakita niyo po napakahaba ng mga DDS operations and victims according to Mr. Las Cañas. Detalyado po yan sa kanyang ICC affidavit. Every incident, the time, who, the why, the what. Nandiyan po sa kanyang ICC affidavit. So, kasama po sa mga DDS operations na yan, so go on, pati ito yung some of them, ito naman po yung mga specific incidents of massacre. Massacre because the victims are in a number, I mean more than one, more than two. So massacre upon orders of MRRD according to Las Cañas. 1992 to 1995, hindi lang siya sigurado kung which of this year. Abduction and massacre of the Patasaha family in the Laod Quarry. 1996, massacre of 5 chicken farm workers in Laod Quarry. 1999 to 2000, 2 cases of abduction and killing of 3 Muslim individuals suspected of being big-time Shabu pushers from Cotabato City. The abduction was led by then police major Ronald Bato de la Rosa. Abduction and killing of 2 Muslim individuals in Mati, Davao Oriental, as ordered by then police major Ronald Bato de la Rosa and cleared by then Davao City First Congressman Rodrigo Roa Duterte. Kasi nung panahon po yun, Congressman po siya from 1999, if I'm not mistaken, 1998 or 1999 to 2001. 2004 is the massacre of 11 Chinese Shabu laboratory chemists and workers in Laod Quarry. 2005, between 2005 to 2007, massacre of 6 suspected pickpocket and shoplifting artists. They threw their bodies outside Davao City. 2000 to 2008, killings of the abducted persons in Laod Quarry. 1 was a Taiwanese national and 2 were Filipino nationals, whom Las Cañas thinks were collateral damage. Between 2008 to 2009, massacre of 3 Maranao Muslims suspected of being pickpockets and shoplift artists in Davao City. They threw their dead bodies in Davao Gulf. 2010, between 2010 to 2013, massacre of construction workers in Laod Quarry as witnessed by Mr. Sami Puri. Ito yung enumeration ng mga some of the specific incidents of massacre. Again, manluluho po kayo kung babasahin mo yung affidavit mismo ni Mr. Las Cañas. Last hearing, next slide please, I presented to you this organizational structure, the DPS organizational structure from 2001 to 2016, nung naging heinous crime investigation section na po yung anti-crime task force. So generalized lang po yan na chart, diagram of the organizational structure. Mr. Las Cañas po, meron po siyang ginawa din ng organizational structure ng DDS. This is supposed to be his own handwriting. The DDS inside the Anti-Crime Task Force in Davao City from 1989 to 1998. Do you remember when I first made my presentation, there were actually 2 periods for the DDS. 1989 to 1998, then 2001 to 2016. The next slide would show the typewritten or printed version of this diagram as prepared by Arturo Las Cañas. So yan po yan. Nasa taas si Davao City Mayor RRD alias Superman. Tapos sila SPO4 San Beneventura, the Chief Security of MRRD, Major Ernesto Macasaet, the Anti-Crime Task Force Commander, and then meron Intel Network na mga nasa galing sa barangay. And then din po yung si Inspector Rodolfo Asenista, Deputy Commander, SPO4 Tudolo Pagdilupon, Handler Banterohan, Force Multiplier Players, SPO4 Desiderio Coronel, Overall Team Leader, SPO4 Ben Laud, Handler Agdao Force, Multiplier Players, Mass Grave Laud 1. At ipapanan pa po siyang mga binanggit na mga personality dito, that part of the Anti-Crime Task Force noong 1989 to 1998. Then, there is somewhat modified diagram covering naman po yung period of 1998 to 2001 when Rodrigo Roa Duterte was 1st District Congressman. And siya rin po ang nandyan pa rin sa DDS. Nandyan pa rin sila Sunny Benaventura, SPO4 Desiderio G. Floridel, and then Chief Inspector Ronald Batod de la Rosa, Chief PAO-TF of Davao City. At nililink po sa kanya itong the Macdum case and several abductions and killings. According to Mr. Las Cañas. Yan, meron ng mga detalyado na mga mga information, facts, more about the DDS multipliers. Then, the 2001 to 2016, meron ulit modified chart or diagram of the DDS structure. Nandiyan pa rin, CMRID. Nandiyan yung Barangay Intel Network kasi doon nga ho nanggagaling mainly yung mga listahan ng mga targets. Then, nandiyan po si the former NBI Director, Attorney Tanto Yan. He's been mentioned by both Matobato and Las Cañas. Nandiyan pa rin si Sunny Benaventura, si Ben Laod, and then itong si Deputy Major Mascarinas Agdao, handler of players. And of course, si Arturo Las Cañas mismo as overall team leader in operation planning. He enumerated sila yung mga under him as overall team leader and operation planning. Sila si Senior Inspector Fulgencio Pavo, SPO4, Reynaldo Capute, PO3 June Naresima, PO3 Arnold de Chavez, PO3 June Ayaw, PO3 June Humawan, PO3 Rizalino Aquino, PO3 Ben Puro, PO2 Ronald Lau. Narinig yung mga civilian assets. In the same affidavit, Las Cañas, next please, also identified the individuals directly and indirectly connected to the operations, the barangay officials directly and indirectly involved in the DDS killing spree, and the financial supporters of the DDS. Nandiyan po ang listahan. Ang last po, as finale, is another video of the Las Cañas. But it is supposed to be on the same day, October 8, 2020. But I understand, and the notes clear, that the tech guys are working on the audio. They're having a problem on the audio. So if you can please request for a short break or suspension just to fix the audio.
1 minute suspension.
Tutuloy mo pa.
Hearing is resumed. While waiting for the technical people to fix the audio of the video, may we ask that the I saw the name of Mr. Sani or Sani Benaventura.
Sanson is still po retired po, Your Honor. Sanson
Benaventura.
Buenaventura.
Okay, nakapag-oath ka na ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, do you have a lawyer with you? May we ask that your lawyer enter his appearance before this committee?
May it please His August Body. Good evening, Mr. Chair. Respectfully entering my appearance as counsel for SPO4 retired Sanson Benaventura, Heracleo P. Malaki III, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, attorney. Technical people, so may... Ma'am Laila, saan mo galing yung video? Is that from your USB?
Yes.
Okay.
A hard drive, I think. My staff has it.
So if we cannot fix the audio, may we just ask the good senator to submit to the committee the copy of the video so that we can...
I actually submitted them last night.
Okay, okay.
Committee
Do you have
secretary.
a copy of the video? Maybe your video can be played with an audio because I think there's something wrong with the USB or the... Okay na?
I was told that there's a problem in the laptop of the secretariat, the compatibility, but my staff is actually remedying it. Baka yun na po. Yun na po.
Sige.
Hindi lang ata.
1 minute suspension again.
Ha? Delete tayo ano ko muna?